Yo, what's up? Need more chai. How are you doing? How is your day? What's going on? Hopefully you are well. Oh, I forgot to update this. This is 10. That's good. This is fine. Okay, we're good. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing good. Welcome back to the stream. Fantastic Day. You said you weren't going to stream today? No. I had this problem. So, I'll go into details. Basically, I gave blood yesterday. And so then after giving blood, I got home and I was like, I feel great. I feel really, really good. I'm like, everything is good. I feel so awesome. And then I was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. I'll just like to lie down for like a little bit, you know? I'll just like take a 5-minute nap. You know, you just got to take a 5-minute nap. Slept for 8 hours. And then I got up, and it was nighttime, and I was like, oh, well, that's not good. Well, I guess I'll go back to bed. And that's my Discord bloops, yeah. And then I'm fixing it. But anyway, so then I went back to bed, and woke up, and now it's today. So, I don't know, I've slept I gave blood, and then I slept for almost 20 hours straight. Which means I think I might be sick. I don't know. I got a little hole where they took the blood out of me. Other than that, I feel great. So I'm here for you guys. I just got up late and I had to get my new video out and do other things. So I just did that first, got some water. They did. So fun fact, I didn't know this, but they actually have an app. So the Bloods people have an app, which is very cool. And it has your stats, so I can track my available stats on the app. I don't know if I can show this off. But you can see my collection volume, which is cool. So you can see here that there's a graph, and there's the blood I gave yesterday. So I gave way more blood than usual, which is kind of weird. So they track all your stats, which is kind of neato. They tell you your collection volume, your bleed time, and your hemoglobin, which is kind of cool. So yeah, yesterday was apparently 551 milliliters, so just over half a liter. Yeah, they track your blood stats. And I can see how I'm doing on the leaderboard. Yeah, apparently my average bleed time's 8 minutes. Yep, exactly. They put a stack of bleed. Like you slept for 20 hours? Does it feel like you only got 5 hours of sleep? I don't know. I sleep really poorly, I think, most of the time. So I wake up feeling tired most days. I feel pretty good, actually, today. I'm going to get some rogue energy in a little bit here. But other than that, I feel pretty good. Get and tackling the day. I don't know what I'm going to do today. Hardcore is ending very soon, so I don't really have a whole lot left to do on the actual hardcore server. Also, people have been doing raids. I actually did some raids. If you missed it, it's already uploaded on my VODs channel, so if you missed any of the raids, there is a whole video of all of the raids we did on the weekend, as well as some R10s and other things. So if you wanted to see that, checking out the hardcore raid schedule, or raid scene, it was all there. Most of it was pretty good. There was me cautiously leading us through Temple of the Deathworm, which was very nerve-wracking because it's my favorite raid, but I also don't run it very often, which ends up with me not knowing it very well. I like it. I think it's really, really cool. I think it's the coolest raid in DDO, but I just don't run it very often, so I kind of don't have the details that I wish I had in terms of just general knowledge with the raid. Other than that, everything has been pretty good, and we'll probably just do some Dark Hunter solo guided playthrough, get it up to level 32. And then it's all I can think of that's going to be happening here on the old schedule. Probably just hanging out, maybe make a new character for Reaper mode. I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, Kentos? How you doing? And then also later today, we'll be continuing the adventures of Peter Pipega because I have a limited amount of time to finish the game before Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. Baldur's Gate 3 comes out on August 3rd. Which is 20 days from now. So I have an entire video game to finish in 20 days. So we're going to be doing it. Doing Reapers today or tomorrow? Yeah, probably. If people want it. As I said before, you have to just tell me. Just say, hey, I'm going to be around at this time. Do you want to do Reapers at this time? And then I'll be like, yeah, no problem. That's how it works. That's how it works on the stream. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. And they expect me to there's running through a schedule. The problem with running through a schedule is I go, okay, guys, let's do some Reapers. And then nobody shows up because they're like, oh, yeah, I don't actually need it right now. I'm at work. I actually got to take my kids to the kid show or whatever it is they do. There's a lot of level 32s. Oh, my God. I don't know what these guys are doing. Beneath the Thunder Sea, got a whole bunch of people. Oh, that's Soul Fairy. So it looks like there is a Reaper group going on right now. They're continuing to work on it, which is very cool. What's up, Everil? How are you doing? How are you? I hope everyone's having a good day. Thank you so much for tuning in. I logged in also just to mostly check on the stats and see what things are going on, but yeah, everything looks pretty good. It looks pretty good here. There's not a lot of people online, which makes sense. So, things are winding down.
Hey Strim,
hey.
Brian here.
Yo, what's up?
I asked Ty Jesus if he could beam his learnings into my brain so I could spread his teachings, but he couldn't do that. He has faith in me without it, though.
Does he have faith in you, or do you have faith that he has faith in you? Because I don't know if Jesus can do that, but can have faith in someone else, because he preaches to have faith, right? So I think it's like recursive. I'll look it up later. I know I'm late, but this is your first hardcore. You should be proud of yourself. The Golden Footprints are really, really cool. I actually didn't pick them up on this character, which I should have done. But the Golden Footprints are very cool. Or a cleric? Also a good question. Are the wildfires getting under control? The smoke in the mid-Atlantic is much better? Great question. They were. Wildfires... Quebec. They were getting better last week. No Quebec wildfires are considered out of control since the end of May, according to CTV News Montreal. For the first time since the May Quebec Forest Fire Prevention Agency says there are no out-of-control fires. There are currently 57 blazes in the southern half of the province, including 38 that are under control and 19 that are considered contained. The agency considers a fire contained when it is no longer growing, but could regain strength. In early June, there were more than 100 out-of-control fires. So it looks like they got this. They're figuring it out, which is good. It's also been raining a bunch here, which helps. No. Oh, if people also don't know what the reference to my title is, Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard. And so this is a reference to the fact that Bobby Kotick, CEO of Activision Blizzard, probably made it like a cool $400 million. From the acquisition. But I didn't, which is very disappointing. I would have had my company be bought by Microsoft for billions upon billions of dollars, but what are you going to do? Feet. I do get it, yeah. Yo, what's up, Devilish Pumpkin? Track for level 20 cloak? You can do it. You still got a few days left. But yeah, so when it comes to the acquisition of Activision Blizzard, what does that mean for the entire video game industry? Well, it means that Game Pass is going to gain a lot of value. Let's just say that. Yeah, all of it went through today. I think there might still be like a hang up or something within the UK, but it's basically going through. So yeah. Like I said, I think that what's likely going to happen is you're going to see all of the Blizzard games and also like stuff like all the Activision products like Call of Duty and things showing up on Game Pass. Which not only would be very cool for all the people that already have Game Pass, but also, because did you imagine stuff like the World of Warcraft subscription being part of Game Pass? Which would be huge for World of Warcraft because you get all these new players. And then on top of that, you're going to see, it's going to be a big blow to Sony. I don't know what they're going to do about that. Because even though they have a lot of companies who are or a lot of video games who obviously are releasing on both platforms, including Activision Blizzard products, like Call of Duty is going to still be releasing on Xbox and PlayStation. If it's part of Game Pass, but not part of Sony's products, you either have to hard buy it if you're a PlayStation user, but you can just get it through Game Pass if you're an Xbox user. It's huge, dude. It's very huge. Big corporation becomes even bigger and eats up the space. Oh, nobody likes that. But I can't do anything about it because I'm just some peasant. Like, I'm totally with you. I don't love it when mega corporations try to monopolize the entire planet. But then on the other hand, I also can't do anything about it because I have no stakes in the mega corporations. What are you going to do? DDO on Game Pass? Yeah, we'll see. With level 10 on your wizard? Nice! Congrats, Devilish Pumpkins. That's awesome. Getting to level 10 is a difficult goal, especially if you're working your way through it. And I've mentioned this before to everybody, but like, those little milestones, they always feel good. Every time you make it to each individual milestone, you just get better and better than the last. Ah, true. Thank you. Counterpoint, is everybody easier to make a brilliant indie game? Yeah, there's so many amazing indie games too. Yep. Anyways, probably gonna do some Dark Hunter guided playthrough here because I have time and nothing else going on today. As I said, it's gonna be a good day. I'm excited. Today's a beautiful day. It's really really hot outside. It's nice and warm. So we're probably gonna talk about Activision Blizzard and Microsoft, and just hang out, just have a good day. Artificer, which I know you say is the worst class. Hey, Artificer is the worst class. It doesn't mean it's bad. I've never said Artificer is bad. Also, Kedi Final was slain by a Fire Elemental. Looks like that was, in fact, their final character, because getting slain by a Fire Elemental, whew, that is not good. Not good. I finished Sharn, right? But I didn't do Sharn Cogs. I did Epic Hard. Oh, I did Sharn Cogs. Okay, so I did the Cogs as well. I thought I didn't do Cogs. That makes sense. So now it's time for more Epic Hard expansion content, which is going to include Island of Dread and probably some other stuff. Playing Pokemon Go every day. I do every day. Over the weekend, I did some raids with a friend of mine. We went and caught a Shadow Articuno as well as Moltres, which was very fun. So I got all that out. Found out that I had more egg incubators than I initially thought, and now I have loads of egg incubators. And yeah, but just getting out, getting around. The past few days I've been doing a whole bunch of walking, getting outside, getting in the sun, getting that physical exercise. Ooh, it's been nice to get some physical exercise. Feel, move the arms, move the legs. So it's been good over here. Do I have anything cool? Anything cool? Anything cool? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like we're gonna go do Island Dread. Island Dread sounds right. Twitch Prime Pokemon Go bundle. I always get the Twitch Prime Pokemon Go bundles beginning of every month. How's my breathing? Breathing good. Much better. Yeah. No function your playstyle. The current meta may not be good for everyone. Plus, it has to be fun for you. No, that is incorrect. There are things that can be best that are not subjective. There is a best for you, which is true, but there's a non-subjective best. There are objective bests. It is okay to have something that doesn't work well for you. It's why I don't recommend people always just chase whatever the best thing is all the time. You got to play for you, and you got to play to your strengths. But it is not a function of your playstyle. There is definitely things that are better than other things, and that's just objectively true. To deny that is to live in a fantasy land. And as somebody who spends a lot of time in fantasy lands, you don't want to be spending... You want to make sure your brain knows you're in a fantasy land, okay? You gotta go to Isle of Dread. Having a heavier subjective weight than purely objective factors? For sure, for sure. Like I said, when it comes to, oops. Clear out. When it comes to, like, your own personal referential experience, where you don't interact with other players, the best option is whatever thing you find the most fun. When you do start interacting with other players in terms of the different circumstances, so for example, you join a raid party, you join a group, it's one of the reasons why people complain about casters in the group setting, is because spellcasters can feel oppressive in some cases, because if you're playing as a melee character in a group, completed. You can have the circumstance happen where your character isn't really able to do anything, which does happen to some people. You join a party and you can't even fight the monsters because they're all dead before you can get there. So you can have the combination of the subjective experience of saying, well, when I'm playing by myself, this thing works better for me. I don't want to play this thing. And then the objective experience where you play with other players who show you the hierarchy of how the things are powered. That's why I said I always encourage people to play what they want. But as I said, I don't ever want to give people misleading information. I never want to give people misleading information. Ever. That's my whole goal. I play bad characters all the time, or characters that are not the best. I'm playing a Dark Hunter caster. So this character is definitely not as good as other things, but I'm having fun with it and I'm enjoying it. But I never want to mislead someone or make them think that something is better than it otherwise would be. Also, Nearsoth gifted out 2 subs, which is very kind. Welcome to the stream team, Tumblr, as well as Tiny Thor. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. I hope you're doing super well. It's very, very kind of you. And there we go. Thank you, dude. That's very kind. Damn, man. I'm out here just talking about, I don't know, a bunch of garbage. Also, my single target damage sucks on this character, but, we're working on it. That's this character's huge flaw is single target damage. AoE damage, not too bad, because I can go like that and blow people up. But single target, oof, it hurts. It hurts, man. It hurts. Do you have any opinions on the worst class pen and paper 5e? So 5e for me is something I haven't done a lot of research in terms of like class disparity about what's better and what's worse. And the main reason for that is that in pen and paper, the numbers to me are so much less important because what matters more is the interactions of the game. DDO is basically a numbers game, right? So like at the end of the day, the playstyle matters a little bit and the numbers matter a little bit, and those two little bits make up the entirety of the game, right? So because it's hard to roleplay in DDO and it's hard to have those elements, but in a actual sitting around the table playing the game with your friends, one character might not be good. People talk about rangers not being very good, and rangers are bad, and rangers are very like not strong. But ranger, from a roleplay perspective, can be very valuable. Having a character who knows the land, who understands, how to get around and good at navigation and stuff. That's really important in a pen and paper game. But it's not real, and it would be built into somebody's RP for the character, but it's not really relevant to, the combat portion of the game. And so, roleplay to me kind of takes like in the discussions of what's better and worse. Roleplay always takes the backseat to the discussion, where it is half of the game of D&D is the roleplay element. So it's like that one is a little bit more complicated, and I just don't have enough research because I don't really care too much or try to figure out what's better or worse. Do you ever upload the vids of your Elden Ring on YouTube? I didn't do that. However, I will be doing that when Shadows of the Erd Tree comes out. I did not upload it on YouTube. The main reason is because I've been wanting to just... I want to distance myself from Drink Souls. It was fun, and it was a good thing to do in the past, but those are a lot of things I don't really want to end up on the internet in video format for the long-standing people to be able to review forever, because I don't remember every single thing that happens in those videos, and so I'd rather not deal with that. So, when Shadows of the Erd Tree come out, I'm going to be doing another playthrough, and in that playthrough, I will be going through it.
Is that their last name? First name Ford?
Ford Ranger? Yes. $200 at McDonald's? Damn, that's a lot of money to spend at McDonald's. But we got something good. But we got the Biggest Mac. Biggest Mac. Yo, they should sell that. They should sell a product called the Biggest Mac. I don't know why they don't. Making $399 million? No, unfortunately, I didn't have that much in Blizzard stock. That would have been a smart idea, though. Thinking I got eaten within 10 minutes? Mm-hmm. That's always how it happens. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So that's why it's like, when it comes to the balance in 5e, I appreciate that people want to always look into these things. I think it's good. You need to have people who are kind of, nerds are going to nerd. And so people are going to be like, comparing their different classes and what makes them good or better or worse or something like that. That's always going to be the case. But like, it's also the dungeon master you have, the game style in which you're playing. There's so many factors that bleed into whether your character is powerful or not. It's not just like one individual thing. So yeah, Twitch is broken. Why is Twitch broken? What broke? Question mark. Oh God. I didn't realize that was not my dance ball. In person, they can adjust the player's strength so it matters less. Yeah, some people can. It's the same thing like why for me, I don't care too much about some of the individual rules in 5th edition. Not just because I didn't read any of the books, but mostly I have enough experience playing tabletop gaming that I can make adjustments if the rule doesn't seem like it fits very well, if it feels like it's unfair, if there's not enough there for it. We were talking about this before when it came to like guidelines with role-playing checks, basically being like, if you are playing D&D and you want to do a check for something, there's not a lot of like good rules for roleplay in the game in terms of how you roleplay things, and a lot of it has to be done. And they could do like on the spot, and they could have better guidelines for how to handle non-combat situations that also involve rolls, which I think is true. I think it's an accurate thing, but I've never found that to be an issue because I've done it enough. So yeah. Oh, what song? I'm actually not listening to music. What is my song today? I'm listening to "In the Set" by Smash Mouth. But I'm a Smash Mouth fan, so I'm a weirdo. Yeah, that's also another thing too. There's also like, 5th edition just has better and worse archetypes as well. Some of them that are just kind of better than others. Like Rogue has a bunch of archetypes that don't do anything, and then Swashbuckler, which is you are always sneak attacking all the time, which is a little bit better than some of the other ones. So again, there's going to be some different things. D&D School of Magic and Real World, which would you take? If I had one school of D&D Magic? Ooh, probably Enchantment. DMG they ever made? Probably. I have very little experience with 4th edition. Isle of Dread is worth. Isle of Dread has some of the best item sets. The Dreadstalker item set is just really, really good. It's basically used on every single melee in the entire game. So pretty much every single melee and range character in the game wants to use that set. Then you have the weapons, which are the best weapons with pretty much no exceptions in the entire game. There are a few exceptions. But Isle of Dread Dinosaur Bone crafted stuff is going to be the best, probably until the level cap of 40, and I'm not joking. They have to do some disgusting, absurd amounts of power creep to replace Isle of Dread weaponry. They're so customizable with the best weapon effects in the game. So, like, it's at the point where I don't even know why they add weapons to the game, because Isle of Dread has better weapons. It just does. Yeah. Or they have a unique effect that is not on an Isle of Dread weapon. So, for example, like Dripping with Magma, you could argue Dripping with Magma could be very good to use, assuming you don't already, like, if you already have the Acid attunement on another item, as an example. Or Gold Curse Dagger, that is just fabulous, and just there's no real comparison to it. So, it's, circumstantial. The Chaos Bow for ranged extra alacrity. Exactly. So there's a couple weapons in the game that are kind of better, but generally, you're really, really limited. Yeah. So, like, there are a few examples, but yeah, generally Isle of Dread, and then outside of that, Isle of Dread just has a lot of really good pieces that are well craftable. And the fact that you can customize all the items, plus this got easy access to sacred DCs. The artifacts are really good. So yeah, Isle of Dread, very, very good in terms of items. I would say that generally, if you're going to purchase an expansion, I like Isle of Dread because it has cool-ass dinosaurs, and it's a fun expansion. I like the monsters, I like the location, I like the music. There's so many things I really love about this expansion. But, if I had to go there, then yeah, the items are really good too. What time do I normally wake up? I try to wake up for around 9 o'clock every day. 9 a.m. Eastern time, which gives me some time in the morning to get stuff done, so I can, like, check my email, get YouTube videos ready, get outside, play some Pokemon Go, make breakfast, get some coffee, do other things. Today, I woke up at 1 o'clock because I slept 20 hours the past day. To pick between Feywild, Ravenloft, and Dread, which you want? Dread. My favorite is Feywild. I like Feywild. It's my favorite expansion, but from a playing perspective, I would go to Isle of Dread. Yeah, also, all the quests are good, too. 5-piece set, apart from the weapons and artifacts. I actually really like the 5-piece set. It's super strong. Gives you Profane, +2 Profane DCs, and all the Profane stats, Profane PRR. It's stacking, and it's easy to get. Especially if you dual wield. But difficulty, Epic hard. Or Legendary hard. I like the Catacombs quests. I think they're fun. I just don't do them on Epic, Elite, on Hardcore. I like Amber Temple. Not everyone will. Well, you're always using Isle of Dread artifacts. So you have Isle of Dread artifact is 1. A weapon is 2. So you only need 3 pieces. And you have, like, both the trinkets are super strong, right? So you gotta love that the trinkets are just amazingly good weapons, or items. You've got, what else is good? Yeah, so trinkets. The belts are kind of lame. The boots all right, because you got the magma waders, which are really, really nice. because they give you like a main stat, plus they give you the speed and the fire resistance, which is also really good. So yeah, you got magma waders, which are always like a good option. This is good on that list. I think, isn't there, not helmets. Go away. Hold on, one sec. I can't do this. No, I'm trying to think of other items that are really good for slots. The gloves are not too bad. Plus they have a bunch of really efficient, deadly accuracy items if you don't have them anywhere else. Yeah, you got to figure that out.
Now is your chance to immobilize the beast. The bolt careens into the
Yeah.
crab's underbelly, knocking it off balance and stunning it. The force field surrounding both the crab and the
But I can play this one, which gets boring. Yeah, I can see that. That's what happens when you play the early game a lot. It's one of the reasons why leveling up in DDO is kind of fun, because you can really expand out what quests you end up doing. So to support the C attunement. Yep. Also, the fact that yeah, the rings really well work really well for that as well. Yeah, and then of course, not even talking about the raid items. Pretty much all the raid items are good. You know, Dr. Lifestone's horn. You've got the Lindal's belt. You got the Sonic boots. All of those items are just insane.
You touch the monolith and feel a jolt of energy as the attunement is bestowed upon you.
Yeah, well, the orb is weird because it's a ranged weapon. Did they fix that yet? I'm pretty sure it's still just a weapon. Because you couldn't glamour it because it's a weapon. So, like, when you try to do anything with it, your character will try to throw it and it gives you errors. But yeah, the rest of them are really amazing. And in theory, when they get, if they, it was either on the preview they're fixing it, or they already fixed it, I can't remember. But whenever it does get fixed, or if it's already fixed, it's an amazing glamour, because it's a bottle you can hold in your offhand. And definitely something I would love to glamour. The problem is I have to get Kaelus's Vile Mixture from somebody, and that is a harder task, because people don't want to let go of it. Make guards no save. Yeah. If they made guards no save, but have, like, a longer cooldown, it might feel okay. The problem is tracking cooldowns and stuff. There's no way to see the cooldown of your items. It would be cool if when an item had a proc, and the proc had a cooldown, if it would display on the item itself. So say your cloak has a proc that's like some type of nightmare guard and it can only go off once a minute. After it goes off, there's a minute cooldown on the cloak itself. You would be able to see it. So you could like put it on your action bar to see when those procs are up. Quarterstaff caster items. Well, I mean, there are a lot of really good quarterstaffs in DDO. Well, the raid ones. The raid items. If it's not a raid item, they're pretty bad. But if they're a raid item, they're not too bad. Because the raid items are all amazing. All the raid quarterstaffs. Summer Solstice, the Winter Solstice. What's that other one? There's probably more of them I can't think of right now off the top of my head. Oh, it just got dark in here. Trying to do raids in hardcore can be tricky. Yeah, we did a bunch last weekend. If you missed it, by the way, I posted the video, or over the weekend, I posted the video of all the raids we did on Saturday, so it's on my VODs channel. If you want to see it, so we got raids there. Yeah, it depends on whether people want to do raids or not. People do Dryden the Demigod fairly regularly because it's incredibly easy, but
This bubbling tar pit is strewn with rocks that can be jumped across.
stop making your saves, ogres.
Is not
Oh god, I cannot wait until I get to level. How many points do I need? I need 4 more points. I need 4 more points and I can swap out a Primal Avatar. So when I get to level 31, I'm going to reset my trees and do everything over again. Runes, but can't get the belt. Yeah, and they also said they're not going to be adding the belt or anything else to the rune drop list, which I personally don't agree with. Because I guess they want people to interact with the secondary mechanic, and it would be too easy to accomplish or something. Which I think that is the reasoning. But they did it for the greater Feytwisted items. So why not? Just because the devs don't raid? Honestly, yep, that's pretty much it. I'm still a firm believer that if the development staff were forced to grind out one gear set that involved raid items for real on the actual servers, they would change it. Because they'd be like, this is bullshit. I've been playing for 3 months and I still don't have my gear. And remember, DDO is not like other games, like World of Warcraft or whatever, where it's like you get an upgrade and it's nice to have, where you're like, oh cool, I got the upgrade and now my character feels better. Items in DDO are puzzle pieces. If you're missing the puzzle piece, the entire thing doesn't work. Didn't know about Garrett Ranger? Yep, he did. He's also a content designer. Way over 3 months? Yeah, I was just throwing out a number, but yeah. It is definitely over 3 months, yeah, for sure. And that drops only from the obtained loot chest. I think that the way that they can easily solve the problem is just change the drop rates for raids exclusively. So raids have a 33% chance to drop gear on, or like, you know, a 25% chance to drop gear per person on normal, a 50% chance on hard, and a 100% chance to drop gear on elite. So on elite difficulty, every single person in the raid pulls a piece of raid gear. Yes, will it make raid items more available? Yes. Does it mean you get the raid gear? No, because you know there's like 30 items in each raid. At 12 people, there's bound to be a bunch of duplicates. The odds that you get the item are still very, very low, and you're not actually likely to get the items you want anyway. Yeah, like, you're still not going to get the items that you want anyway. And at very least, it feels like there's a reason to do elite raiding. As of right now, there's really no reason to do elite raiding, because hard mode is so much easier, and you can just spam out hard modes and then buy the runes, which takes longer, but at least it's consistent. So if there was actually any incentive to do elite raiding, it would be nice. So the belt's disheartening to not be able to have it available for runes? Yep. As I said. But if that was the thing, if they sat down and they said, okay, we're actually going to go farm it out, you know, see what the players are talking about, like I said, it would be changed that week. But they have a disagreement about the philosophy of acquiring items in the video game. So it is what it is. It's the reason why I try not to put, whenever I put out build guides online, I try not to put any raid gear in the build guides, because I can't, with good conscience, recommend raid gear, because if I recommend you raid gear, it's not going to be good. When we do the build reviews, that's when I'm talking to the individual person. They're in the chat, and I can go, hey, do you want me to use raid gear? Are you somebody who raids, yes or no? And then we go from there. But when I put something out, just like posting it online of like, oh, here's a beginner gear set, I never include raid gear because it's impossible for many. Also, what's up, Grizzly Wookie? How are you? What was the first thought when you got 100 viewers for the first time ever on stream? The same time I reach any milestone, which is like, holy shit. And I'm trying to hold it together. Just like shaking, vibrating. Trying to hold it together and try to be cool. Try to relax. I actually solved a lot of these problems by I actually just don't see any of the numbers anymore. So I try all the apps that I have don't show me my viewer count anymore, which makes it actually a lot easier. It means I can remain much more calm while streaming. I don't have to think about it. Because there have been days where, like, just randomly I'll bump up to, like, 300 viewers, and then it affects, like, my brain. I feel like I stream differently. I stream weird. And so I'm just like, I'd rather just not have the information and then go with it. Just be me. How many shards should you list it for? I don't know. I don't sell anything for shards because I don't like the Astral Shard Auction House. It's not a great answer, but it is the answer that I have. But yeah. Somebody else might know. It also depends on your economy on your actual individual servers. Exceptional augments aren't super valuable anymore either, especially considering dinosaur bone weapons again give +2 exceptional to your main stat. So, and the augment's only +1. So I don't know. 5 accounts and then have them all watch you. Aha, that's funny. Yeah, I remember when I got 10 viewers. I got really excited. I like lost my mind. I was like, oh my god, there's like 10 people in the chat. Holy shit. And now I'm just like, fucking... What are you guys doing here? What are you guys doing here? You're wasting your time. Get that. Go home. Go to work. Okay, go play video games. Stop watching the channel. Turn the stream off. You're wasting your time. And then they all stay. They're like, this guy, he's so funny. He's so endearing, so humble, so down to earth. I'll just keep watching. Plus one's Augs for tokens? Yes, you can buy exceptionals for 20 tokens as well. Is it? Oh, is it 5 tokens? 5 graders? Smug streamer? Correct, that's right. That's my own personal Pokemon evolution. That is how it works. You gotta start out being nice, and then you can twist and turn and metamorphosize into the complete asshole you knew you were capable of being. And he bullied you? Classic brother behavior. Build you up and then punch you down. Yes, jump out of my ring, Scythemaw. Okay, goodbye. I love that they flail their arms. It's so entertaining to me. The animations they did on the dinosaurs are great. Nice, 20's a good start. Streaming a PvP thing with no delay. Yep, sometimes it's like right place at the right time as well. Like if there's some type of event or something cool going on. Especially for like games that don't have a lot of viewers in general. Honestly, like a good trick. You watch anime? Not really. I have a part of my Discord, which is short anime recommendations. People that recommend me anime, so I can use my exercise bike and watch anime while I use the exercise bike. Because I don't watch anime, but people on the computer watch anime. So people that watch live streams, they watch anime. People that watch YouTube videos watch anime. People that watch me watch anime. But I don't have a lot of experience with that. So I wanted to gain some experience by turning it on the computer. But the problem is I only use the exercise bike during the wintertime because during the summertime I'm going to go get exercise outside. So, like I said, the last anime that I watched was Mob Psycho 100, which was a very, very good show. Great recommendation. Isn't there like a note here? No, there isn't. I should probably pick up the notes as I go around, but I'm just like not doing that. I'm just kind of spacing. All right, let's go here. Sorry, 1 second. And what was the last one? Alright, sorry, I was spacing and doing some of the things. Try to get a stream, Tom? Yeah, can we get a stream fit stream? Maybe at some point. I mean, I'd have to just, like, be on the bike, and you just have to watch me, and we just chat. Make it, like, a just chatting stream or something, where I'm just sitting there chatting with you guys as I'm just, like, just sweating and dying. I think you should buy it at the Monster Hunter Champion vendor. You should buy the Eternal Flask of Deathward, because the Eternal Flask of Deathward is very, very good. We finally have a familiar. They might. I mean, when it comes to a wizard archetype, I'm not sure exactly what they would do with that. I know that they want to do like a remaster or revamp of the Archmage tree because they've wanted to do that for years. They just haven't done that. And I would love to. I'd love to see them do a revamp of the Archmage tree. That would be very, very, very cool. But we'll have to wait. Make your channel more popular. Yeah, I don't think that's the case, but I'll take your word. I'll just take your word for it. And say I'm as popular as I need to be. I mean, it could be both, because they could revamp Archmage while releasing Blood Magus. Something is alive. This guy. A person stuck on a wall. What's up? About the displacement potion for emergencies. The problem is you can't use the displacement for emergencies because you're always using the Deathward potion.
A group of marauders led by the cruel druid. Several of the prisoners were led off recently and have not returned.
Yep, exactly. They all share a cooldown, so I just use the one that's good. Technically, you don't always need Deathward, but if you're not sure exactly when you need Deathward, then you need Deathward. They probably will make Wild Sork or Wild Mage, if I had to guess, with Sorcerer, just because it's popular. I don't want that. I want them to make Argent Savant. But if I had to guess based on what people want, I think the average player probably wants to see a Wild Mage more than they would want to see some weird, goofy, forced Sorcerer nonsense. So I can see that being the case. If you have a Deathward clicky, yeah, it's always good to have backups. Deathward clicky, then you better hope that monsters that cast instant death spells don't have access to Dispel Magic. Side note, most monsters that you need Deathward against also carry Dispel Magic. Redundancy in Deathward is always a good thing. No, they don't, Strim Tom. Except when you're level 8 or like level 10, you're going into the Shadow Tombs because you're trying to unlock Shadow Crypt, or heaven forbid, you're doing it on a Hardcore League. All of the Shrouded Mages cast, wouldn't you know it, Dispel Magic. And Astral Shards? Well, there depends. They're worth like low-level potions, right? So, yeah, I have no idea. I don't sell them. I have like 100. Just never touch them. With the flask effect, they do. Ooh, Arrowbound Topaz, very cool. Playstyle of food nutrient playstyle without being a full class, and that's one of the reasons why I like the archetypes, is they also don't really interfere with class balance too much either. It's just like new things. Like Sacred Fist is not the best option, which might be upsetting to some, but it is very cool and does something different in its own right, and it's fun to play. And people that like Sacred Fist because it's, you know, it's Sacred Fist. It fits the class identity. What it's like to play a barbarian. Yeah, I can. Okay, so this is what it's like to play Barbarian. I bought a new mouse, by the way. For about 50 hours as you level. And that's Barbarian in a nutshell. That's pretty much it. You just click, and you attack the monsters, and then you beat the game. Barbarian is the most simple.
and
That
never
also has like a bunch of annoying item swaps.
then the former captives make their way towards the
Ugh, I didn't pull the lever. Oh yeah, Pale Mash is great.
As the lever is pulled, a door opens to the west.
Archmage just be a blaster. I think they wanted Archmage to be a specialization in all of the different trees, so you would be able to pick what your specialization was. But then the force damage spell doesn't really do what you want it to do because it has no spell school scaling. A lot of people say it scales off evocation. It doesn't. It doesn't scale off evocation DCs. It literally doesn't work like that. It has no DC scaling. As a result, monsters will make their reflex saves pretty much all the time as you get to higher levels. The options, in my opinion, that they should do with those skills is either A, keep them, but make them scale off of the highest of whatever spell school DC you have, or B, just make them have no saving throw and let it fit through, and then make the rest of the tree oriented towards one of your individual spell schools. The problem is, because of all the multi-selectors, you basically end up with like 7 different trees for each of the different spell schools, and that's not ideal because they probably don't want to design 7 different trees for the 7 different spell schools. So then how do you make something that fits well with Archmage? And I have no idea.
As I expected. Oh well, I have a surprise in store. The ground beneath your feet.
But you hold? Yeah, I don't hold. I'm a clicker. I mash, which is not really a surprise as to why my mouse broke. By the way, it was absolutely the mouse. I replaced my mouse and I have had no issues with my control in any capacity. It was 100% just the fact that the mouse was busted.
Below, the Triceratops stabs its feet.
Which the poor mouse couldn't do anything about it. Again, I was clicking real hard. Click, clack, click, clack. Oh, shit. That's fast. Get your Crimson Foot. Hey, you can't attack me. You're dead. They throw it Archmage and goes to a different tree that's useful instead. Honestly, yeah, that would be a good call. They could kind of just change out Archmage. The problem is, like, when we had this discussion before, when asking people about what they wanted, like, out of Archmage, it's a lot of, like, people want Archmage to kind of fulfill the role of being, like, an all-around generalist. But then that means inherently that it's going to kind of be one of the worst things in DDO, because DDO is all about specific things. And I think that's probably one of the things that also holds Archmage back, is that people don't know what they want for Archmage, and neither does SSG.
Triceratops seems to be much more
Like, you could make Archmage good by just changing some numbers.
eyes to wooden gate.
But I think they want to do more than that.
The Triceratops charges the large wooded gate, opening a way for you to escape the arena.
Yeah, you're going to, as you watch, you collect more Sunglass. So you'll always have more. Sacred Fist is the most survivable solo past life. So you're immune to traps, which holds very little else has. I mean, Dark Hunters also basically have trap immunity, because you get Underdark armor, so you take no damage from traps as well. Chrono Tree for Wizard, taking over Archmage. Isn't there, like, Chronomancer, a thing from Critical Role? Yeah, I think it is. I know, because I had one of my players was like, hey, can I have this ability? It's like, I'm going to multi-class as Wizard. Can I be a Chronomancer? Does that fit into your campaign? And I was like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. Part of the problem, of course, it would be good if it gave that. Yeah, it's also because, like, the problem is it's really easy to get some of the spells. Like, oh, Evocation gets this power. And, you know, some schools have, like, cool spells you can cast. But a lot of schools have, like, really bad spells for Sorcerer and Wizard. Because there just aren't enough spells. In Pen and Paper, it makes sense because there's so many spells, a lot of situational spells. But in DDO, they don't have all of those. So you end up with stuff like, it's like, oh, we're going to do, like, a enchantment tree. Well, you'd want them just like, oh, okay, give enchantment, hold monster. Well, hold monster is really, really powerful. So instead, you gotta come up with some other enchantment that wouldn't be overpowered, or at least conceivably overpowered as like an ability. And so they end up having like these really watered down spells that you get access to as well. And then Abjuration is, yeah, another issue. Call it Dunamancy. Dinomancy? Yeah, where's Dinomancers? Man, could you imagine an Isle of Dread Dinomancer wizard? Where they get dinosaur-based abilities, their spellcasting is based off of, like, strength or something. Yeah, what's wrong with Abjuration? All the spells are bad. And or are self-buffs. Abjuration in pen and paper has, like, all sorts of good spells, but in DDO, it's the only spells that affect monsters are Banishment, Dismissal, and the Trap spell. Glyph of Warding. Everything else is not Abjuration. Or they're self-targeted spells. So having it as a specialization doesn't make a lot of sense. Because when you specialize in like 3.5, you get additional spells to cast per day, among other things. But there is no spells per day in this game. So there's no way to use that. Here we go. Yeah, so that's the main issue. Is all the Abjuration spells are bad. Yeah, also there's no counter spell, which is Abjuration as well, yeah. Which is a great spell. Yeah, so because of how the game works, you know, Abjuration spells kind of are limited. And I don't know how they would fix it either. So that's why, like, the idea of Archmage is, like, kind of flawed in DDO anyway, because the spell schools are not equal. Like, illusion spells. There's, like, 10 illusion spells in the game. There are so few. Fate Arc Illusionist is really funny, because it's, like, these 3 abilities here, and this one, are, like, 4 out of, like, 14 illusion spells. There's basically no illusion spells in the entire game.
Counterspell? You mean sword? Or Meteor Swarm?
Exactly, yeah. Meteor Swarm, way better. Yes, it can give you 100% uptime, correct. Yeah, also, Divination would just, like, break Dungeons & Dragons online as well, being able to just, like, get information. It's like, how would you use it? Like, either it's useless because you've done the quest before, you don't need to scry on the enemies, or it's too useful, as in you know that there are quests that have randomly spawning stuff, and so you just, you know, find out the information, like, oh, where I scry the area of this area of the dungeon, this area of the dungeon, this area of the dungeon, and it tells you where all the keys are, and then you don't have to, like, go find them. How do you see this like an SP and pure damage compared to other classes? I don't think that's a terrible idea. Skill boost. Yeah, the DDO wiki is unironically the best divination spell. Wait, I disabled all the traps, but because I'm on hard mode, one of them didn't spawn, so I didn't get the final trap thing? Well, that sucks. How depressing. Using all your guild buffs and resistances. So yeah, so like when it comes to the different spell schools, they could do a lot with Archmage. I think the main reason they wouldn't want to make a wizard the highest in terms of DCs more than anything else is because, like, DCs are a pain point for a lot of caster classes, especially in current DDO, where, like, I'm an Isle of Dread, right? If you haven't played Isle of Dread, going into Isle of Dread on Elite or higher with a spellcaster that doesn't have at least 100 in all your DCs is such a pain, dude. It's such a pain. And so, I'm on hard mode, so it's not too bad. But on Elite difficulty, literally you kind of need, like, plus 100 and everything. And so if there was one class that could just kind of do that without having to put in all the work, I mean, I guess that would be kind of cool. It was like, it'd be like old Magister, where the Magister tree used to just give you plus 15 to your spell DCs, and that's why you used it. It's because Blade Forged are good, that's why you want to play one. You recently started learning Magic the Gathering. Why'd you do that? Did you need more things to spend that money on? You finished school and you got a new job, and then you're like, man, I got my master's, I have this really high-paying job. I need to spend my money on like a really expensive hobby. Then you know, started playing Magic the Gathering. Wait, how expensive is this Black Lotus card? Hold on, I'll take 20. Just ship it to my house. Okay, thanks.
Thanks to your help, the local pixies are now safe.
By the way, I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering, except for apparently that was a popular card back in the day. Is it an online game, not buying physical cards? Yeah. Are you playing MTG Arena or MTG Online? I ask because MTG Online is actually is owned by Daybreak, which is weird, and they did a partnership with the Lord of the Rings Online, which is also weird. Versus MTG Arena, which is not. I don't know. I just only know that part. And are XP tomes worth it? Yes. So an experience point tome is basically a potion that's on you all the time and never goes away. If you are going to play one character, buying a potion is a really good, or a tome is really good, because it will pay for itself very quickly.
No doubt he's the tracker you were sent to find.
Yep, exactly. That's a good way to put it. It's not as much as you think it's going to cost, but it's more. It definitely does more than you think it's going to do. Fewer damage give unique SLAs and more blink freeze removal. Yeah, what they should do is delete Archmage from the game, and then just make Archmage the Argent Savant instead. And instead of it being about all the different spell schools, just make it about one. Just be like, oh, what does it do? It's just about, like, pure force damage, and then they give it, like, Wall of Force and Bigby's Hands and other stuff. Be sick. Ugly as hell, but very good. Yeah, like I said, I have no idea. I have not installed either one. To be honest, because I'm a sheep and I don't like change, I recently reinstalled the video game Hearthstone on my computer because they added the Death Knight class. And in World of Warcraft, my main is a Blood DK. So I was like, ooh, Death Knight. So I started playing Blood cards, and then I won every game for like 10 games in a row. And then I put it down. But it was pretty fun for those 10 games. Archmage in the trash. Yep. It was a big shocker to go back to that game because I was like, I played a lot, you know, way early days in the Hearthstone, and then so going back, and I played against some rogue deck that had these like concoction cards that allowed them. It was 2 mana, draw 3, deal 3 damage, or 2 mana, draw 3, gain 5 armor, 2 mana, draw 3, do something else. And I'm like, this is too many cards. Why is this guy drawing 3 every turn? This is a little upsetting. I didn't lose, but it was, again, shocking than anything else. So many things. Isle of Dread or Feywild? Probably Isle of Dread. Fireball also gets around Deathlock. Yep. Yeah, I think the problem is that Archmage, without a ton of work, I think that Archmage is going to disappoint everybody. I think everybody's going to get disappointed by an Archmage rework, but if they remove Archmage and replace it with something that is cool and maybe in the same vein of Archmage, like focusing on like pure magic, so I think Argent Savant works well, then I think that they'll probably be able to get more wins out of that. At the moment, due to inherent complexity, it is much less greedy than Hearthstone ever was. So the thing about when you say complexity is that some people don't want the complexity. You know what I mean? Like, some people don't want the extra layers of complexity where it's like, oh, you know, like the thing that gets me about Magic is like you have to choose. It's like there's like all like the blocking and stuff where there's all the interactions where you interact with your opponent on their turn, which adds a huge layer of complexity to the game, which is good because it allows you to do stuff. But also, it means that you know, the if you're trying to have like a casual game, you have to be like fully focused like 100% of the time. And Hearthstone's a mobile phone game, so you can like play it like on the bus, and it's like, oh, I gotta get off the bus, so you can like put the phone in your pocket and then get off the bus and then pull the phone back out, and you don't have to worry about like something happening that you couldn't choose or interact with.
You have a fine view of the surrounding landscape from up here. A massive dormant volcano.
You just play an aggro deck, swing everything, and say math is for blockers. Well, yeah, and that's the other part too that I found annoying, and it was the same reason why like I played what was that Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel whatever it was when they came out like over a year ago, and I played that for a little bit. And the problem was every game was either like over instantaneously where you lost on turn 1, or if you didn't lose on turn 1, the games literally took you like 50 minutes because of how long everybody's turns were, because of how long it took them to do everything, the different decisions they would make, and how you could interact with them on their turn constantly. And it was like, it's not necessarily a bad thing to interact with people on their turn, but having to always double check with the opponent if they have cards in their hand, if they can do something with it or do something about what you're doing. And it's like, dude, oh my god. And I'm like, I just don't want to sit down and have a 50-minute game with somebody, you know? I just want to have like, you know, 10 to 15 minutes should, I think, be like the average. And yeah, I don't want to have a game that takes me like actually like an hour to get through one game. So yeah. And again, I'm not saying that that's what happens in Magic. I'm saying that that's one of the reasons why some people like those like non-complex games, because of the less complexity, the more kind of straightforward it is, and you kind of get to see things happen the way they're supposed to happen, and then the game is over and you move on to the next one. Those Legends then, guys? Yeah, let's play Elder Scrolls Legends. Whoa, what a game. As an option. What a game. You players know. You guys know is actually nobody actually reads the cards. Yep. It's complicated too, especially when it comes to like a lot of the different cards that are in the game, because like it's totally true that, you know, a lot of people don't know the cards, but also there's so many cards in that game, like especially when playing Master Duel, where sometimes you play a card and it's just like, oh, I've never seen that card before. And I remember I would watch some people who were like streaming the game playing it, and these are people who like their job is like making content for this game. They'd be like, oh, I don't know what this card is, and I'm like, how do you not know what that card is? Because they have or they don't ever rotate anything. There's no rotations. There's no sets. There's no sets that are legal or anything else like that. It's all legal all the time except for the banned cards. They have individually banned cards, and the individually banned cards people know because they're too good, and then everything else is just there. Yeah, you be like, our turn. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, at some point I'll probably end up playing. I've had many people want me to play Magic for like years and years and years, or at least try it out. Linabelle has messaged me since 2018, has been telling me to play Magic. So it's been like 5 years. I'll get around to it. You can get there? Yeah, exactly. Again, I'm not saying it's bad at all. I'm making the argument that there are reasons why people want to play simple games, that's all. It's around a Gwent? No thanks. So, the problem I have with Gwent is that it's from the video game The Witcher, which is and The Witcher 3 is a game I didn't really like. So, it's tough. You may be like, wait a minute, you didn't like The Witcher? Yeah, I couldn't handle the control scheme. Stupid, slippery Barasob Geralt, who was like this friggin' like raging alcoholic who couldn't go upstairs or couldn't walk through town without shifting left and right all the time, and you know, couldn't like cross the road. It's like And it was also, again, probably my fault that I went from playing Mario Odyssey, where you play Mario, who controls like a dream and turns on a dime and can do anything, to then playing The Witcher, where Geralt is like, again, uncontrollable. He's just stumbling around the city, basically unable to move. I gave up at the game where I was trying to cross a bridge. There was like this this person who was claimed to be like a witch or something, and so I had to stop at her house, which is next to this bridge on like this beach. And so I go into her house and I talk to her, and she's like, "Oh, well, I'm not a witch," and pots and pans or something. I don't know. Something happens. Anyway, and then I go to get back onto the road, and I go to cross the bridge. And what happens is like, so imagine, I need to think. So imagine that like this strip of land is like the bridge. Okay, this little strip of land. So I come up, and I'm coming up to the corner, and I accidentally touch the corner of the bridge, at which point my horse starts doing this, where it goes like horizontal, then straight up, horizontal, straight up, horizontal, straight up, and starts flipping out really, really fast, and then boom, I clip and fall straight through the world. This was 2 years ago. And I'm like, I just clipped out of the world in like a 6-year-old video game that I can barely control. I'm like, this thing is a hunk of garbage. Get out of here. So I stopped playing. I don't know how you can make a video game control badly. Now, I was informed afterwards that apparently there is, in the settings, a alternative control, because apparently I'm not the only person that thought the controls were bad. There's an alternate control scheme that you can play with, and it basically makes Geralt handle like a video game character, where you push a direction and he goes that way, instead of you push a direction and Geralt like starts to drunkenly start stumbling and swaying back and forth as he moves around. What game? We're talking about Witcher 3. Yeah, like I thought there was something wrong with my controller, because I had my controller into a notch, which means it's not going left or right with the stick, and he's literally swerving back and forth. Yeah. And I was like, this is brutal. But everyone's like, you gotta play The Witcher, dude. The Witcher's so good. It's such a good video game. And I'm like, is it? Is it? I don't know. So yeah, it's so hard to get over. Games that have really bad control, it's brutal, man. But yeah, who knows? Maybe at some point I'll stream my introduction to Magic, and you guys can all bully me over not knowing how to play. At some point in the future. Thoughts on DDO controls? I like DDO because there's a momentum system in this game where your character doesn't start moving right away. So you press the button, your character has like a tiny bit of a wind up, and you let go. You have a tiny bit of like delay before your character stops moving entirely. But then outside of that, you have full and complete control. You can move forward and backward in the air. Again, it's very reminiscent of like a Nintendo 64 or like a console Mario game. It's the same smoothness of the control as Mario. So I love it. Huge fan. I absolutely despise it when video games force you into jump arcs. So like World of Warcraft is an example of this, where like when you jump in World of Warcraft, your character has to follow the arc. You can't turn in the air, and you can't have mobility in the air. And as somebody who grew up, you know, in the 90s playing games on my Super Nintendo and side-scrollers, I hate it when you can't control your jump arcs. Yeah, like you. So it's so frustrating to me. I get it. It's like, it's not real. Of course you can't control your jump arcs in the real world. You know what else I can't do in the real world? Cast fucking magic spells. But I can in World of Warcraft, so why are the jump arcs stuck like this? Horrifying. I hate it. Oh, it destroys their realism? Oh, sorry. I thought... I didn't know Azeroth was a real place. My mistake. Yeah, and Warlocks in Destiny 2 just fly, which is also very satisfying. That's why I'm a Warlock main, because they literally fly. And I will never stop being a Warlock main. I've said this before and I'll say it again. World of Warcraft is an incredibly good video game. I don't like it that much. It's not my favorite. But it is a very, very well created video game. Yeah, I'm copying him. You gotta, you know, follow the lead, you know what I'm saying? And so, I'm just doing the exact same thing he's doing. inching for success.
The dinosaurs jumped to obey. The safeguards defeated. The inner compound is yours to explore. Time to find the Commodore's hut.
Maybe behind a crate, yeah. Seem fine, but the horses are a bit fast for the camera in tight spaces. Horses are fast? I've never found that. But I think it's also because, like, I'm just used to it. I don't know what you mean by fast for the camera, though. Because, again, when you use mouse look mode, which is what I use all of the time, I'm always using mouse look mode, the camera goes in and the speed of the camera is the speed of your wrist. Like, if you're keyboard turning, I could see that being a problem. But, like, I don't keyboard turn in video game. The only time I keyboard turn is when I play old video games that only had keyboard turning. So when you, like, log into an old MMORPG and they don't have the option for you to, like, turn with your mouse and you have to turn with the keyboard. Like in old school games like Asheron's Call or whatever, where you have to turn with the keyboard. Like, you're allowed to play with keyboard turning, and that's sort of cool. You know, I did for a long time. But once you stop doing it, you start using mouse look mode, it's way better. The ability to react to things and just kind of ignore standard turning rules is very nice.
The way into the Commodore's quarters is clear. The Commodore has stashed the monolith that you are here.
Yeah, this is when I talk about, like, aiming, where I'm like, oh, when you drop a spell, so when you choose where you want to put a spell down, right, so let's just say, this is going to go under me, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I have anti-magic field? What? Yeah, so I see ground targeting all the time. Main target mode, as it's called in the settings. So, key mapping. Okay, so select target and steer is my right click. So when I right click on something, it selects the target. So if I right click on the shrine, it selects it. It doesn't use it, it's just a selection. So this is how I can select targets in combat. And then if I hold down right click, and then I move my mouse, I'm steering now. You can also go attack steer if you want, or whatever it is. The slash is when you hold it. Interact steer. This will allow you select and interact and steer at the same time. So if I'm close to a shrine, I can right click it and my character will use it. Or I can hold and I'll start turning. So I can use both functions. I just don't like the interact being on here at the same time. Instead I have attack interact on the left click and target on the right click. This allows me to target things without having to use them all the time. So I can have, because if I'm clicking my main mouse button, it's usually to interact with something or use it right away. But sometimes you want to just target something without having to interact with it right away. Which is like checking champions and stuff like that. So that's why I kind of have that set up differently. Also, if you press T on the keyboard, T is the default for mouse look mode, where your character will be forced to mouse look, where you turn with the mouse. You can also change the sensitivity as to how quickly your character will turn, and you can do that in the options menu. Get here, Dread Polacanthus. So again, same thing, options, you can go to mouse, and you can change your mouse look sensitivity, you can make it up or down, and then it'll change how fast your character turns when you use the steering. Like, if you've ever noticed how I do this sometimes, where it's like, whoa, the camera. You want to be in control of the camera all the time. Apologize for people that just made sick with that. And settings are very helpful, and most people wouldn't. Yeah, but there's a reason why I want to help people. You know, a lot of people just aren't as familiar with video games, and they need an extra helping hand. And so I want to be there to assist those in need, especially from my favorite game, DDO. You know, I want people to be helped out. Because I'm just a nice, humble person, okay? And I'm better than everybody, and I'm better than most people, and I'm fucking better than you guys, because I help people, and you don't. I take the time out of my day. That's right. Bow down before me, simpletons. Also buy a shirt, yeah. What were we talking about? But no, like, people have asked me to make, key binding tutorials and stuff for DDO, and I've thought about it. I might do that. It's one of those scenarios where, like, I don't really understand the concept of making a key binding tutorial, because what I do when I start playing a new video game, almost immediately, one of the first things I do, I installed it on my computer, options, and I just go through every single menu and I read all of the options in the whole game. and I go through everything, and I click around to the things that I want, and then I start playing. So the idea of making like a UI tutorial or a key mapping tutorial is so bizarre to me, because I'm like, don't you guys do that? Don't you guys, like, you know, go click through every single option in the entire game before you start playing a video game? That's just what I do every time. Whenever I play a new game on stream, it bothers people to no end, because I'll spend like the first 10 minutes going through settings instead of actually playing the game. And they're like, I want to see the game. No, you can see nothing, because you can do nothing. I am in control here. I was mono-turning TCGs before this, so all the character driving is very new to you. Yeah, it's okay. You'll get better at the driving. Or you won't. One of those two things is going to happen. Alright. So if you didn't know, there's a secret door over here. So you just come over to this door. Okay. Then you come down here, and there's a secret with an extra chest. Why do you get the chest? Every chest in Isle of Dread is worth looting, because every chest drops dinosaur bone ingredients. And you need a lot. Like, however many ingredients you think you need triple that. Of each ingredient. No, it's not 900, but it might as well be. It's a lot. Yeah, you need more than whatever you have. I wouldn't say you need 900, but you do need a lot. You're also gonna notice I'm not disabling the traps here for the XP. There's too many traps in this quest, and I can't be bothered. If I was doing a Reaper run, I would, but I can't be bothered. The nice thing about it, though, is that because Isle of Dread materials are sought after by many people, it means that, one, people pretty much always like doing a lot of the... people like doing a lot of these, like, extra treasure chests and stuff, because it's just fun to go around and loot everything. But then the second half of it, it means you can also easily convince people to get those extra XP, do those optionals, so you get more XP when you do these quests. You'll see more of these different adventures, which is kind of cool. But the third thing is that the materials, even if you don't need them, are valuable. You can sell them on the auction house and Astral Shard auction house for big, big monies. Yes, in every optional you complete gives you increased Reaper XP. I think it's like 1% per optional or something. It's not a lot, but it also doesn't display anywhere. But it does give you increased optional XP or increased Reaper XP, but it's a very, very small amount. Yeah, Isle of Dread did a really good job with the expansion chests, and they're one of the few, I think they're the only expansion in the game you actually want to loot chests, because you can get good stuff out of them. Most other expansions, you don't really care about looting the chests. Okay, green square. And my backpack is apparently full. Salt Marsh also, yeah, because you can get sentient XP and other stuff. Here we go. Rotates into place. And we're all set. Heal self. Get rid of potions to resist acid. Get rid of this. And heroism 5. Shield of faith. There we go. So both newest ones. Hopefully there will be a reason to loot all of the chests in the newest expansion as well, but we'll see. The loot isn't really working on the new chests, so I don't know what they're going to have in them. This might spawn as Feytwisted. Yep. Yeah, Shard technically has Shard ingredients, but the problem is the way that they set up the ingredient is that your bottlenecks are the worker drone actuators as well as the catalysts. And the best way to get the catalyst is not to craft them, because crafting the catalyst is a gigantic waste of time and resources. And instead, what you want to do is just get them from the Saga bonuses. It's because the better solution is just to get them from the Saga bonus. There's no reason to actually get them. Actually craft them. So you have always too many ingredients. No chest stuff? It does, because the Feytwisted chest. The thing is, you need to have one. If you don't need a Feytwisted chest, you don't need to go farm them. Because you can't, there's nothing like tradable. That's the problem. What is Feytwisted? Feytwisted chests are chests that have a different color to them, and they drop special unique gear. Everyone that loots a Feytwisted chest gets a Feytwisted named item. So Feytwisted items are like, they're regular items, but they have different properties. So for example, there's like the Chain of the First Snow, which is a light armor piece that's part of the winter set. Because the winter set is the tank set, so it's got medium and heavy, but then the Chain of the First Snow is a Feytwisted, so it's got light. Or similarly, instead of the Cold Iron Bracers, which is a winter piece, there's the Adamantine Bracers. It's also a winter piece, but the Adamantine Bracers are, they give you like repair bonuses and other things, which are cool. So my favorite DDO pet? None of them. All the pets in DDO are bad, and I don't like any of them. Pets aggravate me more than anything else. And they feel like wasted potential.
Large bullywug barks orders to its comrades.
Charge comically large. Oh, you mean pet as in like the non-combat pets? Like you're asking me about like these pets, like in the pet stable, not like the pets that you actually fight with you. Then my favorite pets, the invisible stalker is pretty good because it's invisible and it makes whooshing noises, which bothers people. I like the pet rock because the pet rock is the loudest pet in the game by no small margin. It is very loud. And very annoying. So big fan. I like that pet. Yabba dabba doo. I love that you can climb that dinosaur. What else is there? The snowman? Yeah, the snowman's also very good. Yeah. Yeah, the non-combat pets are great. Pretty much all of them are good. I don't really like the Dretch. The blood-covered Dretch or whatever it's called. I have one, I just don't like it. I don't even collect it. I don't even care. After the imbue changes, Arcane Archer has not really changed in value. Well, that's not true. People have been using Arcane Archer more for its alternative value proposition of giving you imbue dice for other builds. So it has gained value in that regard, but Arcane Archer wasn't good before, except for paralyzing arrows, and the paralyzing arrows can't really use the imbue dice, so no.
That must be the entrance to the hidden crypt. The location of
The problem with Arcane Archer is that the imbues inherently scale better on Inquisitive, which fires faster with the Inquisitive dice, and also has a more powerful imbue, or on Shuriken, because Shuriken throws more Shurikens, therefore you get more scaling of your imbue dice, and you can use a better imbue for it. Why is the dog gnome-sized? I don't know. Oh, shoot. And Arcane Archer basically just gets some damage, and then Arrow of Slaying, which is not very good. It's like pretty good, but it's not great. And then Final Strike, which is again not very good. And then a bunch of abilities that don't do anything. You like survival crafting games? No. And not at all. The number of people that are like, dude, have you ever played Rust? It's like so good. Dude, have you ever played X survival crafting game? I'm like, oh man, no thanks. I absolutely despise survival crafting games. I just get bored really fast. That's my issue. I get really bored really fast. Like any game that you can compare to Lego, I struggle with a lot. My brother loves Lego. He's a huge Lego guy. He was the guy that, like, we had the Lego bucket, and you could just sit him down next to the Lego bucket, and he'd go for like hours just building stuff and putting things together and taking it apart, and putting stuff together and taking it apart and making all sorts of cool stuff. Guy plays a ton of Ark. And he's on like a bunch of Ark servers, and every time I talk to him, he's like, yo, let me show you this cool shit. Look at what I built. And it's cool. But like, it's not for me. We're going to add PvP and horror into it. Horror, PvP, survival crafting. Oh god. Is that a thing that exists? Probably. How are you on this day, which is not quite the middle of the week? I'm all right. You know, I'm warm. I got up, and I have nothing else to add. Play Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous? Yeah, I've barely scratched it. Let me just check here. I'm still playing through the game. When I finish Inquisition, after I finish Inquisition, my plan is to do Wrath of the Righteous. So I've barely scratched Wrath of the Righteous. I think I'm on chapter 3, and I'm 70 hours deep. So like I said, I've barely touched that game. I'm still working my way through it. You know, I'm 70 hours. I just freed Dresden, and I'm just starting to discover the land outside of that.
A group of undead rise to defend their final resting place. The undead creature succumbs to
Yeah.
your attacks.
There's like that too. It's a very good game. I don't have really a lot of complaints. In fact, everything about it is really good. It's mostly just that, like, again, I get distracted easily. And because the game is like 200 hours long, it's hard for me to commit to beating it because I'm already, you know, still working my way through it. And then I get distracted because I want to play another game or do another thing. I will beat it though. Here we go. No survival games are crap, but there's some not bad ones. I mean, that applies to every genre of video game. Most video games are crap, but some of them aren't that bad. My first playthroughs, I didn't mind it though. Yeah, my only issue with the Crusade mode is the worry about running out of morale. So what I did, because like if you complete all the things on the landscape, like all the battles, then eventually you start to lose morale, and then there's no more battles to be had. So your war banners go down and you lose morale, and it goes in the negatives, and you can't fix it. So my solution to that is I downloaded a mod that makes it so that the morale lasts forever. So if you have good morale, it never goes away, so I don't have to worry about progressing through the overworld too quickly.
You find yourself in an old mausoleum.
And it solved all of my stress problems with the game.
Top an altar.
I just got a mod for it.
The crest.
I don't really care too much about, like, oh, it's not the real way to play it. I don't really like it that much. And also, I don't like games that put, like, timers on me. I don't want to have this timer of, like, I have to do this in X amount of time or else I'm going to be, you know, giving up ground or losing this or losing that. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. I will say I illegitimately beat the game because I didn't like the Crusade section, and that's okay with me. I'm not a Heroes of Might and Magic sort of guy. I don't like that the morale bonus of the system punishes you for exploring the world quickly. Like basically, if you win the war by taking out all of the enemy camps, your soldiers lose morale because you can't win any more fights. Which is stupid because you basically won the war. So what's the point? Oh yeah, the Displaced Repeat Pet is also really good. What do I have? I have the Golden Mimic, I got the Panther, I got that, and I got the Blood Wraith. Blood Wraith. Yep, exactly. Important note, all it does is just make it so that when I conquered the whole board, my army doesn't go, nah, we're losing morale because we haven't won a battle recently. It's like, yeah, because we won everything. Shut up, dumbasses. Yeah, exactly. Dumbass Crusaders. As those are max, there's other packs that come in from outside too. It's just so I don't have to worry about it. It may be that because you also do get attacked randomly, and when you get attacked, you then have to go fight those armies, and that gives you more battle thing. Again, it's just the thought. I just wanted to get rid of the thought and make it less stressful, which worked for me. Are there any non-trapper builds that don't have to worry about walking through traps, tank, paladin, monk? You can play Dark Hunter and not disable traps if you want. I walk through every trap on this character. I don't even care.
You stumble into the den of Etacampus companions. A crest is blocked by a large web.
Sacred Fist, Dark Hunter. A lot of characters just kind of walk through traps. You just have to be careful about the traps you can't deal with evasion on like monks and Sacred Fist. So, like, poison traps as an example,
Opening your way to the crest.
because it's not evasion based, so you gotta be careful about that. Here's where I like Dark Hunter, because they just take half damage from all traps. Yeah, so overall, it's a very, very good game. I just haven't finished it. And someday I will. Someday. A dangerous touch with the cry trap. Thought it was over. Mm-hmm. Whoop. Almost done. I have to town and sell my stuff. So the fighter. Yeah. Also, you can get through all the traps in the game. I did fighter. I did spellslinger bard, and then dark hunter, trapper, caster, ranger. So I actually already have a bunch of solo guided playthroughs. So if you're ever unsure about how to get through things with traps, just check any of those out. Yeah, fighter worked really well. It turns out just using a tower shield and having a lot of hit points means you walk through all of the traps. And you just kind of ignore them. And then you heal when you get to the other end with second wind. Is that correct? Anyone know what happens? I have no idea.
You emerge into a crumbling ruin.
Can you single weapon and two-handed fight with a bastard sword? You can do them both at the same time, yep. That is the basis for, like, melee artificer. Is use single weapon fighting and two-handed fighting at the same time while using a rune arm. You can have both of them running at the same time. Die. Thank you. Isle of Dread. Alright. Look at that! Almost done Isle of Dread! Nice. Okay, so now I got a town, so I might as well just town here to Isle of Dread, because I have my little bag and my little book. No traps, then you're not watching Stream Tom enough. Go sub to the ILU2 and check the guides. Yeah. What's ILU2? Got scared in the swimming section? Yep, just takes practice. The pro tip to the swimming section, do it on casual, then reset and try it on whatever difficulty you're trying to do it. Just practice on casual. Spanish LL is the same as Y? Oh, Spanish. See, the problem is I'm an idiot, so you can't use words that aren't in the language that I'm speaking, or I just will completely misunderstand you. You see how that works? Like, my brain's small, so you gotta be very careful about how you approach subjects with me. It's kind of cool. Why am I not using that? I should use that. That's a good item. No. Wisdom 13 goggles are kind of cool, but I have a Wisdom 12 on my back. I still haven't made, like, the full gear set for this. Also, apparently I'm running out of Thieves' Tools, which is embarrassing. Did Wrath of the Righteous eventually fix the banner decay issue? Oh, sick! Did they? How did they do that? Can't single weapon with a shield? Yeah, you can't single weapon with a shield. Single weapon and shield are mutually exclusive. That's why there's single weapon fighting and shield fighting. A single weapon implies you don't have a shield in your offhand. Why didn't I sell that? The Azure Sky, that can go in there. And that can go in here. Right. Look like just when I'm the minority. No, that's fine. do not worry about it. When it comes to, I have 48 Pteranodon vertebrae. Nice. When it comes to using like language or like local language jokes and what have you, it's an opportunity for people to learn. I get to learn something. Isn't that neat? Don't you guys love learning? I need raptor claws, it looks like. Time to go get some raptor claws. There is a build, if you want to use a shield and a bastard sword together, you can do that. There is a build for that. I did 2 build reviews. One was for Chris, and one was for somebody else. Okay, so now we go to the Tabaxi camp, and we ride from there. Yep. I like bastard sword and shield. It does work very well. Especially because you can whip it onto a fighter or a paladin and start smashing people out. If paladin could get shield as a favored weapon, oh, that'd be amazing. Red stacks up overall and having been something over a few days. Yep. It doesn't punish you for not spacing out every single battle thing, so you always have a new battle to win. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. That's cool. See, there you go. Even still, problem solved. Like, I get it's like if you don't engage the system or you lose a lot, then you, like, lose morale. But it's like, but I'm always winning because I'm the best. Oh, the new Diablo 4 season comes out on July 20th. I think I probably will play a little bit of the new Diablo 4 season. Get a character to like level 70 and then quit like most people. Yeah, it should be fun. I don't know what I'm going to play though. I don't really want to play Necromancer again because I already did it. So I might play Sorcerer. Sorcerer. Sorcerer seems fun. I've never been a Barbarian sort of player. There's also technically Rogue and Druid. So Rogue also seems cool. I'm not sure which one I want. Weapon? Not a shield. Not even shield the Scorpion? Mm-hmm. Oh no! Someone died! Who died? Barbaziku was slain by Edian Nightforge? Oh my gosh, somebody died in the quest where you get your Nightforge Avenger Blade? That sucks. Hate to see it. Actually, I'm gonna get my hireling because I want to make sure I have somebody who can give me a mass death ward. Which also reminds me, I'm level 29, so I can get the level 32 guys that have better death wards.
This is where the Kopu use their magic to teleport the island to different planes.
Yeah, Batman.
It's time to find the temple.
I learned about that from an internet historian video about consumer marketing. Because there was a was it like Durex or some other condom company was like, we're gonna do a they had this condom campaign where you could like, it was basically like Uber but for condoms, where somebody would show up discreetly and deliver them directly to your house, and they're gonna roll out the service in a different city and be like, oh, we're gonna see, and have people vote online. And of all the cities that were voted for, Batman won the vote because it was an online vote in the year 2013, and people are children. We could vote for any city in the world, and people typed in Batman. Hey, what's up, Wrath? How are you doing today? How are you now? Well, you're doing well. I am currently fighting Chief Turalian. Is that a guy in World of Warcraft? Oh my god, he knocked me down when I was hitting him with my Orchid Blossom. Ooh! Okay, get this out of here and we're all set. forgot about the gear set that I put together for this character, so I'm gonna have to take a time in a little bit later today to make an alternative, or to make the gear set that I was thinking of before for this build. So I had a gear set. I just can't remember what it was. I lost a lot of the details. They like fled on my mind. Oh right, I need the orb. Isle of Dread. I think it was like Isle of Dread plus some other stuff.
You hear the sound of water dripping in the distance in this otherwise empty passage.
I don't know if I'm going to fully gear out this character, but I have ideas. What class am I playing? This is Dark Hunter. What? Okay. I'm playing Dark Hunter. This is my solo guided caster ranger Dark Hunter playthrough, where I have been playing this character since level 1 by myself on Hardcore League, and showing you how to play, even if you have a character that's kind of bad and not good, how to level through the entire game and be successful. It's been my goal here. Morning, more tired than when I went to sleep. Slept over 7 hours, so still so tired now, and it's evening. Yeah, I slept for 20 hours. So yesterday, I mentioned this before, but I gave blood yesterday, which is a good thing. You should do it if you have time. Giving blood is good. Anyway, so I gave blood yesterday, and then I was feeling kind of tired when I got home, so I was gonna stream, but before I turned on the live stream, I like went to lie down real quick, just to like, just like lie down for a minute, couple minutes. And so I was just feeling kind of sleepy. I was like, oh, maybe I'll try to take a nap. But I'm very bad at naps. I'm more of a sleeper. Anyway, yes, turns out I am definitely more of a sleeper because I went down for a nap and slept for 8-ish hours, and then ended up. It was like nighttime at that point. It was already like 9 o'clock. I was like, well, I guess I'm not doing that. So then I was up for like a little bit, and then I went back to bed and slept again, and then I got up at 1 o'clock. So I slept for like 20 hours. Which is probably unhealthy, but I feel great now, so I don't know what happened. You don't stream Mondays? I do sometimes. Monday's just it's a hard day, man. It's a hard day. Who likes Mondays? You know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be as tired as I was, because I felt kind of great. Usually I feel like drained after getting my, like, pun intended, I feel like drained after getting your blood taken, where you're like, feel tired. I literally left the blood clinic feeling great. I felt fantastic. I was like, oh, cool. Like, nothing had even happened. Oh, WTF? I don't know. Maybe you need some rogue energy to help you out there. Speaking of rogue energy, later today, I'm going to be continuing Baldur's Gate 2 and the Adventures of Peter Piepega. Do you like the Adventures of Peter Piepega? You should, because you'll be able to see more of them later today. Get him out of here. Because you play them from 2 a.m.? Well, yeah, because I do it in the evening time. People watch my content during the day. It is what it is. I gotta do DDO first. That's what I've learned. If you stream more than one game in a day or a single stream, I gotta start with the main thing, start with Dungeons and Dragons Online, and then stream something else after that. So do like a 6-4 breakdown or something like that. Unrelated, I invited some people to play Pokemon Go. I invited a friend of mine like a year ago, and she started playing through my referral code. Anyway, I didn't realize that you actually got something for the referral code. I was looking through like my friends list, and I found out I could scroll down on her like profile, and underneath there was all these crazy rewards. And I was like, whoa, whoa. So if anyone wants to start playing Pokemon Go, and needs a referral code, hit me up. I'm the guy. Because then I get free stuff. You get a little bit. You get a couple things that are okay. It's mostly that I get a bunch of stuff, but I'll take it. Remember most of it is so long ago? Yeah. And the VODs are all there. So I haven't skipped a single VOD. You've got everything you need. And it's in its own playlist. Isn't that cool? So you can just like go click the playlist in the VODs channel. ! VODs for the VODs channel. And then you can go ahead and check it out. And get access to all the VODs. And everything you might have missed. You don't have to worry about missing a single second of the game. in my house just flickered. Weird, because it's literally sunny outside. So, oh, who knows? We might be on the verge of a brownout. Be very annoying. It's been very hot here, so a lot of people are cranking the AC. And so the city put out a thing basically being like, hey guys, we know it's really hot. Please don't crank the AC. Have your AC on, but make it a little bit warmer, you know? Put it to like 25. So it's not as cold. You know. So that's we've got ours set up to 25. So it gets warmer in here. But it's not like the 40 degrees it is outside. What's temperature outside right now? 38, I think. So it's like around 100 degrees American. So it's warm outside. So they're like, yeah, just don't crank. Just don't crank it. Single second. Totally lost. Ah, rip. Electricity pole nearby. Maybe. Ah, the crest is over here. I didn't even need to come down this way. What a fool I was. Yeah, so far, Baldur's Gate 2 is a very good game, and I'm enjoying it significantly more than I enjoyed Baldur's Gate 1. The character developments are much more interesting, the places to go are much more interesting, so... Yeah. I'm not going to do this section. There is actually a secret door back there that leads to a bunch of locked doors, which then lead to a bunch of treasure, or like a treasure chest. The problem with it is that my character's lockpicking skill is very bad, and so I need my action boost to be able to get through most of the doors, so I'm not going to deal with that. I will get dexterity into this build somehow, just not yet. Not today. You're going to have any for the whole of May and June? Really? How'd you have no mosquitoes? We had big time mosquitoes over here. Tell you what. I tell you what. We had lots of them mesquites. God, the overrun. Let me make sure I don't have too much charisma damage. We need it all in June. That sucks. Also, Riley was slain by cunning gelatinous cube at 10. Damn, you hate it when people die to gelatinous cubes. I like the idea of a gelatinous cube being described as cunning. It's literally a brainless monster that eats people. Just a big slime. Ooh, wisdom 14. Not terrible. The dread. Lake type probably has evasion. It probably does have evasion straight up. Oozes with evasion is very annoying. Okay, we got... I'm actually checking these lists because I can use some of these items, and if I can, I will use them. None of these are very good for me, so I'm just going to take the heart seeds. Corrosive of nothing. Taking that. Like, if I find a wisdom 15, I'll probably take one of these, but outside of that, I think most of these items are just going to become heart seeds. Or something like this. If I got illusion and Insightful Illusion there, that would be kind of sick. Illusion 6 and Insightful Illusion 3 would save me a lot of time on my build. Alrighty. Liturgic Orb, something. Evasive, nothing. Wisdom for NPCs, it's only from chess? I got mine from an NPC. That's how I got mine. Yep. It was very nice. Very convenient. Plus 15 stats for level 32. Ooh, look at that, right there. Dex 15, Feather Falling. Blue Socket. Not even that bad. If it had an extra stat. Ooh, that'd be good. See, it does happen. Also, apparently I can use these items. These are only level 30. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want to take a second and quickly edit the guide and put out my item set for this. Or put together my item set. Because I want my item set. Dark Hunter Caster, do not play. There we go. Because I have ideas for the item set. And I want to make sure everything fits together. And also that I just remember it. This doesn't, in the evening doesn't bode well with mosquitoes invasion taking place. Do you guys not have screens? Because a screen should stop your mosquito issue. Okay. So this is the build. Okay, so we want to go new, and this is going to be called the real gear. Sometime never got around to it. Yeah, you got to head down to Home Depot and get one of them screens. Just measure out the window, go crack it out. You guys have Home Depot over there? I don't know. You probably have some like actual local hardware store that's you have a name of it. But the point still stands. Go to your local hardware store and get that shit done. Okay, so the items we're using today are Flame Cleansed Fury. So you need Hallowed Trail, Castigators, and Blessed Vestments. Then we need to go to Curse, the Isle of Dread Curse set. So for the Curse set, you want to have an artifact. So you would always use a ring. So you use Dino Bone Ring. Say ring 2, that's fine. There's going to be a orb, which is going to be another piece. So then you need 2 more pieces of Isle of Dread. So you can use Isle of Dread gloves, not the birch lures, not the cummerbund, Admiral Illusion Focus. This is an interesting item. It's not even that bad. Just kind of weird. It's got the will save on it. I'd rather have the other one. Where's the other glove? Green Pine, these ones, because they give natural armor, shield, and fortitude save, all of which your build desperately needs. So you can equip those. And then you grab a trinket for sure. So you just grab like Blue Raptor Feather because it's got sheltering, resistance, good luck. It's really good. So equip that to trinket slot, which leaves me with 1 item missing for Isle of Dread set. So probably the necklace. So you grab necklace here. And Devotion, Radiance, Nullification, Sea, and Earth, which is Combustion, Impulse, Corrosion. So you want to use that for sure. So we have this. So you have, and then use the orb. So the reason why you want the orb is Jim's having so much fun jumping in the pool of dead bodies he has piled up over time. I don't know what that means. Bombard the screen and break it. They won't do that. They won't do that. So we grab the Powder Packed Barrel, which is the 5th piece. Now you have the 5-piece Isle of Dread set. Now the reason why you want the Powder Packed Barrel is because it gives kinetic and combustion, which is good. We also have healing and light. And then we have the Insightful, Impulse, and Corrosion, which is also our combustion, which are both things that you need. So it's all feeling pretty good. And then you can go Snow. Grab the Crown of Snow here. Grab Snow, the Deep Snow Boots, which is pretty good. You want to grab Shattered Onyx. You put Wisdom on here. You grab the Dino Bone Ring, which you can grab a Wisdom on as well, for sure. Green Pine can easily take a Constitution edition right there, because it's craftable. Pendant of the Earth has a Fang. I have 2 Fang slots, so I can take Force Spell Critical. You can go here and grab Fire Spell Critical or Light. Both are good. Probably grab Light here. The Dinosaur Bone Ring. You have a Fang. You can grab Fire as well. So there we go. We have all 3 of these. Wait, what else can you get on this? Amp? I already have Amp. So that's good. And then the Claw set. It has... I already have the magic resistance rating and physical resistance rating. I could go for Spell Pen, but you don't need Spell Pen on anything in here. So you might as well just go ahead and grab Force Crit and then grab Sacred DC. So you have... you actually don't need Profane Spell Focus Mastery. You just need an Insightful Wisdom, but that's still fine. It's okay at the end of the day. 2-piece Winter plus Isle of Dread plus Flame Cleanse Fury. And then that leaves you with needing the goggles. So you need Goggles of Dusk, because that gives you wisdom. So now you have con, insightful con, quality con, wisdom, insightful wisdom, quality wisdom. And then you can dinosaur bone up a weapon. Doesn't matter what weapon it is, you just dinosaur bone it. And you have an entire free belt, and I don't know what to do with it. So just go dino. So just grab any dinosaur bone, anything. Create a club, sure. Probably go with 10% spell cost, which is fine. Melt Fang is good. Go with Wisdom. So that is Ice Claw, Wisdom. Actually, instead of Shadow Scale, because I don't have Acid spell power, I'd probably just take all spell powers just in case. And then, do you need Flamehorn? Honestly, probably not. Because your character doesn't hit that much against magic resistance rating because of all the force damage. So you'd probably go with something else. If anything, I'd probably go with like Ice Horn or Shadow Horn or Spark Horn. Probably Spark Horn for the vulnerability stacking. Because you can actually use that. And it leaves you with a free belt entirely. And I'm just double checking stats. I have Sheltering and Insightful Sheltering. I have Dodge. I have All Con and Wisdom. I have Quality DCs, Profane DCs, and Sacred DCs, and Artifact DCs. I'll turn to belt and have wrist slot. I can't because I need this for the set bonus. That's not an option. I mean, yeah, I could get another winter piece if I wanted. So I get either the Dire Bear or the Dire Wolf belt. Neither of these give me stats, but it would just give me the extra healing amp. Or just slap in an entire belt. Just like straight up just use a belt. What belt do you use? I don't know. Seaweed Woven belt. It's got potency, spell save, spell resistance. It's not bad. Admiral's Cummerbund. Belt of Whirling Blades. I'm not gonna lie, there's not a lot of great belts that you would actually end up using on this character. I really don't like any of these belts. Pyrefang's Collar, it's got the Profane, Runesicle belt, gives spell saves and quality fortitude save. Snakeskin belt gives Insightful Dex, which is not terrible. Oh, where's that Dex belt? The Braided Cut Cord, which has Dex, quality Dex, and quality Dodge, is not terrible. You have quality Wiz? Yeah, you do. Bronze Dragon Scale. Bronze Dragon Scale. That's okay. It does have Life Sealed, so an Insightful False Life 24, so that's like a couple stats, I guess. Is there a Vitality belt? There's a few. There's Chain of Manacles, which gives Fortification, so it would give Vitality 44. Fighter Sash is also Vitality 44. Belt of the Ronan's 45. All these kind of suck. Second Waist. I already have all the stats on it, so that doesn't do anything. It's already got every stat. Yeah, the alternative is get rid of the ring and then use a ring instead. So use a Dinosaur Bone belt. So Dino Bone craft the belt with what I had on the belt instead, or on the ring. So go Wisdom. Because there's no good belts here, and I'm sure I could find a good ring. What did I have on this? I don't even remember. This is Fire Force Sacred. Okay. Check. So we go Dino Bone Belt, Wisdom, Fire Force Sacred. Yeah, there we go. And then instead, you got a ring slot. Fish Riles. No, I already have that. Flame and Frost. I have all those stats. Earth and Sky. Again, have these stats. Alanis. I don't have dodge or reflex saves, but I don't care. Have those stats. Risia, I don't cast cold things. Lamania, I have all those stats. Doler, don't need those stats. Although this is 94 hit points. This is me. I'm building my own one. This is just 94 hit points. Which is pretty good. I already have America, so I don't need that. Just double checking other things. That's a lot. Damn, man. Oh, Catra's Razor Wit. Cherished Wedding Ring. Insightful Learning Skills, Devotion, False Life. Yeah, this is a good one. I like that. Yeah. And you just throw like a Sapphire of Dodge 12 in there. And then you get a +2 Sapphire of Armored Agility 2. There we go. So then the character's got 1,300 hit points, which is not amazing, but you get an extra 90 something, which is pretty good. I would take it. And then defensively, the MRR kind of sucks, but I don't have a shield on, so not a lot I can do about that. 161 PRR, it's not crazy. Dodge is 12. It is what it is. I got some healing amp, which feels okay. But you get to pick up the extra hit points, which seems good. Respect for Caster Ranger. I'm just looking at the build that I would use for it. It's my item set for Caster Ranger. But then you've got, like I said, all the wisdom you can pick up, all the constitution you pick up. God, those stats are brutal. Yeah. Oh, the wisdom. Makes me sad. Also, wisdom casters are really annoying to gear out, because even if you go to the raid filigrees, the double wisdom is like celerity and vigilance, which just sucks, and it's the only one to get double, which just makes everything sad. So you'd want to use like... Also, there's no autos wisdom either. Is there an Eye of the Beholder wisdom? Yeah, there's Eye of the Beholder wisdom at the very least. You do like Eye of the Beholder wisdom, Eye of the Beholder like spell power, Eye of the Beholder MRR, and then you go autos. That's not even an option. All of this just sucks. You go like Constitution. Grab here. Autos, Constitution. Autos, MRR. Autos, spell power, something like that. And then probably just fill up with like random filigrees. Grab like the crit one probably. So like Elemental Avatar and go Wisdom, Elemental Avatar. Elemental Avatar, Wisdom. Elemental Avatar. Fire spell power. Elemental Avatar. Constitution. You know what? Honestly, probably just go like Elemental Avatar, Constitution. Something like that. Something like this. That's probably what it would set up. So you got, because you have all the different damage that you do, so it gives you the universal spell critical chance, and then you got all the DCs here. I got double wisdom, and then just use any wisdom filigree. Wisdom. Nice tools? No. Next fall doesn't have, it does have wisdom. Here you go. Next fall wisdom. Beautiful. Look at that. Then I got my DCs, so I can go DC, and I can see that my abilities are not on here. That's unfortunate. Wait, really? It doesn't calculate the DCs for these abilities? Huh. I thought it would. Anyway, that's kind of the idea there. Oh, fun. So that is good. So that's probably what I'm going to use. So now I can keep this. I can keep this in tow. Like I said, it gives me all the spell powers I can conceivably need. I think the only other exception here is you need a colorless augment, a diamond of spell sight, which is pretty good. Get a diamond of spell sight 20, and then we should be good. We have release notes for tomorrow. There's a patch tomorrow? Question mark? Is there? The worlds will be down tomorrow for a patch. Here are the release notes. The in-game browser window has been updated to a newer version. Is that the new store? Is the new store coming out tomorrow? Or is it talking about the in-game browser window, like the one you could use to browse websites in-game? For those of you that don't know, there actually was an in-game browser that lets you browse websites inside DDO, which was a weird thing. There you go. Perfect. Beautiful. And now we have the beauty of Caster Ranger. Magic Breakdown, 2,700 mana, which is not a lot. Spell powers, ay. I wish they were higher, but it is what it is. Yeah, so nothing amazing here. I mean, you go for the Force, almost just barely cracking 1,000. Critical chance, again, Force is at 51. Nothing amazing, but, you know, you do what you can. Got some Fire as well, 45. Light, 44. So the spells you need are, like, they're all right. Anyway, that's the idea here. And now I can just keep this off to the side, so I can farm out the gear, should I desire to do that. Do I desire to do that? No. Wants me to make the new store work? Yeah, the new store is coming. Oh, level 32 just got destroyed by the Forge Wraith. Oriri. Oh, no. That sucks. You hate to see it. Well, hopefully they had all their goals and they got everything they wanted, but ouch. That one just hurts. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hold that thought. Get some water. It's hot outside. Fools. I'm going to show you something. What are we arguing about? Did you guys see the video of the cat? I put the cat on screen. I didn't actually check to make sure that was working. Let's see if I can. That should work. Yeah, it does. The cat's over there. You can see. Yeah, it works. Oh, you actually should get double. You should get double things. Look at the cat. I think it's because I was really far away. I think that's what caused it. I wish my hand was less shaky and more stable. No, come back. No. Anyway. Yeah, I think it's because the Wi-Fi is just so far away. Which makes it more complicated.
That's a great cat right there. Probably takes a pet like no problem, cat clap.
That's true. Yep, it does. She is good at being pet. Okay, so time to revamp Primal Avatar and Fatesinger together because I'm changing out both of these things. I'm getting rid of the Primal or the Fatesinger mantle, and I'm gonna be replacing it with the new mantle I'm gonna be using in the new tree. So we're gonna be using Exalted Angel and Fatesinger instead. So same thing here, except instead of taking this mantle, I'm not taking this mantle. So I can pick up Sonic Spell Power, which I don't need anymore. Threat Reduction, which doesn't seem terrible. And then I'm going to pick up the Illusion DCs that my character desperately needs. We're all set. And then Exalted Angel, we're using the Exalted Angel Mantle here. So that's actually how this character is going to be going. Anything that gives Spell Power is good, so we're going to get minus Spell Threat and Spell Power. Angelic Body gives immunity to poisons and diseases. That sounds really good. Magic Resistance Rating, love that. Angelic Charge is very good. I like having this Cure. It's very, very powerful, so I have an extra Cure. Holy Presence is good. Saving Grace, no fail, will saves on a 1. Love that. Evocation DCs, because we need Evocation DCs for the Tier 5. Angelic Soul, very good. Extra Spell Power, very good. Reduced cost of Metamagics is not really as important, so I'm going to get the Amp first. Then I'm going to get the Reduced cost of Metamagics, because I'm already here. The only thing that I cast that would cost anything with Metamagics is Spike Growth. So reducing the cost of Spike Growth, I guess, is good. I have no idea. Alternatively, I could take some of the turning stuff, but I don't particularly feel like doing that. Alternatively, I could also take the Elemental Resistances, which is also pretty good, which I think is probably what I will end up taking. Grab this, and then we get Holy Fireball. Now, later on, I'll also be taking Enhanced Focus here, and then Blessed Water. I should have enough points remaining. Oh, I'm 1 point short. Wow. So I have to cut 1 point somewhere. But if I can take Blessed Water as well, then I can get the 15 PRR and Armor Class from having Fount of Life, which is quite good, as well as having the plus to spell DCs. So now we have the new mantle, which is Angelic Form, which means it's going to be passively healing all of the time, myself and people that are around me. I now have Mass Cure. The Mass Cure is affected by all of my Metamagic feats, which are active all of the time, so I have all of them on the side here. So I can Mass Cure myself and other people for 900, which is pretty good, on top of the fact that I have Closed Wounds, so I have double curing potential. And we have Holy Fireball for damage. Now, Holy Fireball is really good. I can use this every few seconds. It costs 40 spell points, but it does a reasonable amount of damage. The hardest part about this is getting the saving throw high enough. It has a saving throw, but it's not displaying on here. So I actually don't know if Holy Fireball has a save, because usually things have saves that display. Like 62. But it doesn't have a save on it. Does it have no save? I have no idea what that means. Also, Devilish Pumpkins, I don't know what you mean by that. You've written that 4 times now. I do not know what you mean by that. Now I passively heal myself and other people around me. How cool is that? Plus, it also gives plus 10 magic resistance rating. This thing gives me 16 magic resistance rating just for being in the tree. Wow. Healing, Ooh. Well, that's what it says, but it doesn't have a DC on it, so I don't know. I have to go test this out. I need a monster. Eye of the Dread. It says it has a DC. It says a successful reflex save reduces the damage by half, but it doesn't have a DC on it. If no, people don't make their save against it, then that's super good for this. So let's see. Because if that's the case, then I don't even need the evocation DCs, and I can skip that entirely. And just put them into something else in the tree here. What would I put it into? I don't know. Alright, hey, dinosaurs. Woo. Didn't seem to have a save. Damn, that's a lot of damage. Like, even these abilities have saves, but... Huh. I don't think this has a save. Cool! That makes this ability even better than I was hoping. Which is very good. So now my Holy Fireball is even better than I thought. Now I just need spell power to make it work, which means I also don't need the spell DCs, which is nice. So I can shift that around into something else. I'm not going to reset the tree right now, because I'm not going to get too much benefit out of anywhere else, but right now I'm currently rolling with 500 fire and 500 light, which I'm going to increase when I get some more items that give me more spell powers. Ooh, ha, 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 ha. I need to level up first. I need more experience points. So I guess I'll go run Feywild. Do I actually need any items out of Feywild? Yeah, I need a couple. So I'll just go run the entirety of Feywild and see how it goes. Also, I forgot my water in the other room, so I have to go get the water in the other room. Be right back. I need the water because it's hot. Cool. So now I have a bunch of high damage abilities. So we'll see how it goes. And we're going to see if we can run the entirety of Feywild. I don't really want to run Feywild on Epic Elite. I mean, I kind of do, I kind of don't. I'm like going back and forth on it. I think it would be good if I did. Also, there's no hireling vendor in the Feywild, right? That you succeed on this build, we get most of the abilities nerfs and fixed? Yeah, you think so. And run an R7? True, I could just run an R7. Also, there's a vendor here. Nice, he's right over there. Hello. So I can now get Albereth Wayland, who has Mass Death Ward. Now, why do I want that? Because he just is better than Garrett the Sainted. Beautiful. And hydrate, you got it. TOE nodes. You guys are farming Temple of Elemental Evil now? The health on this guy. Yeah, he's got 2,100 hit points. He's got double my health. I'm jealous, dude. If only he gave me all the elemental resistances, that'd be very convenient.
Then you realize that Lord Arden is missing, and so are the flower and the loot you need for the ritual.
Alright.
Melody begins speaking in a familiar voice.
Oh, I don't have this ability anymore. And they're all dead. Nice. What is after this? Chicken wing? Chicken wing? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Speaking of chicken wings, I haven't had wings in a while, just because I haven't really gone out that much. And there's a place, I got some like frozen wings for Canada today, because I was like, I just didn't have a lot of time. Tried them out. They were pretty good. They were like this Nashville hot chicken sauce stuff. It was not as good as the real thing, but it was pretty good for what it was. Hot dog and bologna. I don't know what you're talking about. I may be a little old. Yeah, maybe a lot old. That's the point. Okay, so wait. Oh. I can just kind of run around and kill everything. It seems to work. Seems like it's gonna work. Chicken and macaroni? What are you guys talking about? Is this some secret language that I don't know? The meme your kids know? That also sounds about right, yeah. This stream is... I 100%. I'm old. I'm 31. And I also don't have TikTok. So, which is important. Some people have TikTok because they can be responsible with it. I can't. I found it was too much of a time vampire, where when I had it on my phone, I would like lose hours to TikTok. So I had to get rid of it. YouTube Shorts. I also don't really look at YouTube Shorts as well. The problem is they're like... It's the manipulative nature of YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and all those short-form content. It's unreasonably effective at maintaining your attention. And so a lot of companies are branching into YouTube Shorts and other stuff because, again, they're the short-form piece of content. It's successful because it demands so little of your time, so it can be so consumable. It's the reason why it's easier to eat, like... It's really easy to eat a huge bucket of popcorn chicken from KFC than it is to eat a whole bucket of like whole chicken pieces because you don't realize how much you're eating with the smaller individual pieces. You're just going one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. But it's not one at a time. You're eating like hundreds before you even know it. You've already watched like 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hours of video. Short form content is very, very good for user retention. And so I don't engage with it too much. And I also don't really make it. Though admittedly, the reason I don't really make short form content is because, you know, I just don't really like it. But yeah, very, very good for retention. Ow, she did 600 damage? That was unexpected. Good thing I didn't do this on Epic Elite. Yes, this spell definitely has no saving throw on it. Don't ban you? Why would I ban you? For calling me old? People call me old all the time. An old man. Also, yeah, YouTube Shorts stuck on desktop. It's all designed for like using your phone, and I don't spend too much time on my phone. Correct. You can't change the volume on YouTube Shorts. Same thing with Instagram videos. You can't change the volume at all. Didn't even either. It's like so many loonies and toonies. Yeah, that's a reference to the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Microsoft. Reviews in 15 seconds? Yeah. Your build is rubbish. Next. Yeah, it was today. I saw a thing that, like, Bobby Kotick, CEO of Activision Blizzard, is, like, you know, projected to make, like, $400 million, something around there, from the purchase. So I was like, wow, I didn't make $400 million today. But you know that Bobby, he really deserves it. You know, beloved by the players of Blizzard games and Activision games. Everybody loves Bobby, so yep. They turn out. If I had to guess, it's basically all the Activision Blizzard products on are going to be showing up on Game Pass. Diablo 4 showing up on Game Pass would be huge. World of Warcraft showing up on Game Pass, also huge. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they, if after the acquisition, Activision Blizzard was working on to get a console client so you can play World of Warcraft on your Xbox. I would not be surprised if that was the thing. DDO coming to Game Pass? No, because DDO is owned by Daybreak, which is a subsidiary of EG7, which is a very, very different company. I mean, it's not that different. It's still a, you know, multi-million-dollar huge company, but I don't think EG7 is like their game portfolio has a B in it. I think it's an M. Bethesda and Blizzard are in the same company. It just works. There we go. Just get Todd Howard to fix up, you know, World of Warcraft. Fast talk won't fool us. I didn't try to fool you. Buddy. Murder. It'll be back when it first came out. Yeah, but this time it'll be an actual official port. So because I put 1 point in the perform skill, it allows me to complete this skill check. This is why I always put 1 point in perform. If you have a perform tome, you can also always complete this. You can strike through on a staff? I believe... Yes, it can. You can quivering palm strike through all you want. You can also use void strike to strike through and kill people, because it has no save either. Hello, questions, how fare you? Quest. Okay, hello, I found an apple, here you go. And yeah. It just works, man. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Apparently there's still like a couple holdups like in the UK with the merger, but everything else seems fine. Let's say dozens. Bam, I'm a puzzle genius. Yeah, Stunning Fist should be able to work with a quarterstaff, which some of you might think that's kind of strange, but you can actually Stunning Fist in pen and paper while your hands are occupied, because Monk Unarmed Combat allows you to attack while your hands are full, because you can use other parts of your body, like your forearms, your knees, and what have you, to continue to do things. So Stunning Fist in pen and paper can be used while you have your hands full. But in DDO, that is not the case. Here's a modding kit. Community gets that shit on lockdown. Also true, yeah. But a lot of Bethesda games don't, or like, have Bethesda games in recent years released with modding kits? Yeah, I got the tokens. Because there was a toolkit, the tool set for Elder Scrolls 3 and 4. But did they put out tools for like Fallout 4 and stuff? I don't know. I can tumble, baby. Let's go. The games had mods. Yeah, but those came. A lot of them came with like built-in toolkits. Over the workshop. I'm talking about like not like there's support for it, but they give you the tools to do it. I know 3 and 4 you got the tool sets, so they literally gave you the tools that they used to build the game with the actual like game itself. That's just what I was asking about. Did you make today? I don't want to answer that question, because then some of you would get too jealous.
You may step forward in safety to speak. You are faced with an unavoidable battle with the Eladrin. You have chosen to stay your blows and spare their lives.
I'm gonna be honest. This character is working out well. This is unreasonably effective. So this is going very well. Going million? Yeah, I wish. Your PP hurt? No, that's just the general state of things. Ooh. Alright, so I think we're good. Talk to the Viscount. We're all set. Yeah, this is like unreasonably effective. The passive healing is nice. The AoE healing is nice. These are non-crits. So I can crit for even more if I wanted to. Look at the healing, dude. I don't even have the endgame healing gear yet. Or the set bonus or anything. Oh, I forgot I can get more search if I use Find Traps. I can put on my searching stuff, so I have all the extra stats. And my search is 80, and then I can go Find Traps. Boom, an extra 5 points. Wow, dude. Yo, what's up, Hendrik? How you doing? If you round up to the nearest trillion, then yes, I did make, in fact, $1 trillion. If you're rounding up to the nearest trillion. True. Is it you? Not you. Not you. You flashed. Both of these flash. It has to be this one. The way you tell is you wait for them to flash. So they'll like flicker blue if they are the fake ones. So you see how that one was blue. And also it should say something at 75% health. The number of people who like kill them entirely down to 0 is kind of shocking to me. Because there's several people that will like kill a fake. I'm like, whoa. But there's tells. There's signs, man. There's things you can see. There's things you can know. Yeah, the gearing on this character is actually not too bad. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting it set up. Am I going to fully gear this character? Maybe. Like, if it's your first time going through, for sure. But when I'm talking about, like, it takes a long time, I'm talking about we're doing it on R10, where it actually takes a little bit of time to kill her. And watching people chunk down, like, 3/4 of the way through, so it's only got 25% health left on a fake, is I'm like, huh? Why? What? Maybe indicators, Baldur's Gate for later. Oh, Twitch DM? Oh, man, Twitch DMs are the worst DMs. Because they don't pop up on my thing. They don't give you, like, a little notification or a bing, or, like, they don't change the color of the website.
The party here is in full swing, and Cascading Springs Cottage is clearly the worse for wear for it.
If you've ever sent me a Twitch DM and I didn't respond to your Twitch DM, I'm so sorry. It's Twitch's fault. Yeah. It's even worse than the new Discord DMs, where what'll happen is you'll have your unverified DMs, so you just see this, like, number, and if I don't look at it all the time, you won't see that there's, like, a whole list of people. That also being said, like, I'm a huge antisocial loser, so the idea of not interacting with people is pretty rad. I wonder, I think this build is actually better than the one that I gave Cruiser, because I actually played through it and got the feeling for it, and I think Holy Fireball just kind of, like, gets the job done better than the Double Ruin build. I think the Double Ruin's probably better for, like, single target damage for, like, Reapers, but I think this one just ends up doing more in general. Yeah, I already got Peter Pipega's voice back in Baldur's Gate 2, which is exciting. Peter Pipega's voice. I'll attend to it in a trice. There is one voice line, and I don't know where it is, because I couldn't find it. I went searching for it after I finished the stream last time. And it's for, it's the voice line for when there's too many things in your inventory and you can't pick anything up. So I have to find that. I also gotta find the voice file for Get Me Out of This Hellhole. And I'll probably end up swapping out I'll attend to it in a trice for the Get Me Out of This Hellhole as the one of the sub notifications. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Watch Hyper Encabulator? No, I spaced out. Apologies. Is there a way to make the unavailable feats hidden when you level up on default? I don't know. That sounds like that should be a feature. So that might be a feature in the game. Grab this. Perfect seeds. Now the character's starting to feel pretty good. But remember, and this is one of the things I think I explained to a lot of people when people were arguing when I was talking about how, like, the character didn't feel very good. They might be like, damn, Shuntom, it actually does feel pretty good. You don't feel even better than this? Just playing as an actual caster with actual DCs and an actual tree. It would feel better than doing what I'm doing. You can do exactly what I'm doing, just on a spellcaster instead of this. Let me replace the sign. Let me tell this guy, hey, by the way, bud, I'm gonna murder you. And he's like, what? You're gonna murder me? Yep. Nothing you can do about it.
It's a simple task to remove the sign. The satyrs are still distracted by the recent fire. You definitely replace the cottage sign with the sign.
Downside is these guys tend to resist a lot of elemental damage, which is annoying. Dude, I need some crits. I don't need anything out of this chest. I want one item out of... I need the actually, I need 2 Feywild items in total. The boots and the helmet. So maybe I'll get one of them. James, they did the best hunt on the voice actor here and just couldn't find her. Apparently she just disappeared. I mean, also, some people, like, their lives will change. They'll go through other things. Some people die. Some people change their name. It honestly could be somebody disappeared in terms of, like, public record, but maybe they just literally got married. And they left the voice acting field? I don't know. Still working well. Figured I'd knock out an Alky Life. Yep, I ran it doing R10s yesterday. Or on Saturday. So I'll be putting out a video for it Thursday. Thursday you'll get a video about the Vile Master of Flowers. The revamped Vile Master of Flowers. Yep. Well, apparently, nobody at SSG has the original voice actor, like the guy who was like the first dungeon master. Apparently, they just don't have his contact info. What's my UMD now? 39. Not bad. Maybe in contract? Yeah, they just might not have all that information.
To your surprise, spindly legs rise from the dirt, and the windmill lurches forward.
Nope. Come here. Come on. This way. Okay. Make sure we body block this bad boy. Okay, run over here. That's true. You can check it out on the VOD channel directly. Good call. Okay, that should work on its own. Beautiful. Now we run the windmill over here. Come on, windmill. Beautiful. That should work. And it spawns. And dead. I love doing this quest fast. Guess what? What?
The magic that brought it to life seems to have left it. I wish you had.
I don't know why I'm trying to run out of this quest.
The old knight says.
Players to find the original DM voice if we'd find him.
You came to my
Well, yeah, but then you'd have like a lot of people trying to bother this person. The reason why you don't want to do that is you don't want to like ruin someone's life
She continues.
or like get in the way of something.
Speak with me if you'd like to help a little further. Somehow
Crowdsourcing a search campaign is always a bad idea. Always. Well, not always a bad idea, but like if it's not an emergency, it's probably a bad idea. You know, like the police will put out a warrant for somebody and be like, warrant for somebody's arrest. And so you like read it and you're like, okay, cool. This person did a bunch of crime and we got to stop them or something. That's one thing. But like somebody, like a pedestrian, just like, hey, does anybody know if this person's here? Then you're going to have a bunch of people searching and going through records and trying to find people and sifting through all sorts of information and unearthing a bunch of stuff that some people might not want to be found out. Bit of fun and easy job offer. Yeah, but you wouldn't get people calling you about a fun and easy job offer. You'd get random strangers you don't know telling you all sorts of things and having your personal information.
The temperature plummets, then snow covers the ground. Whatever.
If you get reached out to by like a large corporation that you previously worked for or doing something, then that makes sense. But instead, if they go, hey, do a public search and try to find information, and they just give it out to the public and say, hey guys, can you find the person that did this? Then you're going to get emails from random strangers you don't know about lots of stuff, and then you're going to have people digging through your information. Oh, I can't find this person, but I can find their husband's phone number or their wife's phone number. Let's call that person and see if they have information. Because if it's for a business, some businesses might have some amount of tact when they approach these situations, but random people on the internet might have less tact when they try to approach these subjects and situations.
In one of the many holdings of the Prince of Frost.
I don't have faith that the Beehive would be capable of properly broaching those types of subjects. Yeah. You would get the information. You would definitely find that person, but then they're like, at what cost?
Bitterspine Palace, home of one of the Prince of Frost's vassals. You proceed with caution.
Yeah, or you get the wrong information. You'd have like hundreds of people that are not the right person getting bothered for no reason.
Reputation is known throughout the Feywild. The Prince of Frost stands before
So that would also happen. You'd have a whole bunch of people who are unrelated getting random phone calls and being bothered. Or emails or whatever it is.
stands empty.
Back of my head looks like a pine cone. How very rude.
As the archfey
Temp skill check.
puts a finger
Persuasion.
Why have you disturbed me with your presence, If I may, my prince, says the Baroness.
You,
A connection
yeah, it gave Todd Howard your money after holding out for over a decade. Did you finally buy Skyrim?
I have granted them an audience with me. I assure you, they will not disturb the ball.
You can't see the back of my head, so I assumed you weren't talking about me. Unless you're like out there outside. It's a popular video game. A lot of people really like it. Not only because the game can be fun and fun to explore, but also there's like an infinite quantity of mods because people like it. And you can get mods to mod all sorts of things. You can get mods to change up, you know, to add new spells and features, especially some of the things you miss. If you're somebody like me who loves spell crafting, you get mods that can do that. You get mods that rebalance some of the spells or make things more interesting, that can add extra content to the game. You can have all sorts of stuff. And of course, you can do what most people do, is you can get mods so all of the people in your game have Big Booba, which is also another mod that people will get. A lot of those. Which is like probably 80% of the top mods are like cosmetic mods. 4K horse anus mods. Yep.
Tells you that the frosted cerise flower can be found in the center of the Aurora Garden, but warns you not to let the true nature of your visit become gossip fodder for the other guests. You step out into the snowy garden.
Dark Souls in Skyrim. Yeah, I'd rather play Dark Souls in Dark Souls.
Along with a flower that emanates
And we wait. I did see that there's an Elden Ring co-op mod, which actually looks kind of cool. So you can play you can actually just play Elden Ring with other people.
The newly sprouted flower glows blindingly for a moment, and unexpectedly, a shockwave rocks the palace. You notice a bizarre painting depicting the Wintertide Ballroom.
Morrowind in Skyrim looks really good. Yep, Skywind looks good. More Oblivion, also very, very good. Would recommend. Favorite color Gatorade? Blue Gatorade, probably. Blue or yellow? I like yellow Gatorade as well. Probably blue. But if I had to, you know, if you gave me the pick out of the whole Gatorade package, I'd probably pick the blue one. I don't drink enough Gatorade to know all the flavors, if I'm being honest. As somebody who's not an athlete who sits in their house and plays video games all day, the only time I really drink Gatorade is when I'm hungover. At which point any of the colors work. I had a bad blue drink? Yeah, that's because it's blue raspberry, which is just raspberry with extra sugar.
Lord Beryl was last seen slinking off to the kitchen in search of a fresh bottle of wine. Then he shoos you out of his crowd of adoring nobles. Lord Beryl says that Dame Allegra has gone to explore the Prince of Frost's quarters.
Yeah. I will say, it is interesting that Skyrim plays very well in first person, but Elder Scrolls Online does not. Farming gear, do you need a hand? No, I'm not farming gear. I'm farming XP. I'm getting to level 32, so I can finish off this series. I did make a gear set, which I might farm later, but I'm currently not doing that. I'm soloing to 32, so then I can stop playing solo. It's solo playthrough. I have to get to 32 solo. That's how it works. I'm almost there. I only have 6 more ranks. Again, you're at the point where you can just open up the menu, and there's going to be other people in your level range doing something. Obviously not right now, but I could open up a group and people would join me.
She bids you to follow her there, so she can help you search for clues about the culprit.
But I am not.
Frost giant snores on the floor of this chamber. Clearly, he didn't think anyone would dare to intrude in the Prince of Frost's private quarters.
Break this, get the journal, and we're all set. Gotta move my moments to spare. Yep.
Even in such a bare room.
Request once you hit level 32. I don't think I'm going to kill my character right away, but like, I don't know, maybe. Maybe I will just whip my character into the wood chipper. I tricked into trying Barbarian Tank. It is pretty cool. You hit the stand up for 30 minutes? Oh my god. If I gear out this character, I'd give it a shot. And then promptly die. Alright. Oh, I got the Nocturne ring. That's cool.
The Frost giant bursts into the room, along with a squad of red-capped guards. The Frost giant collapses onto the floor with a heavy thud.
Now I'm standing up. Look at that. Standing desk. Now I can be more animated. So we're all set. Yeah, Barbarian Tank is super duper strong. The downside of Barbarian Tank is it's just not so much passive, but like it's definitely a different playstyle. But having 10,000 hit points is very cool. Gotta love 10,000 hit points. No ceiling pipes.
He lets out a low chuckle.
How did you like my
Yeah, I don't think this quest is dangerous, but yeah. Get a camera crew and everything? Nah, it's just attached to my standing desk.
Piling up that gloomy prince always entertains my master here.
Yeah, I still want to get the green screen set up. I need to actually get the screen for this green screen. Die, Cadence. There we go, she's gone. The damage from the Fate Arc Illusion stuff is so abysmal compared to everything else that I do. Like, damn, Holy Fireball feels amazing. Everything else feels amazing, but then I use my little boop for like 1,000. Alright, got him. Flower. We're all set. Imagine if you could do something to have the pull down green screen so you can have it go up and down as needed. I could do that. I'd have to get it set up and mounted to the ceiling. Although I'd rather probably not get it mounted to the ceiling, and I'd rather do the other way around. Just get something that goes up instead of down. Just get something on like a stand. I'm just like too lazy to build something like that. You can also buy it, but then buying... Oh my god, I pulled the Deep Snow Boots! One item down, baby. Let's go. Sick. What are the odds? The answer is 16%. I actually pulled 2 items out of that quest.
The Prince of Frost glowers down at you.
So the odds of that happening are quite low. Sick. I just need a speed augment. If I get a movement speed augment, I can throw it in there. I could just buy a movement speed augment. Why not? I got time. Speed. No, not horses. Topaz of striding 30. Does it have a green slot? Yeah, it does. Striding 30.
And a trio of portals.
One button. Cool. Right. Right. Striding 30. And problem solved. Sick. That's an increase in power right there. The power of the standing desk. Yeah, that's what got me, is the standing desk.
The Prince of Frost's favorite venues.
Sick. Now I don't have Featherfall anymore, but who cares? I got Fortitude saves, I got Freedom of Movement, Insightful Quality Con. What are the odds? Heal? Actually, don't know what's the highest. So my heal is 71, my spot is 78, and my spellcraft is 70. Man, this character is skillful.
The amphitheater can now return to regular use. That takes care of one favor for the prince.
And then I just need to get like a key lock ring or something so I can throw into this build.
The tramp of approaching boots echoes through the
But I don't have
then
one.
a vicious voice calls out.
The ones who bring me the Matriarch tag gets an extra.
Yeah, money solves.
The hunter
God damn, that's cool. That is very unexpected. So I'm happy that I got that.
condition to fly.
Getting an actual piece of gear that I actually needed. The only other item I needed of Feywild is the Crown of Snow, and if I pull the Crown of Snow, then I don't even need to farm Feywild, which would be crazy.
Brutish Fomorians. I'm in no shape to do anything about it.
What are the odds?
Please, I beg of you.
We'll see who's playing a game, brother. Can I diplomacize this guy? Where's the bluff? Does it give bluff? No, it gives me perform. Okay. Diplomacy. Sorry, I misspoke. Diplomacy. Hey, I did it. I'm so social.
Then gives a single nod. He begins heading towards where he last knew his brother to be.
I'm just gonna go blow everybody up. Right, I don't have feather falling anymore. I gotta remember that. And then the reason why I have Albreath here is just in case something bad happens. I don't want anything bad to happen. Like there's the I-beam in case I get like double cursed or something. Oh, destroyed! Eat a bunch of damage, idiot. How do you like damage for breakfast, huh? If you could make a save against the Fomorian curse, it'd be less annoying. But because it's no save, it's very frustrating and stupid. Thank you for removing my curse, friendly friend. I'd curse word? If only. Too bad I don't need it. I mean, good thing I don't need it. And now I can save these gnomes. Actually, I think I can save everybody. Can't I? Oh yeah, because I'm like a rogue guy or whatever. Oh, I'm a rogue! I can save all the gnomes. I can do every optional in this entire quest. JK, I'm not going to, but I can. I physically could. But I won't, because there's no reason to. There's no named items, there's no special things. I don't need any Feywild artifacts. I guess I could go for like a Feytwisted chest, but like, eh. But I will save the gnomes. Be a real hero. UMD? No, open lock? Oh shit. Can I save the gnomes? Hold the phone. Open lock. 3. I can like just barely save the gnomes. I save them on a 2, which is good. And save the gnome, and save the gnome, and save the gnome, and save the gnome. Bam, I did it. I didn't save this guy. Shit. Do you need XP? Yeah. Oh, I like that their collars stay here. I never noticed that. I didn't notice the collars go. Oh, they probably just make the gnomes invisible. So all the gnomes are still standing here. They just make the bodies turn invisible. They don't actually get rid of the characters. That's amazing. And then the collars are an addition on top of the frame, so they just stays there. Oh, that's really funny. Kind of love it. I also need a topaz of illusory power, but I'm just gonna get that out of my bank because I already have like 5.
Inside the base held by the rebel bandits.
You're not supposed to notice that? Yeah, it's supposed to be all behind the curtain, huh? Okay. Hey, what's up, bud? Gotcha. Okay, so we're looking for runes. So if the rune is here, that means it has to be on the door in front of where it is. The runes, I learned this at some point where it's always on the basically on the opposite side +1. So because it's here, specifically like right in this spot, then it has to be all the way right in front of the front door, which makes it easier to figure out. So it's always like the opposite side, shifted by 1. So I don't even need to guess, it's just going to be here. I'm just going to walk in. And oh my god, is that the rune? So it makes it nice and easy and fast to figure out where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to do. Oh, destroyed. I don't have Dimension Door, unfortunately. I technically do have a scroll, so I can scroll Dimension Door, but I don't really want to do that. Be silent? I don't cast spells. Sucker! The idea of silencing me to stop me. You can't stop me! I'm immune to silence. Immune! Ha ha ha! Because the only spell I cast, I guess 2 spells. I cast Neutralize Poison to make myself immune to poisons, and Spike Growth. That's it. Everything else is all spell-like abilities, so I don't even care about silence. Your silence means nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, Float, you did a what song 34 minutes ago? I didn't notice. So apologies for that. I can tell you that at least right now, I'm going to listen to Crawling in the Dark by the band Hoobastank. Classic move. We doubled the spell's cost of mana. Wouldn't have that big of an impact because of spell cost reduction. Because you'd still wind up with similar spell cost to what you have right now.
Ahead lies Bitter Spine Palace, home to the Baron and Baroness.
If you wanted to like balance out spellcasters, again, the issue with spellcasters is they have good AoE and good burst, which makes them useless in raid content, but very, very good for the entire leveling process. The solution to the problem is make it so that they have a split of single target and AoE spells, so the AoE spells can do much less damage, and they can have single target spells that do way more damage. That will solve the issue of spellcasters feeling super duper mega overpowered. Because if you look at spells, like I said, just look at the top classes, Sorcerer, Alchemist, and Druid. Alchemist and Druid don't have single target spells. So all of their best spells that do the highest amount of damage are AoE. If you reduce the damage of those spells to make them worse for the single target, or it's like to be like, oh, it's just making so their AoE spells aren't one-shotting packs, then you kill their viability in all places. So what they need to do is just reduce the damage of AoE spells and add new single target spells across the board. So you can actually still fight bosses, but it doesn't feel like a pack gets instantly nuked by a spellcaster, and there's no consequences. But that also involves adding like 100 spells to DDO, and the developers probably don't want to do that. So
He's known you were there all along.
You might as well come in.
He grumbles as he opens the
make a target cap on AoE, but that's not going to change the situation. A lot of times, like even if it's like 5 targets, it's still going to be most packs. It's not going to be too bad. Destroyed. Oh, did I not put on my Fear Heroism? I didn't. But I wanted it. Bye. I said, this character feels pretty good now with Holy Fireball and Orchid Blossom together. Which reduces alert? No, that wouldn't solve the problem. Your damage decreases the further away from the eye of the spell. They could do that. It's not a bad idea. I don't think they have the tech for it, but they could. Their damage or at least increase it. Yeah, I mean, maximum cast level is an issue in and of itself for like a whole lot of reasons. But yeah, all of the big spells from most classes are area of effect because they're 9th level spells. They should be area of effect because they're based off of pen and paper, and pen and paper doesn't have high damage single target spells because that's not the fantasy of being a big spellcaster is having a big single target spell. The fantasy of being a more powerful wizard is you get spells like Earthquake and Meteor Swarm because you're literally bringing down the heavens. You're raining death upon people. That's like, you have the power. Having a big, high damage single target spell is like kind of counterintuitive to the class fantasy of like a powerful wizard in pen and paper. The higher level you get, the more bigger and more fanciful your spells get, which is the reason why there aren't a lot of high level single target spells in pen and paper. Now in 3.5, there's a few. You have stuff like Power Word Kill, which is you look at someone and you utter their name and they die. You know, so there's stuff like that. Which is actually in DDO, and it's a spell no one ever uses. Because it turns out killing one target with no save is not good enough. So yeah. Understand the glory and power of the FU in particular spell? But yeah, so that's kind of the main issue. Also, there is very little content designed for the high levels of Dungeons & Dragons anyway, because most people don't get there. Most pen and paper campaigns are not going to be getting to level 20, or level 19, or whatever, or level 17, where you get those spell levels. That's just not something that happens very often in pen and paper D&D. So, like, there also isn't a ton of design around in that space, because who's going to be getting there? Who's even going to be using these abilities?
I was able to make off with the pages. And leave those druids. No, the one.
CD is far too long? Yep. Now, with cooldown reduction, you can actually make some reasonable use out of it. You know, thinking about how useful it would be if you had the cooldown reduction from Maximum Overdrive from the new Artificer Epic Destiny on top of, you know, getting the like 30% cooldown reduction you can pick up in other sources. Oh, my character's hit level 40? Of course. No, I was speaking of everyone except for you, Vecna Unleashed. Trust me. I was speaking of everyone else. I would not dare tarnish your name. Your namesake. Oh! I don't want to get tripped. Eee. Let's get out of here. Targeted and number of targeted shit where it just spreads out the damage. Yeah, they could do that. Yeah, and then you also you have to trade out Power Word Kill for like one of the other level 9 spells. It's like, Power Word Kill or Mass Hold? Well, Mass Hold in all cases. Power Word Kill or, you know, Wail the Banshee. Well, Wail the Banshee's like Power Word Kill, but it hits 6 targets. Power Word Kill or Meteor Swarm? Well, Meteor Swarm's pretty good. Acid Well? Iceberg. Thunderstroke? Just competing with too many other things.
You wish to transform the entire Feywild.
Oh, I wish to restore the Feywild. Return it to what it was before the elaborate middle cons and palaces.
So yeah, it's hard to kind of make that. If they could have it divide out the amount of damage based on the number of targets, that would be interesting. I wouldn't hate that. Not a bad idea.
Nature, yes.
But again, they have this idea where single target spells do double the damage of AoE spells, which is very, very good. And then they just don't have a lot of single target spells. Watch a YouTube video, YouTube where you mentioned your 5e campaign with the cleric, the weapon, plus N, and his evil spell slot. Such a good item, very clever. Yeah, you say very clever now, except the guy is plus 22 to hit because I'm stupid. He hit one of my monsters and he rolled and he's like, okay, 41 to hit. I'm like, yeah, you hit my guy. He's got friggin' 20 armor class. Go for it. Because they're level 18, so he's got a 9th level spell, so he's plus 9 to hit and damage. It's a cool sounding item, but it's definitely too good. Now the upside is that he's a cleric and he's a spellcaster. So in that context, even with a plus 9 weapon, he's still not the most dangerous person in the party because he is a Domain of Life cleric, so he doesn't do nearly as much damage as everyone else, and he only gets 1 attack. So, like, you know, unlike the fighter who gets like 4, or the ranger who has like 50 different damage modifiers on all the attacks. So it's not overpowered in the context of my game, but if somebody had it, if somebody physically had one, if that was a real item in D&D, that would be definitely too good. If somebody had one in D&D. But also, it's careful. You have to be careful too, because if he wants to keep that, he has to hold on to the higher level spells. If he casts a 9th level spell, because obviously there's a lot of good 9th level spells, then it becomes weaker. So it is sort of balanced in the sense that, like, the character class who is a inherent spellcaster has to not cast the spells that make their character good, for the weapon to be better. And so it definitely has the trade-off element, because it's only of the spells that you have that are available. So it's not just like, oh, you can cast level 9 spell, so it's a level 9 item. No, if you cast your one level 9 spell for the day, then you're becoming a level 8, plus 8 weapon, then a plus 6, and a plus whatever. Yeah. But it does mean that if he attacks something, he basically just hits it. Ooh, Lotus Mill. Which is kind of interesting. Let me load it up. Roll 20. The specifics of the item. Some of you guys might be curious about it. I have a lot of really cool items in my D&D campaign. Because I'm really cool and I'm a genius, and I have a lot of genius ideas. Or I have no sense of balance. So I just make whatever I think is cool. And it works out very well. Magic items. Limited weapons. Warhammer of Righteous Justice. So yeah, the magic bonus is weapon equal to highest level spell you cast. If you can cast spells, you gain +2 to your spell casting stat. So because he can cast spells and he's a cleric, he gets +2 wisdom. And stand tall. You can use your reaction to prevent any single shove action, assuming you can remain standing, which means that if you get shoved back by a dragon because it's like picking you up with its like mouth and throwing you into the air, then it wouldn't work. But if just a guy tries to shove you over, you get you use your action to prevent a shove action. Somebody's just trying to shove you, but you have to be able to stay on the ground. Last level spell you cast. That would probably make it more balanced for pen and paper.
Yet some form of corruption has gripped its roots, slowly twisting and
Do you have an AK-47? I do not.
ancient sentinel of the forest.
Big spider and the bear trap idea. He loved it. Wait, big spider and bear trap? Hold on, I don't remember this idea. What was it? Jog my memory, please. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is the problem: is I, as dungeon or not dungeon master, as a streamer, I say a lot of things, and then I forget almost everything I say. I'm surprised anybody listens to me about anything. Straight up. 9 reap points. You can feel death creeping closer, especially to the group you're in disbanded. Oh, do you also need Reaper XP on the hardcore league? Because Kentos was saying he needed Reaper XP too. So we can probably do some Reapers in a bit if you guys want. Not doing a whole lot. Just kind of like leveling on this. Trapped animal bear trap. Let's save it. But if it was a big spider? Oh, true. Yeah. Yep. Nope. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
A second barrier blocks the path down. You expect there are more orbs powering.
Yeah. My campaign, I started it with a false understanding as to how 5th edition was fully balanced. And then I was like, meh, I'm going to make my own game. So the numbers are not like perfect. And if somebody were to come to my game and with the expectation of what 5th edition should feel like in terms of some of the numbers, they'd be like, what the fork? But it's okay, because in my campaign, my players are level 18. And they feel pretty good, because they just fought some of the Inspired. Now, they're on the Island of Forgotten Dreams, which is based off of Dungeons & Dragons Online. Now, in Dungeons & Dragons Online, there are the Inspired Casters, the Inspired Sorcerers, the Inspired Cultist Wizards, the Inspired War Priests. All of these have spells. However, they have DDO spells. What are these spells? A lot of, like, Mass Hold Monster and other things. Very powerful spells. So, they went so well in the first fight, but that's also because they killed the Sorcerer before it really got to do anything. The next room has 2 Sorcerers. The Sorcerers have the spell Meteor Swarm. Meteor Swarm, in pen and paper, does 20 d6s of fire and 20 d6s of bludgeoning. I have 2 Sorcerers. How are they going to survive 80 d6s of damage? I have no idea. But I'm excited to find out. They used all their counter spells in the first fight.
With the final orb in the northern root tunnels destroyed.
The guy that has counterspell counterspelled 3 spells, ran out of spell slots, and now can't cast counterspell anymore.
With the orbs gone. The second barrier
Anti-magic shell?
is in
Hope they think of that.
with an audible crackle.
But if they cast anti-magic shell, then they lose all their magic.
The root tunnel lurches suddenly.
I'm not saying they can't overcome it. I'm not a bad person. I make the encounters challenging. But as I said, the benefit of being able to, the benefit of, not putting the balance correct, in the sense that my players have all sorts of cool items, then means that I have to compensate by putting all sorts of cool fights. And then I get to use all the cool monsters and stuff. Meteor Swarm. As you said, Meteor Swarming your players is a bold move. It is a bold move. I'm so excited to do it. I have no idea. Also, before their adventure is over, they're going to have to encounter like 7 sorcerers in total. I have 7 Meteor Swarms on the way. What's that? Call up NASA? Turns out the meteors are coming down, baby. I gotta call up NASA. I gotta report a meteor shower. 100 d6s of damage. It's not even the fact that the melees are immune to pretty much everything mind affecting because they're controlled by the core eye. Stop running away from me, you jerk. I'm trying to hit you with damage. It's gonna be a good time, man. All right, almost done with the Feywild. Takes an hour to cast. You can clearly see it coming down. No, it's instantaneous. And the best part is you get 4 meteors. Each cast gives you 4 meteors, and each meteor does the same damage. The difference is, and you can cast it from up to a mile away. The difference with Meteor Swarm is that you can't, when you cast it, you aren't allowed to do damage with the same meteor twice on the same person. So I wanted to hit him with that, but I can't. Great taste. TPK? I don't think so. I think they're fine. I came pretty close to killing the cleric, though, which I've never done before, which is kind of cool. How would you have made if my name was Bobby Kotick, CEO of Activision Blizzard, that was purchased by Microsoft? That's how that would have been how I would have planned to make $400 million. That's how I would have done that. I didn't do that, unfortunately. There was somebody else named Bobby Kotick who did that. That happened. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? They'll probably be fine. The fighter is 400 hit points, so he'll live. I think. Everybody else, I have no idea. But everybody has at least some tool to get like resistance to fire damage. You know, they can maneuver, they can do all sorts of stuff. I had a DM counterspell or revivify. Oh, that's awesome. I don't like giving my monsters counterspell. So the way that I do it is if my players counterspell all of my spells, so my creatures can't do their cool thing, then I start having my monsters cast counterspell. But if my players don't counterspell everything, like if they use counterspell like every once in a while to get something, it's not a big deal. But if somebody uses all of their spell slots to counterspell every single thing that I can do on my monsters, I'm like, you know what? I can do that too, and I have way more monsters and spell slots than you have. Counterspell, counterspell, counterspell. I don't want to do that, obviously, but, you know.
She makes a gesture, and a
I
door
roll for the spells that they cast?
a
Me? Oh, the spellcasters, basically, I have,
Surely this is
the way I do it is I play the characters, I play the monsters,
crafted a magic
except for their targeting
a needle
and their morale. So they all have morale checks. So whenever they start to die, I make morale checks with them to see if, you know, what they want to do, because they're like intelligent creatures. They can do whatever they want. And then I don't make the targeting too smart, but the decisions that the characters make, I kind of go with it. You know, take care of devilish pumpkins. So like, I'll just be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have you go here and you go here and you go here and you go here and you do this. But then it's like, okay, who are you holding? Roll, you're being held. Roll, you're getting attacked by this. Roll, this guy's attacking you. Roll, this guy's doing this. So it's like 50-50. Like, I decide what the monsters do in total, but the way in which they go about doing it is decided by the dice. You hate it? It's okay. You'll have time. Novices of the Arcane, Sorcery, and Astral? Who's this? The monsters know what they're doing, ready to use tactics? Who's this? Oh, this just tells you what the monsters are supposed to do? I have no idea what this is. How monsters would you actually use their tactics? Oh, well, the trick is when I read the monsters in the monster manual, I kind of read their combat tactics and kind of go along with that usually. So, like, for example, if it's like wolves or whatever, they're pack creatures, so they would all go after like the same creature because they're trying to like stay together, right? Damn it, she's already gone. All the MMM modules? Cool. That's kind of neato. Did she heal above her maximum hit point value? Was that right? I damaged her and her health did not go down. Dude, her health is above her maximum. What? She's still at full. And hitting her doesn't even damage her health bar. Well, that's an interesting bug. Like, I've always hated this quest because it just straight up sucks in its entirety. There's no redeeming qualities about this quest. But, like, that's a bunch of bullshit, dude. It's just annoying. Like I said, this is one of the worst quests, in my opinion, in Dungeons & Dragons Online. There are very few quests that are as bad as this quest. This whole chase sucks. The swamp sucks. I just don't like it at all. Because the monster, because she heals up between each step of the battle, it feels like she's cheating. But when she heals above her maximum hit points, then it's not even like she feels like she's cheating. The game is literally cheating. She's getting too much health back. It feels very unsatisfying. Exactly. It's a really interesting idea for a quest where you have to chase somebody through a swamp. It just feels very unsatisfying. Monsters just arbitrarily getting health back is very annoying to me. If you want monsters to have a limit on how much damage they can take, put a hit counter. Make it so that they can only, instead of having health, so the health stays at capped, put a shield on them, and the shield goes down after X amount of hits, and when it runs to 0, they go do something else. And they have like a certain number of stages to the shield. It's cosmetically, it's the same mechanic, but it looks way better, because you don't feel like you're just, like the monster gets all their health back. Bank and does missing gear a thing? You can misplace things. You can also accidentally sell things if they're not locked. I've misplaced stuff. By misplaced, I mean accidentally sold lots of things over my DDO career. But generally, items don't just like disappear on their own. Mm-hmm. Oh. Over here. Did you lose a full sentient weapon? Yes. I had a Staff of Shadow that had a full sentient jewel in it that I accidentally sold at some point and then didn't realize it, and then it was just gone. Yeah. We've all done that, haven't we? Haven't you guys sold a sentient weapon that was full? Wait, what did you accidentally destroy on Destiny? Was it like a fully leveled weapon? Oh, I gotta talk to the guy. See you end the quest. God roll artifice chest? Ooh, that hurts. Yeah, I don't have any of the artifice gear. I will say that is definitely like a hard part of also following builds in Destiny 2, is you'll see people with recommending build guides, and they'll all be recommending you use artifice gear. Like, oh, I suck though. Where's the, like, shitty recommendation for gear? You know? Don't have my 28 discipline, 28 recovery, 2 in every other stat, artifice chess piece. I'm very sorry. Don't need artificer gear? No, I'm not saying you do. It's just annoying because then you have to figure it out yourself. And I'm like, what's the point of a guide if I have to figure out the information myself? Now, also, I'm aware that here I am saying this about others, when then people could say the same thing about me and go, yeah, but StreamTom, you've recommended gear sets that happen to include a bunch of raid gear with no alternative. What am I supposed to do? Isn't that a little hypocritical? No, dummy. It's a lot hypocritical, okay? It is very hypocritical for me to be upset about that. But that being said, you know, try my best. I try to upload gear sets that have no raid gear, because farming at raid gear is like one of the worst experiences in DDO. Raids are really cool. Actually getting gear from raids is just tragic. I don't know if there's any game that does raid gear worse than Dungeons & Dragons Online. I think it's probably the worst game I've ever played in terms of raid gear. Like, that's awesome. What is 3BC? Yep. Like, artifice class items the best because they're all the same? Yep. Yeah, class items are pretty good. Do they have the thing where your loadout will hold... I haven't logged into this season yet to play through the story. I'm going to at some point. But do they have the thing yet where when you swap a different loadout, it swaps out the artifact? Or do you still have to reset your artifact all the time? WoW? No way. Gearing is so much easier in World of Warcraft. Maybe classic WoW, but like in modern World of Warcraft, gearing is way easier. Have to reset? Damn. Okay. Like, it's free. It doesn't cost anything. It's just time-consuming. I would hate that I'd be like, okay, I'm going to go play Void, then I'm going to go play Solar, then I'm going to go play Strand. You got to reset your artifact each time. You can take out points one by one. Okay, that's not as bad. That's not as bad. Also, it wasn't like game breaking. It was more just like click,
Received.
click, 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 click. We go through everything.
As you open the chest, a unicorn leaps out.
Can you stop? You. Damn. Stop. Dear. God damn it. Ugh.
The deer falls. Something stirs.
Oh,
And then
please come back to me. Please. Why are you so far away, monster? Okay, we're good. Okay, good. Oh, the Ravenous Reveler is the worst one. I've had the Raven actually go through the entire quest and have to chase it down through the whole thing.
the egg doesn't move.
Not having to do that? Very nice. That's done well. For sure. Ancient World of Warcraft had bad loot designs.
See the glint of
Totally.
something that
You know,
looks like
where,
a small
you know,
moon
only a few people actually get loot from the entire raid, and the weapons,
just as you
you know, you'd have like one item that was obviously best in slot from the whole thing, and it was impossible to get 100%, totally, absolutely. But in like modern World of Warcraft raiding, when you do raids, you get the loot, and a lot of the loot is very interchangeable, where it's just a stat derivation, like the breakdowns of the stats, as opposed to the actual like individual unique effects. And so, like, if you don't get the, you know, the weapon from the raid, you can just use the other weapon from the other raid, because the damage is like comparable. It's just one has a higher item level than the other. It's not this, the World of Warcraft doesn't have the same puzzle piece sort of gearing that DDO does. There are some exceptions to that. You know, you have your trinkets and your set pieces. But outside of that, you know, it's not quite as puzzle piece.
The little dragon disappeared.
Yeah,
through the
exactly.
portal, taking your
We're doing
pride
worse than
with
DDO
you.
loot? No, because you actually got fucking equipment.
As you pursue
That is the
the
difference.
creature into the
You don't need, like, the Titan Forging is your character, you play the game and you actually get items. Dude, you can raid for 3 months and not pull a single item you need in DDO. Not even one. In WoW, at least you get the item. Maybe it's not Titan Forge, but at least you have it, and you can play a higher difficulty to get a higher item level. I guess true. You have to ask yourself, measure dissatisfaction. I don't know why I yelled. Sorry, I was just mad about, like, you have to measure the dissatisfaction between, like, what is more dissatisfying? Getting literally nothing, or getting an arbitrary gear upgrade, and or someone else in your group gets an arbitrary gear upgrade over top of where you had. And I would kind of choose the system where you can sometimes get arbitrary gear upgrades over not actually getting equipment in the video game. Also, it's been half an hour, so I'm going to sit down. I'm going to sit down, I said. Here, looks good. Or, there we go. But yeah, that's my personal opinion. I would rather get an item and then, you know, have someone else get a slightly better item than me through RNG than run skeletons in the closet looking for the Lindell's belt for 3 months and then never get it. And then just know you didn't get it. Like, there's nothing you can change. It's nothing you can do. It's just you didn't get it, and you got to keep running till eventually you get it. Yeah, there's no minimums in DDO, and yeah, exactly. So you can have full raids where not a single person gets any loot.
Getting literally nothing is in fact 100% worse than getting sort of random stuff. At least your random stuff might be useful to someone else.
Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. We're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for tuning in. And for the resub, 37 months. Damn! That's a long time. That is a long time. It's over 3 years. Wow. It's crazy. Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate it. Yeah, as I said, I would love it if they changed the loot drop rate in raids to be like 25% chance to get an item on normal, 50% chance to get an item on hard, and 100% chance to get an item on elite. So that way people at least see raid gear and can actually get some items from raids. And you might say, yeah, but Shrimp Tom, 100% chance to get an item on elite? Right now, there's no real incentive to do raids on elite, which is why most people don't. Most raid trains actually just do them on like hard mode because the speed just makes it always better to do it that way. So even though it's like more challenging or engaging with the content, like who really cares? The loot drop rate, yeah, it's double. You can go from 16% to 33%, but you're still not going to get what you want, and almost everybody gets the raid with runes anyway. I would be shocked to find out that, like, I bet the percentage of people who actually get gear from raid loot versus runes is very small in terms of what they actually need for their build. I'm very confident that pretty much every single person that if you need an item, you're getting it from runes, and you're not getting it from the raid, like from actually completing the raid. Completing the raid is like an arbitrary thing, because raids have like 30 items to them, and at a 16% drop chance. Again, if you do a raid on hard or even elite, there's a chance that not a single person in your raid gets any items, so you just don't see anything drop.
Distorted by the water comes from further down the corridor. It sounds like growling.
Which is why I never run Search Vorn on RK.
The light
Search Vorn.
illuminates a lever set into the
I did Search Vorn on Minstrel a little while ago. I did Red Minstrel. It was a good time. It was funny. I had tier 5 and tier 4 completions, but I didn't have any tier 3 completions, so I couldn't buy any of the bracelets. It was very annoying. And I had to buy a bracelet because I don't have any of the will bracelets. Because every time we do the raid Gwethrenost and I bring Red Mini, even though I'm doing tons of damage, I keep getting swapped in to do tank instead. Like wipe a few times in a boss, and then I just go tank it. And I'm like, man, when am I ever going to get the gear from my character? And the answer is I'm not. I'm just not going to get the gear from my character. It do be like that sometimes. Well, people can trade it to me, which is very nice. And some people have. God. If I got the necklace on my mini, if I got the red necklace, oh, baby, that'd be amazing. Because I currently have the healer necklace, the green one. If I got the red one, helmet. Oh, I did get a named item, just not the one that I wanted. Interesting. You start from the raid group, which is, I understand, is pretty rare, but you'd never see something like that in World of Warcraft. Well, yeah, but the things in World of Warcraft are dropped based on people's sets, right? So you can never get an item that is useless in World of Warcraft because items drop based on what people are in the group. Whereas in DDO, you can run Strahd and get the Gulthea staff, one of the worst items in the game. Tank because they think your captain is bad, or because you're a good tank? Good tank. I'm pretty reasonable at the keyboard and mouse, and so for consistency, I just end up tanking. Literally nothing for RK. I get a coin and an enhancement rune. Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was nothing in the loot table. Would you choose 5% quality HP or 5% double strike on a chonky staff monk? That depends on where your double strike is at. But generally, I would do the double strike. The Gulthea staff? The classic evil damage on hit, Animal Bane, Aberration Bane, Vampirism. It's arguably worse than the Night Mother's stuff. Night Mother's equipment, which is free. Well, it's not free, but it's easy to farm. The best brawler on the server? I wouldn't be. I think that is probably accurate. Maybe it might not. That might not be entirely accurate. There are some other people that have been getting there.
Welcome to Dustfall Overlook, a prime example of my vision for the Feywild,
But yeah.
as well as its past. See how the
Dragon Ledger draw 2 legendary bows and had 0 hunters. Very weird.
This Eladrin palace. Here we say goodbye to the seats of the Eladrin courts, to the home we have on our world. You seem impatient to start your journey.
It's also a little bit different in World of Warcraft too, because each boss only drops specific gear as well.
Soon, but first, I hope to
So like,
about what I
um,
achieve. Once you complete the lesson,
the best example is like if you in a WoW raid, each boss will drop different items. So if you need an item, you just need to be there for the specific boss that drops it.
Then disappears. Dust
There you
motes
go.
drift through the air, while cobwebs choke.
I guess in Staircase of the Table, nothing drops. Interesting.
Hissam's voice floats in the air.
Yeah, but you can always play other things in the Sarge of Vorn. Perfume.
I have provided
Mirror.
you with a feast for the senses. Once you and your fellows are ready, step up onto the table.
It's not just me, no. I'm pretty sure there is somebody else that is a better player than me that also plays Brawler. I just don't know him. Because I hear other people who are starting to learn Brawler are like, they have different ideas as to how to play it. I'm like, where these ideas have to come from somewhere, so there's got to be somebody else who's doing it. I'm not in the best guild on the server. I'm just in a raiding guild on the server. And we're like, not bad, but, you know, we're not like one of the people that's doing the highest difficulty stuff. And so, as a result, we have different approaches to the same types of content.
A new understanding of Hissam's ideals.
But you only have RK? I thought you had Guardian at Cap. Do you not have Guardian anymore?
Curious door glimmers into view. Even curiouser, it vanishes mere seconds after it appeared. You decide to keep your eye out for it as you complete Hissam's lesson.
Oh my god, it's a treasure. I leveled past the treasure.
Grove,
I was not paying attention. I leveled past the treasure.
unicorn stands in the grass.
So dumb. Well, looks like I'm not getting all 13.
Grove with obvious disdain. But she tells you about the deals she made with Hissam. That she and her herd may roam free in the remade Feywild, pillaging and ruling the land Hissam grants them as they see fit.
The Drow Ritual one already? True, I didn't get the Drow Ritual one. Didn't feel like going out and getting a hireling for it. Which is just, like, on me. Absolute laziness and nothing else. But also, you know what? I didn't feel like doing it, so I didn't do it. Can't make me.
Worthy follower knows how to be true. Hissam's voice drifts into your ear.
Okay, and now I gotta do this.
Now it's time for you to learn of my music.
Work in progress is actively leveling, but not 140 yet. Yeah, that makes sense.
Best them.
Yeah, I think I'm done leveling and getting new things ready for the... like, until the next expansion comes out. So I've got a blue and... so tank and DPS brawler. I have heal and DPS captain. And I have heal and DPS minstrel. All fully geared. The only exception is the minstrel, who is missing the sets from the new raid. But that's neither here nor there. I want the jewelry sets, man. For DPS is just so good. Because if I get the 3-piece set, you get an extra, I think it's like 56,000 tactical mastery, which means I can drop 2 tactical mastery essences for more crit essences. How does leveling work? You gain experience by doing quests, killing monsters, and going on a right wholesome adventure. So as you play the game, the areas will level as you go. Not like the XP or the monsters don't level with you, but each area has like a certain level. So you'll do like the quest level 10, you'll do level 10 quests, and they'll naturally flow into the 11s, which will naturally flow into the 12s, into the 13s, and what have you. And yeah, as you do the adventures, you gain experience points, and then as you gain experience points, your level increases. Like in most video games. What is in my eyes? Oh, it's the cat.
The gargoyle flinches.
It's the cat!
Time to send a musical blast from the field. Stone guardian splinters.
XP per kill. You do get experience points for every kill. It is the least efficient way to level, but you can level through experience alone. Questing is the best way to get experience. Yeah, it's very standard MMO leveling. Like, you could just kill monsters on the landscape, but, like, a quest is basically worth 50 monster kills. And so, if you go into a town and grab 8 quests, and then do all of the quests while killing monsters, and then you hand them all in, it's way more efficient to do that than it is to just raw kill monsters. But I guess if you wanted to, you could talk to no souls in the entire game. Never just have a single discussion with an NPC, and just fight monsters until the game is over. It would be very long. It would take you a very long time. It would be boring and exhausting, but you probably could get it done if you wanted.
Behind it, you notice a strange ring of mushrooms that has sprung up in the soil.
Yeah, monsters give experience points on kill as more of like a part of the experience. It's like one part of the equation, if that makes sense.
The one you used to enter this labyrinth. You found the exit. Now that you have the watchword, you're free to leave.
Okay, now we go here.
Sealed with a magic
Passionate.
incantation.
Nature / say passionate nature. You also get, yeah, you get experience every time you complete a crafting task, but it will take you like millions upon millions of crafting tasks. This is Feywild.
You step out onto the roof of Duskfall.
This is my favorite expansion.
Arena appears.
Congratulations are in order.
Fearsome says.
You've made it this far, but I have just one tiny lesson. All you see before you is an illusion. Mementos of what the Feywild is now. And what I so wish to destroy.
Two familiar figures shimmer into view. Illusory versions of Lord Arden and the Prince of Frost.
Hey man, guess what I just read? You read about the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Microsoft,
Friends of yours,
which is what my stream title is around.
Illusory Lord Arden falls to the ground.
I assume that's what we were talking about, but I don't know.
Turns to face you.
Ah, that hurts.
Fearsome Prince of
Fire spells. These guys take extra damage from fire, which I love. Wait for the prince. Kill these bad boys. Jack and beat Dresselhand slasher flick. I mean, that would be... somebody would watch that. I don't know who. Wave with their hand. What's Whole Foods?
shattering in a spray of ice.
What is that?
Snow. The gleaming walls of the room dim.
Whole Foods.
Fearsome whistles and applause.
Whole Foods is an American supermarket chain.
I
Oh,
hadn't imagined you'd be so ruthless.
okay. Yeah, cool. Sounds good.
Nor
That's kind of a surprise, but didn't Amazon already do that with the Amazon Go stores or whatever they had?
you betrayed.
Just give you all the foods. Oh! Oh!
You have earned your
I gotta step out Gear Heroes so I have to cast this goddamn spell.
Before you can leave.
Oh! Amazing. So happy about that. Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. And then Albreth is just murdering all the wildlife. Get them, buddy. Get them. Kick their asses. Get them.
I've simply
Cool.
lent.
I mean, it sounds like it's fun. They use that, like, the facial recognition software, so when you go into a place, they can, like, facial recognize you with the cameras that are around, so you just pick stuff up and then leave.
It'll be no trouble to bring them to you when they die.
So I remember there was Amazon Go, where those are stores they were advertising it. It's like, what if you could just go? Do they have any in Canada? Let's see. Apparently there's a Whole Foods at Lansdowne. Cool. Apparently they have one at Lansdowne. Downtown. The Mars Food Store. Well, they also have Whole Foods at Lansdowne Park. Amazon Fresh? I thought it was Amazon Go. But again, I don't know. We definitely don't have that. Up here in the frigid, frosty north. I really got to get a augment for my strength. That's what I need. Level 31, baby. We're almost there. Almost to 32. Oh, man. Now I can level up. Is the Martian or whatever the US calls it? Oh, because it's Mars. Yeah, that'd be funny. Okay, so embodiment of law. I was thinking of taking Fount of Life. I'd have to drain 1 point from somewhere, but then I would get the 15 extra physical resistance rating. I don't really care too much about the rest of these abilities. I'm going to go with Fount of Life. I think that's pretty good. You take Fount of Life, and then would be grabbing this ability up here for the extra physical and magical resistance rating. Or physical resistance rating. He's a DDO player. 2 months. So what do you recommend me to do with Caneth Essences? Right now, level 2 driver, hoping to reach 32. Caneth Essences are only used in Caneth Crafting. So I would recommend you start leveling up your Caneth Crafting. I have some old YouTube videos that talk about leveling up Caneth Crafting. I say old YouTube videos because they're not new. They're old videos. But they're not old as in they're out of date. They're just like old as in time-wise. They haven't touched Caneth Crafting in a long time other than adding some new recipes. News, I don't want to get banned. Why would you get banned? You're excited about a shop having better features wherever you go. That's very cool. I just don't have that shop in my country. So, or like, I guess there is one, but it's like, it's new and they probably aren't going to get that feature right away. So I just don't really care too much about it. But I have no problem with people being excited about stuff. Being excited about things is one of the best parts about being a living, breathing person. You get excited about some new feature and you're like, damn, check this out. You want to tell everybody. I don't super share the excitement, not because I just don't really care, but that, and also I don't go to stores either. Like, I very rarely go to the grocery store. The only grocery store I go to is there's like a local market that I go to. Outside of that, I just use delivery for everything because I don't like going to the grocery store. I just really don't like it. So I use grocery delivery, and it's very convenient. Saves me a lot of time. Frozen Ring of Featherfalling. Insightful Constitution 6 Featherfalling Cold Absorb Freezing Guard. Actually good. I'm not going to take it, but that's actually a very good item. Dwarf fights? Yeah, they are very annoying. The first half is like kind of weak, but still. I'm hearing millions of Discord bloops. What are we talking about? Oh, it's people talking in the Discord about their jobs or something. All right, cool. Whenever I hear like a lot of Discord bloops, I'm always nervous something is going on. Fortunately for me, people in Discord are very good, or at least in mine, are very good at like kind of moderating themselves, which is nice. Every once in a while, I have to step in and tell people to shut the hell up because you're in a Dungeons and Dragons. You're in a server talking about Dungeons and Dragons online. Go talk politics somewhere else. You want to argue with people on politics? Do it on another website. Thank you. Now get the hell out of my office. Why insightful and not just Constitution? Because that's what determines whether something stacks or not. So this item gives insightful and quality Constitution. This item gives Constitution. This says enhancement bonus to Constitution. So if I have a two things that just say plus like 11, I don't get 22, I get 11 because it's the same bonus, and the same bonus doesn't stack. So this is enhancement bonus to Constitution, so it doesn't stack with other things that say enhancement bonus. This item says insight bonus, so it says insightful bonus to Constitution. That's not the same as enhancement bonus, so therefore it stacks with the original one. So I go with 11 that I had on the other item with this plus 6. Quality Constitution is a different type of bonus. It's not enhancement, it's not insightful. Therefore, it stacks with those other two things. So with this item giving me 11, 6, and 3, I get 20 points of Constitution total. If you're new to Dungeons & Dragons Online and you didn't know that items, that things don't stack, now you know. But yeah, that'll trip you up for sure. If you're unaware of that. Damn it, I just went to Feywild specifically to get my saga, and I didn't get it. Let's go over here. There, Fables. Give me my reward, please. And I take the XP because I don't want anything else. Sounds good. Ready for Lord of the Rings? No, I don't play Magic the Gathering. You think I'm some type of total nerd over here, okay, dude? You think I'm a nerd who plays Magic cards? No, I just can't afford them. But yeah, I'm also not a Magic player. I'm sure probably people in chat did. But I did not. Okay, so I'm at 64. Ugh, that's so low. I'll solve some of these problems soon. I need an adventure to go do. I guess I'll go do the ones in Sharn. Sounds pretty good. These quests are not too bad, so I'll go do some of these. I'll go to Moorgrave. Play the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, yeah. I've said this before, but I might in the future do like a stream about that, like where I stream some like my first steps, baby's first steps into MTG. But maybe. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Ugh, I shall return. I'm back with snack. You need a break, relax. Stream tomorrow? I'm great. I don't need a break. I'm ready to go. Ready to go. Sorry. I got some messages I gotta reply to. You ever do that thing where you're like doing a thing and then you get a message and you're like, I gotta reply to this message and you gotta reply to it? Been there. Anyway, I grabbed myself a little snack. Now we're gonna play some DDO, baby. So here's your lesson. People ask me all the time, Shrimp Tom, how do I level up through epics? Shrimp Tom, what do I do? The answer is do basically every single quest in the entire game, and you'll be fine. That's pretty much it. Just do every single quest in the entire game. I need another item in my final gear set. That has a blue socket. So I can put this greater here with some augment into it. I don't know how to do that. I just need one more item. 13 is a blue socket, true. That's not in my gear set, but it is a fact.
The chapel appears undamaged, but an eerie silence blankets the air. Perhaps the Eye of Mebar is still...
I'm pretty sure Dino Bone's only like red and orange sockets.
Someone carefully removed the wall here, revealing a vault beyond.
This is not as helpful. Okay, we got all the ghouls. You gotta come in here to kill the ghouls, and they take a second to spawn. The number of times where I've just kind of like forgotten this whole section, come down here, and like forget to kill the ghouls.
Somewhere in the area. Perhaps you can learn more in the hamlet that is said to be nearby.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Hey.
Did you stay up late enough to specialize in Inquisition?
Nope. I just got to Skyhold. So I was walking around talking to people in Skyhold.
Many trees have been felled here.
I also read all the text in the game. Oh, warning. There's a mega storm outside. There's a thunderstorm warning. So I might lose power. So if I randomly disconnect from Twitch, it's probably me losing power. And if you need confirmation, I'll be in the Discord shit posting about it.
Crawl their way out of the ground. With the ambush defeated, the gates are no longer an option.
Undying Emerald is pretty good. Feather Falling is always good. There's the Augment of the Magi, which gives you 100 insightful spell points, which is pretty good.
Strewn around the town square are the
Yeah,
remains of a
reading literally everything.
the village.
Because I want to understand the story and the context of what's going on. So I'm reading everything. Gets no breaks, he's a slave to our amusement. So that's also something I think about all the time, is that in previous jobs that I've had, you know, you take like regular breaks when you're supposed to, but I find like being a streamer is like the most on that I like basically ever am. Because I'm pretty much on when I'm on camera, right? If I'm sitting here in front of you guys, I have like a requirement to be entertaining and to do stuff. Whereas like some of you guys are at work right now, or we're at work today when you were watching the stream. And during your workday, you were watching my stream. And sometimes you would stop working for like a minute to watch what I was doing and then go back to work. Because I feel like I can't really do that. This is not me saying I have a very hard job and it's super challenging and you guys should feel bad for me because of my very hard job. I play computer game all day, okay? So I'm not out here looking for pity votes. It's more so just a weird observation that like I'm on more of the time than I'm off. Or like way more of the time. Fuck. Freedom. Let's go. What is it? Shiny pink spell you cast is Flash of Light? Oh, that's Orchid Blossom.
The skeleton hisses.
It's a Grandmaster Flowers ability. It erroneously scales off of Force Spell Power, which is the only reason why it's even kind of viable. Because it uses Force Spell Power and Force Crit, which it's not supposed to, I can use it on this build. If they ever fix it, it will become 100% completely worthless. But they haven't fixed it yet, so it's not completely worthless yet.
As it collapses, the skeleton gasps.
Oh, I can hear the thunder, baby. Come on, Power. Stay on. We can do this. I believe.
Retrieve the Eye of Mabon.
So work when I'm also playing DDO and watching stream. Exactly.
The malefactor tries to use it for evil.
Time, Nezir-Rex. The first thing you need is time. The second is you need platinum and astral shards to buy a ship. Yes, you can buy them with DDO points that you can earn in-game. The ship that we have costs 4,000 astral shards. Which is that many DDO points. And that's not including everything, because you also need astral shards to buy several of the things on the ship, the amenities. The buffs, you only have so many slots on your ship for buffs. And the bigger ships have more slots. So if you don't have the biggest ship, you can't get all the buffs. Season as well. Yep. Like I said, the ability is good in context. But if they ever decide that they remove the spell power scaling from it because they want to fix it, then they have to like beef up the damage by like 10. You can swap the rooms. You can swap the rooms. But the problem with swapping the rooms is you have to do it, then swap half the rooms, and then go. And at that point, you might as well just like... If you're going to swap half your rooms around, like, it's just easier to get an invite to somebody else's ship. Yeah. Also, as your guild levels up, if you go to rewards, you'll notice that there actually are ships here. So, for example, you can get the Volant airship. If you get to level 150, you can get the Alcazar airship, which also has space for enough rooms. Which is fine.
Touching the Eye of Donvi.
Yeah, but that's, like I said, that's an extra, like, 10 minutes of my day I don't want to spend.
Is this a courtroom? A huge sphinx.
But you could do it.
Nods its head in greeting.
Do it because I messed up every time? Oh, no problem.
Welcome, stranger, says the sphinx. I am the guardian of the eye. A challenger for the eye must follow
Yep.
my rules.
Also remember that it's crowdfunded, so you can invite people to your guild and then ask them to crowdfund the pieces. Because you can deposit into the bank. The ship has like an airship and an astral shard and a platinum bank, which anybody in your guild can deposit into. Okay, so how do you do this quest? What you do is you run around and pick up evidence. And once you have 5 pieces of evidence, you're done. So there's another piece of evidence. And just check all the rooms and look for evidence. There's evidence there, there's evidence there. Also, evidence can't spawn in every room, so you only have to check the rooms with evidence. So over there, there's no evidence, so I have to check in that room. This room, there's evidence. There doesn't have to be, but there's also a key, which I need. So you get the key. Trick to the trial. I can show you some tricks to the trial. And then we go back here. There's a lever, and there's usually evidence in here. Let's find some evidence.
Quest received.
We got another piece of evidence. Perfect. One more. Then we come up here. And you can, there's only 4 pieces of evidence down here, so you always have to go upstairs. There's no way to complete the quest without going upstairs. There's more evidence upstairs. But you can get either anywhere from 2 to 4 pieces downstairs, depending on like what seed your dungeon got when you created it. Come in here. And then you pull these to unlock the next floor, which is good. Getting all the sagas and popping guild renown, very premium. Yes. Yeah, guild renown potions are way better than they look. They give you a lot of renown. You can, I believe if you have 6 people and you prep every saga in the entire game. Also, this quest has 2 gold keys that open different doors, which is fun. But if you, there it is. Crumpled letter, there's a piece of evidence, and we're good. And I'm done, now I go to court. If you have 6 people with every saga prepped in the game, and you also only have those 6 people in your guild, because there's a guild size bonus to the guild renown, I think you can get around level 140 if they all just pop every saga and go for it. Okay, so the trial. You have 3. You have corruption, entertain the jury. That's the longest one and the slowest one. Convince the jury with words. This is the easiest because it has the least amount of combat. And you have blackmail, which is just the combat trial. So bribery is generally the fastest. You just have to actually read some of the text. Here. And I've got my evidence. I don't have to interrogate witness. So then how do you talk to the jury? You just have to say things that aren't stupid. So like, that note sure is cryptic. That's bad news, don't you think? It's kind of stupid. So, like, there's clearly something wrong here. Get rid of it. Get rid of what? It could be anything. There we go. That doesn't sound bad. So then everyone's like, yeah, you're the best. So again, it just if it reads stupid, it's probably the wrong answer. So another one. So if we're thinking about good and bad and what and why, we must first establish when. When does this note get written? Why is Vaunt compromised? Who is KR? Clearly this is all evidence. So I'm gonna go with that. Pick, you can cause problems. Yeah, you usually have to fight something. If you can't interrogate them. And then the last thing. To finish on, your secret notes are always bad and any feelings you can't share are evil. Any questions? Again. Funny, but not good. But in conclusion, and then ends with something. If you're not sure, you can try saying it out yourself. So try saying out the words. Then now we can interrogate him. So now I can interrogate the suspect because I'm out of evidence. So we'll see about that. So I'm going to throw in my diplomacy thing. Boom, got him. Success. If you fail that, you just have to do a fight before you go into the next piece of instruction. Okay, imagine this. A secret door. Where'd the money come from? Everyone's like, wow, that's amazing. Set him up. Knock him down. Option to threaten the judge? Yeah. I think if you threaten the judge with acts of violence, you get in trouble. Worthbridge claims his business above board, but don't people usually get paid in checks and bank deposits? Hiding his money since he was trying to keep transactions off. Oh, they're like, wow, that's amazing.
That was obviously coercion. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. But the Sphinx
you know, the dirty money he's hiding can only mean one thing. He's been bribing people. All the defendant would need to keep the law off his back is random amount of money. That could be that money. You may be wondering, why is this a big deal? Well, Jerry, the reason is simple. If we can connect this to any money evidence, we can closer to proving his crimes. Also, we can only speculate? Never. You always got to give definitive answers. Bam, look at that. I'm rooting for you. Nice, you're the best. Look at that. The jury wants this guy to lose. And so do I. And I got no more evidence. So again, we're going to go over here. Again, I just came into court with literally no evidence. And I'm like, hey guys, let me do the court thing. Diplomacy. I failed. Whoops. When that happens, you just gotta kill some ads, and then you keep going. And defendant thinks he can get away with something. Wow, amazing. Usually it's the longer answers as well. Shorter ones are usually not the correct ones, because the short ones are usually something really dumb. And something. I don't know. I don't even need to read it. I'll just click them. Now you're just clicking them at random. And defended many things, but announcement is not one of them. You work for Vaunt. I'm not gonna lie, doing math makes my head ache. This is not correct. And there we go. We're done. So then they go, guilty! And then eventually I can talk to the Sphinx. And you say I'm done, and that's it. That's how you do the quest. I don't think I talked to anybody here, right? It's just combat. Yeah, I think it's just combat trial. Dude, why did he do that instantaneously? I can even crowd control it. Very annoying.
As you begin,
Ooh.
watch for the jury's reaction. The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to
He's...
accept your word. You continue your speech with more calm. The jury wonders you.
Alright. Have to fight another... No! Fudge!
And decides to accept your words.
God, I hate genies.
That's not what I meant. Don't twist my
What a shitty monster. It just goes like completely and entirely immune to damage.
Delivered with aplomb. Woodbridge scowls at the judge.
Hate him. I hate him.
hold an arch that for a friend.
You conclude your speech. The jury
Because it's usually just waiting. Not really a lot of combat challenge. The one area where the genie, I actually don't hate its implementation, is in Prison of the Plains, because the genie can and the air elementals can knock you into the door.
pieces of evidence
And when it knocks you into the door, you take tremendous amounts of damage.
beckons you over.
So it's kind of neat.
I have
It's
reached
like,
the verdict.
you know, it's part of the combat challenge. The positioning matters. Whoa!
All the evidence
Dude, the wind is ripping
I shall
everything.
attend to it in a
apart.
trice.
Ginny best enemies in the game.
Yo, Damonson, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for a calendar year. I'm surprised you support me for so long when you have a very wrong opinion, but you know what? Just because you gave me money, you're right. They are one of the best enemies in the game. I'm with you.
accompanied by a group of hidden hand cultists.
What? I'm not easily bought. What are you talking about?
Sneak in here and steal the eye without me knowing.
Yo, the tree in the backyard is literally like bending sideways. It's so windy outside.
I started rounding up my
Well, that's not good.
old effort.
As I said, if I lose power, if I suddenly disconnect, it's because I lost power. So,
The last of the cultists
always fun.
fall, leaving only Worthridge
see how that goes.
glowering in the corner.
Bravo.
Opposing invulnerability phases. Yeah, I don't love invulnerability phases, but I know why they exist in games.
Just take the eye and get
It's so your monster can do the thing you want it to do.
After all the trials and tribulations
Ottawa, Canada?
we've been through today,
It's wind's going sideways, but yeah, I'll get you. You know what?
claim the eye of Danvi.
We can do that. Feels power.
We interrupt
speed
this
around
broadcast to
lost
bring you
power
a
percent.
special
Yeah,
report on the weather with your host, Strimtom.
That's good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Streamtom weather broadcast from Ottawa, Canada, where today it's 31 degrees Canadian with broken clouds. I don't know why it says broken clouds and 40% humidity. It's literally raining sideways here, so that's completely incorrect. Yeah, isolated thunderstorms is what it should say, but instead it just says broken clouds. Tell you what, if you go outside, your back's going to be broken as the wind twists and turns your internal and external organs over top of one another. Although we do have a bit of a cooler spell coming. It's going to be overcast tomorrow, only up to 26 degrees Canadian during the day, with humidity even going down, which is a bit of a surprise here. You'd expect it to be a little bit warmer as the week goes on. However, we got more thunderstorms coming apparently later in the week, and as temperatures continue to rise, there'll be even more thunderstorms. It looks like the middle of July is definitely cooling down quite a bit compared to where June was. But remember, these are some of the temperatures before factoring in the humidity, which can make it feel even warmer than it does currently. But yeah, we got rain pretty much every day for the next little bit. Hopefully the rain is also hitting some of the northern areas just north of Ottawa, so you can see some of the fires going out and the smoke dissipating, so that those problems will become a thing of the past, as you can see your plants are going to grow and you don't have to water the grass anymore because it's going to be watered on itself thanks to Mother Nature. This has been your Ottawa weather broadcast. Back to you, Shrim. Oh, whoops. Can you trust it? I have no idea.
Warforged, guarding the farmhouse, wants you to investigate the appearance of the giant tree, as well as rescue any farmers you come across.
Just pulled landscaping duty? No way, dude.
Bizarre event must
No
be
landscaping
related
duty.
to the Eye of Lamania.
Yeah, it is dark outside. It is raining. I really don't want to lose power. I just want to sit and play video games all day. And some of you guys might be wondering, like, wait, lose power? Do you guys always lose power? No, it's just this neighborhood. It's on the unfortunate reality of this neighborhood that I live in. It's not even the whole neighborhood. This house is on this strip of area, this strip of land, that every time there's like a medium storm, this part, and I'm in the city. There's just one block of like maybe 200 homes where we lose power like every time there's a major storm. Very annoying. Comes back usually, but still just frustrating. I just want my power. That's all. Still being chased by this thing? What the heck? Lamanian chipmunk? More like a Lamau. Dead chipmunk. Force Damahe. You don't? Fine, I promise. Mm-hmm. Exactly. All I hear is the rumbling of thunder in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. You guys like thunderstorms or you dislike thunderstorms? I know some people get like really nervous about them. Some people like watching the rain. Some people, you know, different feelings. I'm kind of like indifferent to thunderstorms. Some people like the rain at nighttime because they say it helps them sleep. So some people also use like white noise generators, just like apps on their phone, so they can hear like white noise. For me, I just hate the rain. I despise the rain and everything that it is. When it's like a light rain and you don't have to go anywhere, it's not too bad. But if I have to go somewhere, it's the worst weather in the universe. I will take any weather over rain if I have to go somewhere. I hate the rain. Complete dog water.
You can continue your investigation of the giant tree. You've entered a Lamania manifest.
Your military base? I can see that being nerve-wracking and stressful if it sounds like you're being shelled. I can see where that becomes stressful. Auto water? Oh, we got water, I tell you what. I tell you what. These guys are dead. Dead. The nice thing about this is I get to add additional like fire and light damage onto all my spell casts, which is good from my mantle effect. Maybe it's just lightning going off. Have I? I have before, yes. Where the entire sky just like lights up. It is very cool. I drove back from Montreal once, and there was like a storm in the distance, and watching the entire sky light up where you can see everything, and then it goes dark again. I will say, because that's usually an effect you see in like movies and cartoons where the lightning shines, or like the lightning strikes, and you can see everything be lit up, and it's usually like the killer's face or something gets lit up, and then they disappear into the darkness, and it's like, oh no. But yeah, it's happened here as well. I've seen that, but like on the whole skyline where everything is bright and then it's gone. It's a lot of power. It is a lot of power. Lightning strikes. Okay, I think most of the storm is over now, so I think it's done. Let's move it on. Or we're in the eye of the storm. I don't know, dude. I'm not a stormologist. .21 gigawatts of electricity. Yeah, if we're traveling through time, that's what you need, but not for me, buddy. In early August? Aurora Borealis. No, I didn't hear that. Why is this guy taking so long to kill him? Am I just getting unlucky with crits? Is he making his saves? What's happening here?
With the Guardians defeated,
I have Romania. Treasure chest, treasure chest, treasure chest. Right there.
the eye removed from the area, perhaps this huge tree, its gigantic animals.
Pitch black to the sun in your bedroom. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of power when you think about it. It's when you see also the people who have survived lightning strikes, but their body is covered with burns as the lightning courses through their body, and you can see like the actual burn marks like on their skin and stuff. It's very terrifying, but also like sickest tattoo ever. Not really a tattoo, but yeah.
The Arcanoloft Keeper explains that to access the eye of
Also, all the people that get hit by lightning and live usually have horrible complications. So don't get hit by lightning, please. I shouldn't have to say that, but just in case it wasn't obvious. You unfortunately don't get lightning-based superpowers. I know, that's very disappointing.
the demon's fortress, better described as a jagged cave with brutish decor. In the distance,
Okay, pro tip, come down here, and then go through this little secret passageway, and you skip a chunk of the quest.
Waves of heat billow upwards from the cavern below. Down in the large pool of lava.
Yeah, you can do that.
Platforms take shape, then are quickly consumed. The heat overwhelms
Bam.
as you fall into the cavern. You can make out small
Commit a bunch of felonies? No.
and an opening is barely visible to the
Yeah, the problem with Aurora Borealis is I'm pretty sure that you can't see it with light pollution.
leave the lava chamber.
You might be able to see it with light pollution, but I'm pretty sure you need to get away from light pollution. Now, somebody who lives in a city and doesn't own a car, I don't have a way to get, like, a few clicks outside the city limits. It is cool, though. That's one of the things I always forget about when you go up to, like, a cottage or, like, off to a lake or something and travel or go camping, like, away from the actual city, is being able to, like, look up at the sky and see something in it.
You can see a sigil placed upon a demonic
It's kind of cool. You just forget that that's, like, a thing. That, like, yeah, you can, like, see the sky. It sounds really dumb to say, but, like, you know, instead of just nothingness, you just actually see something in the sky at night. Hey, Glabror, you die, please.
champion force. With it, a shield protecting
Use a teleport scroll. Not the worst idea.
glows fiercely.
Teleport scroll sounds like a really good idea. If there were teleport scrolls in real life, holy macaroni, I would definitely make good use of that.
The clangor of battle.
Yeah, the thing is, I like the comforts of city living, and I don't ever want to give that up.
A deva gestures from the picture. The deva explains that devil forces have stormed this fortress.
Like, living on the outskirts of a city, I can see, as long as I'm, like, still close. But the idea of, like, just, you know, living in the middle of nowhere is just not appealing to me. Even though I am, as mentioned, like a total antisocial loser, I still like the option, you know?
Has been ravaged by the devil's attack.
No shawarma? Yeah.
Open portals.
Where you're limited to, like, the one local place if you don't want to make food for yourself. And also you have to go get it because they don't do delivery because you're in the middle of nowhere. And if you forgot something, it's like, oh, I don't have X food thing or whatever. It's like, I can't just pop out of the store to go get it. I gotta drive for 40 minutes over to the nearest, like, town or area to go get a thing. As opposed to, like, I live so close to the grocery store where it's like, if I forget something, I can just walk for 8 minutes and I'm there. Because I'm in Grandmaster Flowers.
At an end. Only the devil commander stands in your way.
So every time I use Orchid Blossom, it maxes out my key. I can't spend my key on anything. I'm uncentered and I lose it instantaneously. But it's kind of cool.
After the powerful Hawthorn falls to your onslaught,
Force damage.
the celestial commander opens the gate and beckons you closer.
And thank you. I saved the Archons.
Celestial commander grants
Why Orchid Blossom? Because Orchid Blossom doesn't have a save. It does force damage, scales off of force spell power and force critical, as well as melee power. So I just have melee power, force spell power, and force crit. And it does a good amount of damage. And it has no save on it. So it lets me do this.
To the west stands a closed metal door.
So things is great? Yeah, exactly.
Grim trophies lead to a corridor opening to the north.
Because I don't want to, like, go live in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, hey, what do you want to get for dinner? Do you want to go to Jeb's? It's like, nah, I don't want to go to Jeb's. It's like, all right. Well, time to cook something up. That's the only option. It's either Jeb or cook. It's a 40-minute drive to Jeb's. Additively. It's a bug. It's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to factor in spell power, but it just does. It's not better than the alternatives like Dragon Breath and stuff, but my character doesn't have a lot of good DCs, so it's hard for me to land spells on targets, and this lets me do something without dealing with the DC. It doesn't have any subsidiary effects either. It's supposed to have a stun, but the stun doesn't work, so it doesn't matter.
Magical energy surges throughout the fortress.
Does Dragon Breath have a save? Yes. Yes, it does. It's also an evocation spell, and I don't have a lot of evocation DCs. And that's basically how it works. That's why my character is magical. Take that, demon statue. Is it a reflex save? Dragon breath? Depends on the breath. Sometimes the reflex save, sometimes the fortitude save. Depends on which breath you pick. Like poison and necromancy are fortitude, I think. These guys vulnerable to that. Everybody dies. Get him out of here. Yep. Whereas Orchid Blossom has no saving throw on it, so I don't even care. It says it has a save. This doesn't mean anything. It's not actually a save. It's all lies. It's meant to confuse you. Hello, Eye of Shavarath. 1.2 million XP to go. Every few seconds? That's from my Exalted Angel mantle. The Exalted Angel mantle gives you an AoE heal every 6 seconds while you have it active. Holy Presence. While in the Exalted Angel mantle and conscious, you and your allies close range heal for 1d4 plus 1 per hit caster level in positive healing every 6 seconds. Rainmore isn't great for Orlock because they don't use cash levels for much. But would the 20% chance slow on breath for Orlock be good? I don't know if that works. I've never tested it. You could test it next time we have Lamania and see if it actually functions. But honestly, a 20% slow doesn't sound like it's very good. I feel like there's probably better things you could do. These highest XP quests in the game? No. I'm just doing different quests. The trick to leveling up is you just do everything. Just do all the quests. Yeah, but if you're in Enlightened Spirit, why would you be slowing things? You're in melee range. Who cares? If something is slowed, it's close enough to hit you. If it's a movement and attack speed slow, then maybe. But if it's just a movement speed slow, who cares? Open a not loot chest? I don't recall. Maybe. Sometimes you just forget to do stuff, man. Sometimes you just, like, space out. You know, you're, like, so busy with a task at hand. It's me in a nutshell. Just so busy all the time. Boom. Frost Giants. This guy's a lot of help. Can you get together, please? Thank you. Ooh. Slide back. I think this guy's alive. Oh, I didn't have it. I didn't have it targeted. Let's see. Got the. There's only +1 filigree for autos and lunar, not +2, right? Someone in trade chat said looking for +2 int on those. We have nothing on the wiki. Yeah, there's only +1s. +2 int is Eye of the Beholder and Zarrigan's. There's the Eye of the Beholder plus the negative one, something in the grave, and then Zarrigan's plus Voltaic Experiment. There is no autos or lunar +2. Maybe they're looking for 2 +1s? I don't know.
To your surprise, a jovial gnome is perched atop a crate in the middle of the damp corridor. He waves you over, eager to talk.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that problem.
Gnome stands atop an island of crates stacked in the middle of.
Oh, I just realized I have wings.
Storage room. There must be magic at play here.
Right, I have wings now. Very convenient. Oh, I'm slowed. There we go. So there's 2 ways to this room. You can either go across the top. Whoopsie, wrong button. You can go across the top here, or you can swim underwater. If you swim underwater, you don't aggro anything. You just leave. But a lot of people don't know that. So if you're doing this on Reaper mode, there's like a near 100% chance someone doesn't follow you and they don't swim underneath and they start going across the top and then they die. So it's one of those strategies I don't like to use in a group because I've seen people die because they don't know that you can just swim underneath. They don't realize it by themselves. They don't realize that everyone left or like is gone and start running across and then die. And those situations feel bad because it's like, I don't want anyone to die in these video games. Like if I'm leading a party, I want everyone to get through. And so when situations like that come up, it's not good. Feel partially responsible. Not entirely responsible, partially responsible. There we go. Done. We need one more eye. I gotta say, I forgot about these wings. Oh, also the trick with the wings, you don't know if you should take the damage or the healing. The answer is always the healing, because you're never dashing into combat, you're usually dashing out of combat. And if you're dashing out of combat, you probably want to heal. Also, I like how the hidden hand are called like fingers and palm and other stuff. It's really weird and creepy. Okay, so the spirits, you can talk to them multiple times and get spirit points. So, for example, this lady here, you can spot check for 2 points, and then you can spot check for 2 points, and you can spot check for 2 points, and you can spot check for 2 points, and now I'm done. I have everything I needed. Thank you, lady. I'm done. So I talk to this guy, and he goes, hey, I have 9 points. Go away. Alright. So if you didn't know you could do that, you can just do that. It gives you lots of points, so you don't have to fight the Marut at the end. I've actually never fought that Marut as a result of being able to do that, so I assume it's not that hard because it's just a Marut, but I actually have no idea. I don't know if that guy's special unique spells or abilities. I couldn't tell you what they are because I've never fought it. Open the gate. Stop having it be closed.
Opens the door to the hidden hand.
Wait, you fought the Marut? Whoa, dude. Yeah, these are not like the fastest quests. I just like, want to do something different, change it up. Plus also there's a bunch of quests I didn't do while leveling, which means I'm getting different amounts of favor for them. So this character is already at 3,000 favor just by doing random different quests in the leveling process. And getting favor is good because it gets DDO points. So you always want to get extra favor. I'm going to be switching over in an hour and 20 minutes. 6 hours DDO is where I want to clock in. Or an hour and a half. I want to clock in 6 hours DDO first. Give me the diamond, Sattler. And then he escapes because Vance Sattler was actually Lord Vecna. Because it's an anagram. Vance is Vecna. How could you not know? How could you not know? I also like that each of his eyeballs is one of the planar eyes. It's very cool. 13 is a great design. What's this? Creeping Doom. My body is being tortured with waves of torture. Oh no. Again, downside to this character, I do not really have a lot of damage. A lot of waiting. And he's even killing my guy. It's kind of cool. The damage is low. Oh, so he takes like half damage from everything. What's this? He's taking half from literally every power that I have. Does he have a power I don't know? Stray Ward, Epic Ward. Doesn't that mean you need to install, or is that why you did this for solo playthrough? Oh, because my damage is low? No, it doesn't count because this is a guide. This is a guide, so it doesn't count. Yeah, if you are not the #1 DPS in your group, you have to delete your account. But obviously, I'm the #1 DPS in my group because I'm the only person here, so I don't have to delete it. It's like a secret strategy, only us pro gamers know. All right. Grab this. I might as well go back to Sharn. I can do what? The docks? I didn't do the Sharn docks, I don't think. I might as well do those. Yeah, so I get 2 Epic Destiny things. I have to drop 1 Epic Destiny point somewhere. Because I really want to get Blessed Water. I've already used my Feywild and Dread Tome. I could also use a Historic Tome, which I have in the bank, which would give me the extra point. I wouldn't have to drop anything, which I'm also now very tempted to do, because I have it. Also, if you didn't know, you can check what your Epic Destiny points and stuff are by mousing over the thing in the bottom. So you can mouse over this, and it tells you total Fate points, total Destiny points, and the sources of all of them, which is cool. Alright, let's go. I just wish I had fewer buffs to cast. Again, getting all the elemental resistances up is like kind of good because I need it, so I take less damage from elemental damage. I mean, I'm playing on hard mode, so I probably don't need to do that. If I was playing on elite, it was kind of more important. But like, I like having plus 60 to 70 on all my resistances. And it's there we go. I have a clue. Talk to this guy. It's another clue. Those drop anywhere. The DDO store. That's where you get them.
Have you seen this Warforged? Have you? A member of the Sharn Watch gives you a weary nod. The area
Hey, stop being all over the place. Stand together, please. Just want them to stand together so I get them faster. Okay, we're good. Just make sure I kill everything. I don't like getting red alerts. Even though I did make a YouTube video where I red alerted entire dungeon, I don't really like doing it. If I can avoid it, I will. Got that. Here's the redress. Here's for Doris. Oh. Remembering to click every single clue is very challenging. The damage on this thing is, like I said, it's the AoE damage and the group damage is not too bad. When I get some gear, it'll be a little bit better, but I'm not even, also not even that far off. I also need more illusion DCs. I think my illusion DC is probably going to end somewhere around 85 when fully done and geared for. But, you know, we're going to try it out. Right, forgot I can do that. Right, that's the wrong button. This button. I keep forgetting I have the dash. I'm not used to using it. It's been a while since I've actually had a dash on any character. It's funny, as somebody who talks all about like movement speed in terms of it being one of the most important things for leveling quickly, I definitely don't prioritize movement speed during general gameplay, which I actually find kind of funny and counterintuitive. You can buy the top editions? That's correct, yep. Per character. But it's okay. A lot of the better builds you don't really need 60 points for. Like, it's nicer to have extra points, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the points are bad. But, like, you definitely don't need it. The reason why I want it for this character is because this character is bad and not good. And so the extra points are very helpful, because my character is bad. And I made a bad decision when I decided to click it and play it. But it is what it is. Okay, come in here, wait for this door. Oh no, I'm under attack. Gotcha. But these guys come in here. I know I'm under attack. Guys, oh, whoops, wrong button. Also, don't break the boxes. If you break the boxes in here, you have to deal with fighting the monsters on the other side. If you don't break the boxes, instead you can just slide through this area right here. There's also a lever you can pull upstairs that will open up a door, but I don't need that because I'm a... What do you call that, a rogue? Oh, I'm a rogue. Which, oddly enough, my energy levels are good, so I haven't actually had any rogue energy today, which is, again, counterintuitive, because I'm wearing my rogue energy t-shirt. How is this dead already? Weird. Usually blame cruiser. Not a bad move. Go to the money pit. It's like, I don't have any money. And then when you walk by, he goes, hey, look, free money. Because the implication that they're going to rob you. This quest is also one where you just kind of like get alerts all the time, and I have no idea what causes them. Because there's currently no monsters chasing me, but... Like, there's clearly a monster somewhere in the game. I have no idea because it hasn't engaged with me yet. And this solution is, I don't know how you're actually supposed to do this room. This is what I do. Yeah. There we go. Oh no, I'm surrounded. The red alert.
Goddamn Strim hating on totally underscore horses underscore my piece already mangled underscore throwhammer underscore barb the drow apostate underscore assassin underscore don't steal underscore final revised underscore note cringe.
Correct. That is the name of the build. Oh no! Fireblights was slain by a technician! That's a... Shit. Fireblights was slain. That sucks. That's a, what do you call it? A best laid plans death. So I looked over because it was like... Rain started coming down again.
Perhaps it would be a good time to ask him some questions.
True. It's not fair for me to judge. The build itself does say it's not cringe. Which, you know, is kind of a big deal. It is kind of a big deal.
The letter you found alludes to a reckless bugbear being involved in
Alright.
stacking boxes.
Now we have to go stop Herg Ewall. Now there's traps in here you can disable, which is what you should do. Because you can actually disable them before the fight starts. I am trap immune, so I don't care. So I'm just gonna go fight them. But the traps are here, and you can disable them if you need to fight. Hey, what are you doing in my house? I'm not killing you. Now, if I end up dying to traps, that'd be really funny, but I'm not going to die to traps. Yeah. 8 damage. Wowzers. Hello, Doris. What happened to you? Why are you talking like this? And there's the Lord of Blade. And say, hey, what's in it for me? And that's the end of the quest.
A deep voice rumbles as it's imposing
What a guy. So imposing.
Isn't it obvious?
The rain finally, hopefully a decent harvest? Yeah, hopefully. I like the power lines. Yeah, I don't know if there's any power outages. Let's see. Outage, map, Ottawa. Let's see if there's any power outages yet. Storm. Oh yeah, I forgot there's also a strike going on as well. Which just I found on the website. Hydro Ottawa's limited employees represented by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, i.e. IBEW, began strike action on Wednesday, June 28th. So it means if my power does go down, that shit ain't coming back anytime soon. Okay, so there is an outage not too far from me. Oh, there's an outage on my old apartment. Amazing. So there's 2 outages in the city, and both are not near where I am. I love that. Well, I don't love the outages in the city, just generally. But outages being not me is good. Goodbye, goblins. Yeah, because I haven't done any of these quests before. I'm just picking up more favor, which lets me turn in for more favor rewards and also lets me turn in for the DDO points. Because on hard mode, you're still getting 2/3 of the favor, which is not bad. Would you get lost? I'm not lost. I know where I'm going. Also, a lot of people would do this quest by just sprinting through every single monster, red alerting it all the way to the end, and then killing everything in a huge ball. It is a big line, so you could do that in this adventure. I understand why people do that. Could blossom an AoE? Yep, it is. It is.
You arrive at the rally to find the courtyard in shambles. One of the attackers yells, "We've been spotted! Don't let them
Everybody dies.
Another group of attackers pours into the courtyard.
This quest is very fast. If you need to farm an item out of here, by the way, this is where there's goggles that do traps are here. So if I actually get the goggles out of here, I'll be very excited. They're plus 20 something on like all your trapping skills, which I don't have. I would love an item like that. That'd be very helpful for this character because you need to make sure you have trapping gear of some kind. And they're just gonna get a bunch of augments, an intelligence augment and an insightful intelligence augment. Throw them in the gear so I can swap in.
For an instant, you think you
Here we go, and then the Orca boss spawns. Agnor's Skull Mid. I don't know if that name is a reference to anything. Skull Mid. Agnor. Again, the boss of the next quest is literally named Tough Enough, which is interesting. And it's funny because he's like a big orc with a weapon. Nothing. Rats. How does everyone feel about Doris? Cool, annoying, something else? Doris is just self-interested, right? Like a lot of people. Like, I think that Doris is just more honest about her intentions and her goals, along with the Lord of Blades. So I don't dislike Doris. I think Doris is a perfectly fine character. Okay, get this, get that, get this.
You've reached the residential.
Yeah, I should probably get one other item that does a blue socket.
Now to find the people responsible for the kidnappings.
Go find the page.
Splintered remains of the
And this quest sucks.
You may not be the
It's not too bad, but again, it's anything that involves the source sled. I actually don't hate this quest generally. I think it's got a cool concept, but
the gate in the
it's just like I don't like riding anything that involves riding on source sleds. If I never had to do a quest with source sleds ever again, I'd be pretty happy. It's too high, I get scared. Or something.
Strangely quiet as you enter the underlane neighborhood. Some of the locals look up as you approach, then start.
So I do like this part where you get mobbed by like 100 guys when you do this on Epic Elite. There we go. So it's flying is super cool. Just the implementation. So I don't like the fact that like monsters that are flying are above or below you, so you can never really see them. Because the monsters try to get close to you, but your character is a circle, so when they get close to you, they pivot around the circle, and they either go above or below you on the circle. So you can't ever be in front of things. Also, several spells just don't function in the air. So for example, Spike Growth doesn't work in the air. But then other spells you wouldn't think, like Acid Wild, struggles in the air, and a whole bunch of spells just don't work. Ice Flower struggles to work in the air. So a bunch of spells just don't function. And then melee, it's hard to target. Also, Just Business is really bad, and that also affects my perception. Because it's one of the 2 quests that contain source sleds. Web works fine. You also can't ground target as well, true. And that's how I like to target most of my spells. No ground targeting, man. No ground targeting. This guy's making their saves. Hey, hey, hey. So, like, in a vacuum, it's not a bad mechanic. It's just I think the implementation in DDO is not as good as I would like. Guards works midair? Yep. It's also, yeah, just inconsistency. Some spells work, some spells don't. Bomb bats. That's a good part of that quest. What a great idea for a monster. Just bats with bombs strapped to them. They fly around.
Wells, underground things storing things. Acid well struggles in the air. Pump.
I didn't say there was no reason for it to happen. I'm saying it's annoying and I don't like it. Those are two different things. It's totally fine for something to have a in-universe reason as to why it doesn't work, and for me to also still dislike that in-universe reason. I don't like the fact that I have to shovel the driveway when it snows. It doesn't stop me from doing it. Can they explode? They do when they get low health. The thing is, they usually don't have a lot of health, so they die quickly. They only explode if they are at low health. So you're doing like R10 and stuff, and you're not wiping them out right away. Sometimes the bomb bats will explode on you. But honestly, their bites are way worse. So, again, idea very good. Implementation kind of bad. Knockdown fire is a real pain. Puzzle with the knockdown fire. How many crests do I have? 1, 2. I have 2 crests? Shit. Okay. Okay. So which one did I miss? I don't remember if they can go back further than this, all the way to the beginning. I'm not sure. I missed somewhere something. Oh, you can't go back this far because it takes away your thing. Right. Okay, so it's not here, so I must have missed it somewhere else in the adventure. Yeah, alright. Quest you can't find in the whole volume. Yeah, there's got to be something somewhere. I missed something somewhere. Now I'm going to go around and hit backspace and looking for the one item that I missed. Yeah, looking for the crest you missed is definitely not my favorite form of gameplay, but, you know, it is what it is. I'll find it. Source sleds. Something around here. Underlane residence. Source sleds. Fire puzzle totally optional. Again, I have no idea what you guys are talking about with knockdown fire puzzle because I don't know what quest you're talking about. Not sure I've ever experienced a knockdown fire puzzle in this quest chain. Oh, nothing here. Somewhere. Nope, not here. Okay, so now the last place to check is down here, because it can be down here as well.
The dank stench of sewage fills the air.
There it is. There you go. This one has an optional section with mirror lasers and a puzzle. In this quest? Really? Oh. I didn't know that.
The door is sealed by 4 magical sockets, recently installed by the looks of them. Perhaps you can find.
Maybe I should explode these quests a little bit more. Joke's on you. I'm definitely not going to explode these quests a little bit more. I'm feeling good. I'm good. I'll let you guys explore the quests and do the parts that you describe as annoying.
Yet others just stand there, motionless. You open the gate, but the Warforged trapped inside don't seem to notice. So, you're the ones disrupting my operations.
Okay. Test on hardcore? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have knockdown fire trap. As I said, I did a lot of these quests the first time, and I think I found everything. But one of the problems is, like, I don't usually play characters that can detect secret doors and stuff, and that can search. And so you end up just, like, missing a lot of things when you do quests, because you miss out on a lot of optionals and secret pathways and secret doors and stuff. It is what it is. A locked door? Sounds about right. Deceiving of spot sounds good. Members only. Alright, let's do this quest. Yeah, I don't need a hireling for this.
With a skeptical eye, clearly wondering what brought you here.
Can I open the door? No, you has to open the door for me. This. Thank you. I don't have to talk to Kathlyn Riek. It's this guy who is my contact. I talk to him.
This club is using Soul Split Warforged as servants.
I don't think I have
Though your contact
intimidate
doesn't
or
know the
diplomacy,
public
which is
kingdom.
unfortunate. I can
You
try
suggest that you
intimidate.
search the administration building in the back of the club.
39. It's not great. Oh, but I found the book anyway, right there. Desire in the Dark. Hello. Once you get the book, you just walk over here, threaten Chuffy, and walk to the end. Hello, Chuffy. What a name.
Chuffy opens the door. You can now make your way to the administration building through the garden.
Done. Go over here.
You've entered the administration building.
Get attacked by a bunch of things. Don't even care.
For the papers that
This
show
door.
the club obtained Soul
Don't
Split
care.
Warforged
Go through this door.
This must be
Care.
the club stores the Soul Split Warforged to servants when they're not needed.
I don't know how my spells just like missed half of those monsters. And then bam, I'm at the very end. I'm still baffled when people tell me that it's faster to go the puzzle route. I'm always shocked by that.
Afraid your disregard for club policies can no longer be tolerated. With that, the butler executes a crisp turn and attacks
I just walked right to the end of the adventure.
a great deal of
How is it faster to go with the thing where you have to like do the puzzle? True, did I kill every monster? No. A lot of them here. That's more of like the fact that my character sucks more than anything else. It's a function of that part. Character not being that great. Die, Baxter, die! Alright, we're good.
falls, a searching look in his eyes. You suspect that his last moments were spent wondering who would clean
Ooh, I got a artifact.
You're now free
It's
to
isn't this the Insightful Wisdom one?
regarding the
No, it's the
source of
Insightful Intelligence
Soul
one.
Split
It's
Warforged.
Dr. LaRue's
The
thing.
club purchased their servants from something called Fathom
The necklace.
Endeavors. Armed with this knowledge, you can start tracing the Soul Split Warforged
Oh, well.
back to their source.
And grab this, and then back in we go into Offshore Account. I like Offshore Account. I like the story behind it. David Shelby. The shellfish. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm down to be a crayfish forever. And you're like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, of course. My name is Shelby. Of course I'm down being a shellfish. It just fits. He doesn't actually say that, but he should say that.
David Shelby's apartment is up inside this tower. He claims to have information about Fathom Endeavors for
Like as a kid, but you're supposed
He
to.
arrived just outside of David Shelby's
That you don't like. Yours is Gatorade.
one small hitch.
Or something to like as a kid that I don't like to anymore. I mean, I was a picky ass kid. I was definitely not like the type of person to be forced to like to do anything.
This corpse matches the description of
What is
David
something that I
Shelby,
force myself to like?
And yet there's no sign of how he died. Perhaps there's a clue inside his apartment that points to the information he promised.
Great question.
You've learned that David had a safe house hidden in a water.
Oh no, Candle was slain by a bullywug skirmisher. Oh, I didn't do Saltmarsh yet. I gotta do Saltmarsh. It just reminded me. I'm like, why am I doing all these random quests when I can still do Saltmarsh? I just remembered I didn't do it. You don't like Gatorade? Oh, and AB was slain by Palamuk the Scourer. Oh my god, 2 people above level 30 just died? That's not good. That's a bad day in DDO. Damn, man, that sucks. I'm trying to think. What was I forced to like that I didn't like? I kind of went along with it. Nah, I've always just been very resistant to things that I don't like. I will say this: I learned at a young age to like speak up for myself and be like, if I don't like something, just say I don't like it. Again, just generally like a picky kid.
A single sky coach is docked nearby.
I don't know. I don't think there is anything that I like forced myself to like when I was younger. I think I've only done that really as a grown-up. Like, I'm trying to force myself to like mushrooms because a lot of people like mushrooms. It's a very common ingredient. It's used in a lot of foods. And I want to like mushrooms because if I like mushrooms, then I can enjoy more foods. That's just generally better for me, so it's a win. So I'm trying to force myself to like mushrooms. I don't personally like mushrooms, but if I can eat them enough and then I can learn to like them, then that will be good.
The pilot agrees to bring you down to the docks.
By level 10 method? Oh, true. Palamuk the Scourer means they must have gone like gone AFK in the desert or something.
A guard at the door lazily raises an arm to warn you off.
That's true. That is a level 10 method. I didn't even think about what that was.
To search for David Shelby's safe house. A giant crayfish stands near the open waterway. Oddly enough,
Lots of lost high deaths last night? Yeah. Blue is diamond. Maybe tomorrow we'll do like some Reaper mode and get some people done. Ludacris wants some Reaper mode. Kentos wants some Reaper mode, so I'll try to find some time. I forgot to talk to the solicitous shellfish. Damn you, Dungeons and Dragons Online! Me and oatmeal? You know, like oatmeal? Oh, I love oatmeal. It's the perfect like midday snack. I'm like right in the middle of like a day on streaming, and then I'm just like, oh, I need something quick. Oatmeal's fantastic. Really gets the job done. Plus, it's got the best texture, which is none. It has no texture. It's just slime. It's just OD slime. Isn't that the best? OD slime. Slime is awful? Oh, yeah. OD slime. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, baby. Solicitous shellfish. Maple syrup? Honestly, that's a genius idea that I had not thought of in the past. Certainly is the odd telepathic creature that holds the soul of the supposedly dead informant, David Shelby. As a final request, David gives you the key.
As a final request, David gives you the key.
So is there anything with that kind of texture? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, admittedly, I've never had like a hot cereal. Like, I've never taken milk and like boiled it. Or like heated it hot and then had like a hot bowl of cereal. That'd probably be pretty good. Maybe? Oh, now I have to try it. Maple syrup everywhere? And then I think it's maybe just because I am Canadian, I don't think about putting maple syrup everywhere because it already is everywhere. So I don't think of adding maple syrup to things that don't already have it because it's like you get maple anything, so I don't need to add it to things that don't have it already.
The ship sways rhythmically as you enter the captain's cabin. It appears to be a normal Lyrandar warship, but you have it on good authority that the ship...
Or rice pudding is a no-go? These are all things I'm not 100% familiar with. I had grits once, and I really don't see the appeal. I would definitely prefer an oatmeal over a grits.
Doris could always handle herself, but you aren't sure how helpful she'll be without
there you go.
and her wits.
Murder. Murder. That worked.
She raises her hand, and water elementals flood into the cabin.
I've done without them my whole life. Okay, so that's good. Now we pull the lever.
Turning the faucet results in a creaking noise from out in the hallway.
Preferably shrimp and sausage. I'm allergic to shrimp, so I definitely did not have that much shrimp. Can tell you. Thoughts on poutine? That the only reason you wouldn't like poutine is because you're like maybe a vegetarian. I don't know. I think it's physically impossible to dislike poutine. It's just fries, which most people like, gravy, which most people like, and cheese, which most people like. So, like, you could dislike it, but it's just a straightforward thing. What's this one's called? Soul Survivor? What is this? We're going to the workshop. The workshop is library, lab, restroom, workshop. Very convenient. Doris is here? Nice. What's up, Doris? Like, it's one of those things, it's like, do you like pizza, though? Yeah. Yeah, I like pizza. Most people do. Never had poutine, but chili cheese fries go hard? Yeah, it's the same concept. You just change a couple ingredients. Any style, fine. Realistically, I don't know. Yeah, also, you just throw some chili on top of your poutine. Problem solved. There's like a shawarma place nearby, and they do shawarma poutine, where it's poutine, but then they also shave off like either shawarma beef or chicken on top of it, and then they throw some of their garlic sauce on top of that. And it's unbelievable. It's so good. Okay, so you have to walk in to the assistant. You have to wait for the find the lab assistant, and then you have to talk to the lab assistant and smash them. If you talk to the lab assistant too quick and start the fight, it breaks. Heard to him fighting do anything for hand wraps? I think it's supposed to, but honestly, I'm not a hand wrap expert. But I think it's supposed to. I yield you. I can't die. There we go. Like, it's okay if you don't like something, but it's just one of those things where it's like I don't really know how to answer no. Well, the fries with mac and cheese and Doritos dust. That does actually sound kind of good.
While this room seems to be used for storage now.
2492, we're good. Let's go.
Might have been the main reception area for the facility.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a specific type of gravy that you're supposed to use. So I don't know if there's a specific type of gravy you're supposed to use. Maybe there is, I'm not sure. Or like from this particular animal. I assume any type of beef gravy is probably fine. And then you're generally supposed to use cheese curds. And then in a pinch, a lot of people will use other types of cheese instead. But you're generally also supposed to use cheese curds. Why is this locked? Oh. I have to go here. Whoop. Or like a white versus a brown gravy? Oh, you usually use a brown gravy as opposed to a white gravy. Okay. Away from the machine, so I want this to go here, solving puzzles.
A somewhat battered Vaunt prototype is positioned against the back wall. Intruder detected in Fathom headquarters, sending security to apprehend the suspect. The device appears quite old. Perhaps it's one of Fathom's first attempts at creating a soul splitter. Reversing the power flow.
Okay, so this has to go this way then.
Release the last soul trapped inside.
Here we go, that does that. And release the soul. We talked to Doris. So are the cyborg animals considered monstrous creatures or constructs? I don't know. I can click them next time and check. The item that Bobby wants from here? Oh, yeah, I can. I can rip the item that Bobby wants.
Perhaps you should make sure she's doing all right.
Okay, so we're done with this, and we go. Increases offhand double strike, not the level 31 feat. Yeah, to my knowledge is that they don't, hand wraps don't have offhand double strike because they're a one-handed weapon, so my understanding is that they just get full double strike.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Hey, seeing your title looks like you didn't make $400 million today.
Correct.
But you know what you did make? A tier 2 sub from this idiot, that's right.
That's right, baby, let's go! I'm farming those idiots. Yo, thanks, Cruiser, appreciate the support, hope you're having a fantastic day. Very grateful for you to be here. I hope you're enjoying the stream as much as I'm enjoying you enjoying the stream for way too much money. Thanks, dude. You know who did make $400 million today, though? No, Bobby Kotick. Good old Bobby. Yeah, an already very rich guy. Got bought by Microsoft.
Intruder detected in Fathom headquarters. Sending security to apprehend the suspect.
Everybody loves Bobby Kotick. Yeah, that's it. When you talk to people that play Activision Blizzard games, they're like, "Man, I love Bobby Kotick. He's like the best CEO ever."
Falls to the floor as his soul is finally snuffed out. His face remains frozen in a macabre.
Ooh, sentience toolkits. Very cool. We go this way. Now I get the gather, but guess what? Don't have to worry about the gather. Oh, because I am the party. Oh.
Before riding the elevator up to the central laboratory and whatever waits inside.
Yeah, me too.
Once you proceed to the central laboratory, you will be unable to leave until the quest completes.
Just up and decide not to do it. Blizzard Entertainment. Let's go, dude. Yeah, as I said, there's millions of really fun indie games and small development studios that will welcome your money and give you quality products. You don't have to play World of Warcraft. You don't have to play Call of Duty. There are other games to play. Always remember that. Come back, lady. I want to fight you. Sandstone Games? I wouldn't go that far. I think that's a stretch. I think you know, let's pump the brakes on that one, okay? we're telling people to play good video games over here, okay, Cruiser? Holy smokes. There are other games? Yeah, you guys, instead, why don't we all just start playing EVE Online? You know, that's a good idea. Also, have you guys heard of chess? Think about it. Think about how many chess games you could have and how much more money you would have if you played chess instead of World of Warcraft. You know what I mean? You'd have so much more money. We could play League of Legends. True. Big true, man. Okay, no, it's just to click on something. 1,000 idiots? Yeah. Okay, so that's done. I don't have to read the note. I have to do something. Can I turn the puzzles? Okay, I can turn the tiles. Alright. Halls of Torment. Halls of Torment sounds like an interesting game for sure. I don't know if it sounds like a great game, but it definitely sounds like an interesting game. Okay, hold on. Can you get the hell out of the way? Hey, stop. Wait. Jesus. Okay. Just chill, okay? Okay, so this goes here. Okay, and then we go here. I just want to make sure I don't screw this up, because if you screw up the puzzle, you have to restart the whole damn thing. Ready for Monopolies? Well, we all played Monopoly when we were younger, and we all remember how fun that game was, right? Everyone had so much fun playing Monopoly that, you know, that's when you hear about big companies doing it. You're like, wow, that's awesome. Big company monopolies. Hell yeah. Okay. Still play Monopoly every now and then? I definitely don't play Monopoly every now and then. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I didn't enjoy Vampire Survivors that much. It's because it kind of just got, like, old pretty fast. I feel like it doesn't throw you a lot of new things all the time. I didn't say it was a bad game. It just gets old fast. Granted, it's also a very inexpensive game, so I'm not that upset about that. Okay, so that goes there. Okay, so that goes there. Cringe take? How is it a cringe take? It literally gets old pretty fast. There aren't a lot of different strategies and abilities you can use. Once you figure out one that works, you just kind of do it in every single level, and then it's over. I was not paying attention. Don't tell me that did the whole thing. Oh my god, I have to redo the whole puzzle? Oh god, why? Why, god? I forgot what the puzzle was. Oh, it turns everything. Oh. Oh, why did I do this to myself? That's just because I said something about Vampire Survivor and the game did not like it. What'd you say about Vampire Survivor, bitch? Okay. No. Up. There we go. Oh. Okay. These valves. Twist. Yeah, puzzle solving at the same time is difficult. But yeah, there's lots of like inexpensive games out there that are like pretty fun to play. So you don't have to play like either the mainline games or other games. Plus also, man, I gotta say mods. I was like bored this morning. So I was looking up mods for video games. And one of the video games I was looking up mods for was Elden Ring. And so I looked up the mods for Elden Ring. And I gotta say, man, there's some cool looking mods for that game. Where they like revamp all the skills and the balance point pieces and stuff, and they redo things. And I'm like, ooh, that's like kind of cool, especially for like Shadow of the Erdtree. Also, there was a mod that came out that is literally just a text mod that just has like, it just tells you what all the things in the game do. So all the abilities and weapons just actually tell you what they just give you numbers. Everything like deals extra damage. It actually just tells you what it does. And I was like, ooh, that's a mod in the video game, dude. Big booby mod? There might be that in Elden Ring. Honestly, don't know.
Given the circumstances, the laboratory suddenly begins to quake and its lights dim.
Called Dark Hunter shit again? I did that a lot, yeah. I didn't pull the item. A video game? Elden Ring, man. Elden Ring! No idea why people like it. It was fun. Like I said, I played it for like 12 hours, and I enjoyed my play. I just then stopped, and I've never had this itch to ever go back to it ever again.
Eventually, someone will surely find another, even worse use for it. There's a distant rumble.
Yeah, but I was saying, because you can get mods for the Elden Ring. And the modded Elden Ring, very fun. Elden Ring mods, you know what I'm saying? Mods for Elden Ring.
The dimension door brings you to a sitting room high up in one of Sharn's towers.
Basically use endgame force damage? None of them. Force damage is the worst damage type in DDO. It's only a secondary damage type, so it's basically like a druid thing. Because cold druid gets force damage.
You know in your heart that this time you've won.
They've decided to make DLC. Well, Shadow of the Erdtree is on the way, right?
You're coming for the Aurum, and Kalfan Riak's intrigues won't stand in your way.
Should be pretty cool. They hit us with the JPEG, man. Shadow of the Erdtree. Shadow of the Erdtree is announced. Yeah, they literally just hit you with the JPEG. It's going to be post burning of the Erdtree. So you burn the Erdtree, and then it's like after that. What holds force down is the fact that force damage is not affected by physical or magic resistance rating reductions. And because force damage traditionally has been like one of the better damage types because it bypasses all immunities, its spells and the ways to apply force damage also suck. But because you don't, because of that, like since most of the spells are bad and have lower damage than the other spells, the other force spell or non-force spells, and it's not affected by magic resistance rating reductions, and ends up just being like one of the worst options when it comes to choosing what spell type you want to use. Which obviously not ideal, but, you know, it is what it is. Stuck under a nursery for too long? Yeah. Well, they're Impulse and Illusion, so you can use it with Fate Arc Illusionist, right? Again, the main issue just being that this is not the best build in the universe. Also, if you didn't know, if you do all the explorers in an area, it reveals the map. So you can just read the whole thing, no fog of war. I also just like purple. That's why I've wanted SSG to make an archetype of the Argent Savant. That's all I've wanted. For years and years and years is the Argent Savant. Please, SSG, please. Okay, no key here. This here. We got a key.
You find a gold key beneath the rug in front of this window.
Check this store.
Once a fine master bedroom.
Lock trunk.
Now stands dirty
Nope.
and decayed.
You just click it again until you get the right one. Eventually it'll open. Bam. And there's the key. Cool. I got the key, so I can go downstairs.
The ghostly figure in the corner of the room turns toward you.
Optional. Kill the weep.
Get away! It yells before morphing into a monstrous figure that runs
So we can't have it? Probably, yeah. There definitely are some people that think that SSG will just like listen to every single thing that I say and do all the things that I say. Except I've been screaming at the top of my lungs Argent Savant since 2015 and nothing happens. So don't believe what you hear on the computer.
The kitchen is dirty and damp. The stairs up are missing a few treads and smell of decay.
Universal tree and call it purple. What does it do? I don't know. It's going to be purple. They are coming out with a new universal tree later this year. Isn't that exciting? I will say we haven't gotten a universal tree since Feywild. And no, Horizon Walker. I just always forget Horizon Walker exists because bows suck. But I'm excited for something to come out that'll actually be kind of cool. Yeah. I wonder what it's going to be. I would take a caster, or I would take like an undead tree, so I can make any character undead, like Revenant tree or something like that. That'd be sick.
You got moves. I'll give you that. But there's a reason why they call you Scourge of Satan.
Yeah, that'd be cool, right?
Where did you say you were from again? You're not just any group.
I'll probably actually do that.
With one last gasp.
Yeah, Dungeon Developer Insights. I remember we talked about it. It's something that Linabelle wanted to do for sure. Necromancer is just Dread Necromancer class. Yeah, Dread Necromancer. Is it Vecna? Well, we're gonna get Macrotech with Vecna, which is the Epic Destiny. Unless we're gonna get an Epic Destiny and a Universal Tree in the same expansion, which I really don't see being the case.
I knew that rogue was useless.
Who knows? Maybe we will. I don't know. We still have Lamania 3 coming out next week. I'm going to see what's going on in Lamania. You never know.
Of the smuggler's glares at you. They can't let you leave alive. Now that you've discovered
Big Patch when? Yeah. I've been replacing Big Patch with just like playing other video games in the evening time. So Big Patch is effectively getting overwritten by like, you know, Baldur's Gate and stuff like that. Batman build. So I also like the archetypes more, but I'm not going to say no to the Universal Trees. You know what I mean? Like, Universal Trees are also very cool. I think they're both cool. Necromancer would assume I figure out how to make Eldritch Blast type SLAs that are skeletons running at enemies and exploding. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. The idea of summoning skeletons that run at people and explode is definitely something I've never thought of ever wanting, ever, in a video game, ever. But that is a surprisingly common thing for necromancers in video games. They suck in ESO? Yeah, because in ESO you can do that. Yeah. I knew that, because I played a little bit of Necroman My Necromancer is Dark Professor Chaos. Because he's evil, so he's Dark Professor. He's not Professor Chaos, he's Dark Professor Chaos. He's evil. He's a bad guy, and everybody knows he's a bad guy. Yes, Path of Exile also... Well, Path of Exile has multiple builds with exploding skeletons. You have the more common build, which is Ward Loop. And then you have the less common build, which is actually using it as intended, where the skeletons explode, dealing damage. There's also the more common, I think it's Dark Right build, where you explode the skeletons, or you explode damage out of the skeletons based off of their hit points. Or Forbidden Right, or Forbidden Pact, something like that. So there's a bunch of exploding skeleton builds in Path of Exile. The minion doesn't do a whole lot? Yeah. Is it Dark Pact? Yeah. I've never played it. I haven't really done a lot of minions in Path of Exile. It's like the passive playstyle, and also every single time I encounter a single thing that you have to kill in Path of Exile, and then it's like the minions can't focus down the one target that's regenerating, so I can't actually kill the things. It drives me up the wall. I'm like, nope. Delete the video game. Turn it off. One of these is real. How did I only hit that one guy? One of you is real. I know it is. Oh, is it this one? Oh. There we go. He dies. Bastard. And it sucks? Yep. Yeah, Predator's awful. It doesn't solve the problem. Yeah, Exploding Totems is also better. Hang on, Holy Fireball? Yeah, I've changed up the build. Sorry. So now I have the Holy Fireball. So I don't have the Ruin Greater Ruin, right? So I miss out on that damage, the single target. But now I have like sick area of effect damage. And I also use Exalted Angel, so I get the Mantle, which gives me extra fire damage and light damage whenever I cast a spell. And it lets me get this passive heal, so just by standing here, my health just goes up, so I'm just like standing here, and then all of a sudden you can see 800. And that applies to everybody around me. So it's like an AoE healer sort of thing. And then it gears out really well with some of the damage that I have, because I even wrote a new gear set as well. It's going to have a bunch of Isle of Dread gear, and it's also a lot better than the gear set that I wrote for you. Sorry, not sorry. I spent more time on it. What it means is that next time you want to play Dark Hunter Caster Ranger, there's a better build. Putting all the pieces together, man. Putting all the pieces together. So I need to get some water after this. I am dehydrated. Oh, because it's very hot here. Go away. Yeah, the one downside of this character is single target damage. Your single target damage just sucks. I have no way to solve that problem because you run out of spells to cast. But as I get more spells or like more damage, it'll increase, but other than that, it's just annoying. Oh, and I got all the crests! Quest is over! Oh, for those times you wanted to play Dark Hunter Caster? Yeah, all of those times. Think about it. Pulse? Too much mana? No, Arcane Pulse just sucks. Arcane Pulse is never good. The problem with Arcane Pulse is you have to cast it 7 times for it to be good. When my DPS is low, casting a spell 7 times does not help add to your DPS. Stop. It's pretty fun to watch go off. It is. It is. That's the main problem with Arcane Pulse. What they should have done is been like that enhancement, instead of saying, oh, it stacks up to 7 times, it should have been, it stacks up to 3 times, and it does triple damage now. So 3 stacks would be the equivalent of 9 stacks. Then it would be actually kind of good. Yep. Play double strike to spells and multicast spells. It's a great idea. It's not a dumb idea. I love it. So does Grunk the Lizard Eater. Right, Grunk? He has not much to say. I think it's kind of cool. It's not balanced at all. It'd be crazy, crazy broken. Yeah, maybe there's like something in Eldritch Knight where it's like your spells can no longer critically strike, but your spells now double strike.
A long-abandoned tower stands crumbling on the hillside.
Based off your double strike chance.
The floors have long since
I'm not sure.
collapsed.
Alright, I gotta use the bathroom and get some water. I'll be right back.
Into the
I need
dark.
water. I'm back. So your CC has advantage? That's kind of a cool idea. Like your spells cast like twice, they get affected twice. Oh, what's up, Mr. Lift? How am I doing? How goes it? Oh, you know, man. I'm just playing some Dark Hunter solo caster, Ranger, Dark Hunter, Trapper, caster. You know, right, the usual. That's right. Here we go. And character works really good. I don't even gotta do anything. To be fair, I'm playing on hard mode with 132 physical resistance ratings, so I don't really care too much about these monsters. I honestly could probably do some of these quests on Elite. I'm tempted to try a couple. I do want to, like... I kind of want to gear farm out a full gear set on this character. The problem is that's literally just me running Isle of Dread like 10 times. Plus some other stuff. I'm thinking about it, though. Pedal on a coffee cup or something? Oh, dude, Dark Hunter, Caster, Trapper, Ranger, Caster? Do Pepe won't hurt anymore, then we can watch his Hobbit Brawler twist Dix and Latro? Nah, no Hobbit Brawler today. The character's retired. He's done. He's had too much time. But no. We're gonna be joining and rejoining the adventures of Peter Pipega, who shall attend to it in a trice very soon. And by very soon, like within like half an hour, I'm probably gonna finish Salt Marsh and then swap over. But I gotta do Salt Marsh first, baby. I love that voice line, especially when so many people said it. Get me out of this hellhole. It's this beautiful alliteration that's just wah, wah, focus on Hellhole. Hi. Magnus Wilfried. Also people who serve Flaming Fist. They know who they serve, man. You know people are like that happy about their jobs? Not many people. Those guys know who they serve. They know what's up. They're just proud. Guy wakes up, goes to work. He knows who he serves. He knows why he serves them. With all my buffs, I'm at 4,626. It's not that much higher than anything else. I need more spell power. I need more power. Man, all I want is for FromSoft to announce Bloodborne on PC. I'd be so happy. I was just looking over my other screen where I was googling Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree. I just saw like a thing like people also did for Bloodborne. I'm like, yeah, I know. Bloodborne will get a PC port eventually. It is going to happen. I have it on my PlayStation 4. That is the only game I have installed on my PlayStation 4. Because all the other games are useless by comparison. It's so good. Such a good game. You need to do a favor besides be sexy and have a great stream? Okay, what else do you want me to do? Because that sounds like I'm already doing a lot, so I need to know. What else do you need? You want to work out even though I'm tired as fuck and don't want, and I want to rest? Mr. Lift, any workout is a good workout. The only bad workout is not trying. So if you go, and even if you kind of do like half of a workout, that's still good enough. So get up and go out there and just do it. Just get started. Because who knows, you might do the whole workout once you get there, but even if you do like 20 minutes out of 40 minutes, that's still better than nothing. The only bad workout is when you give up. I learned that from my roommate. She's a fitness instructor. Go get a tub of ice cream? No. Go work out a tub of ice cream. I don't think that's the same thing, but yeah. Yep. PS1 version of Bloodborne? Yeah. As I said, I have it on my PlayStation 4, so I'm going to do it. Yeah, so go work out. And when you get back, how about this? When you go work out, not only do you earn the Mr. Lift title, but when you return, you're going to be able to see Peter Pipega go on an adventure and take care of Baldur's Gate. CT Fletcher and just yell and scream? I don't know who that is. Who's CT Fletcher? The only fitness guy I know is Tony Horton. I don't know why I know that either, but anyway. I think it's because his name is Horton and Horton hears you.
If you leave the stream open, you'll get sun flasks and not have to watch.
Also true. Giga brain move. If you just always leave the stream open on a second monitor or something, even in a muted tab, so you just like mute the tab on your computer, you're still going to earn sun flasks as you go. I'm with a bear in Baldur's Gate 3. Don't know what you're insinuating. Because you're asking me this question, and I don't like it, because you're assuming there's another answer to this question other than yes. Which is just weird. Also, ad time, you got it. Enjoy ads, suckers. Held the world's strongest drug-free bench press on a standing bicep curl for many years on a diet of 30 Big Macs a day. Yo, that's sick. Should be a sub goal. To do what? Oh, like in Baldur's Gate? I'm letting you guys control it. If you guys want it, you guys can just do it. When I play Baldur's Gate on stream, chat will be able to control everything I do. So it's going to be an exciting day. And then when people get tired of it because we're not going to go anywhere and everything's going to be impossible, then I'll have to reset it. But yeah. What does Sunflask do? You can spend them on things. And you can also collect them. Like, the more you have, then you can feel morally superior to the other chatters. Because you can be like, oh yeah, well, I have 20,000 Sunflasks. And it's like, oh yeah, well, I have 80,000 Sunflasks. And someone's like, oh yeah, I have 170,000 Sunflasks. Show your social security number? That's the easiest. We don't have those in Canada. Friggin' dork. So show your social security number. Show your lack of understanding of the policies in different countries other than yours. Destroyed. Although if I did have a social security number, that means I'd be an American citizen, which would be interesting. Maybe I should figure that out. I'm American.
The creature in the casket asks you to
Yes.
free him.
What caused such massive issues? He laughed and said probably the $200 McDonald's a day diet for years. Probably, yeah. Like, a lot of exercise can work through some of that, but not all of it, because, you know, a lot of it's calories in, calories out, and, you know, depending on, you can definitely burn through that level of fat. The problem is you can't get through all of it, so no matter what, you're still going to have triglycerides in your body, and so you're still going to have, you know, especially like your cholesterol level as well, that you're going to have to deal with, so you're still going to have a lot of plaque building up in like the arteries and stuff. So even though you can work off the diet, it's still something you can't just eat like that all the time. As much as some people would probably want to do. To be like, oh yeah, well, you know what? No, damn it. Just hit this without rage. Go away. Thank you. Just wanted to kill this. You know the name of someone, you can get their ID number. Yeah, you can't do that here. Where am I going? This way? I can go this way. Like, in Canada, you can look up the numbers and information for, like, government workers and stuff. So, pretty much anybody that works at the government, you can look up a lot of their information. But, again, the stuff like the social... It's here, it's the SIN, social insurance number. You don't get access to. Yeah, I have no point of reference for how strong that is, because I don't know anything about strength. But that does sound very good. Have checksums on your ID? Okay, I'm gonna ask another stupid question. What is a checksum?
Then you realize it wasn't a dream at all. Panicked calls for help can be heard a short distance to the south. You shake off your slumber and make your way into the
Barbell or dumbbell? I assume barbell. It's when you check your additions in math. Fuck. At least you didn't say check somebody's nuts. So I managed to at least dodge like one of the two bullets. Just some of the previous bites, you can tell if there's corruption.
Check some D's nuts.
Robots were a bad idea. Yeah, if you're in the industry of like picking up things that are heavy and then putting them back down again and then picking them up again because they're heavy and then putting them back down again because they're still heavy, you know, there's probably a lot of good inspirations out there. The Hulk.
Two injured fisherfolk cower near the foot of the Sakurakan shrine, which pulses.
Paul Bunyan. That's all I got. Because of stress and worrying about today's interview. Oh, did it go good? Did you interview good? Is America's first kaiju? Yeah. went well. Nice. Yeah, because I know you're on like multiple stages through this interview because you want to work at an insurance company in the Midwest where you don't really have to do a lot of work during the day. All of which sounds good. 10% moderate? Oh, it's a different one? Okay, yeah. I would say, I always remember though, if you start an interview, always, at the beginning of the interview, say, oh, hey, it's nice to meet you, and then flex a crisp 20, and then put it on the table and just slide it towards them while making strong eye contact. Interviewers like strong eye contact, so that's how you really want to get them. You just gotta put it on the table, strong eye contact. Yeah. If you know what I mean. And if they don't, just say, oh yeah, no, I got you. I don't know what you mean. No, I know. Yep. I know all the good interviewing tips. Not that kind of interview, you guys. Come on now. $20? You're selling yourselves short. You guys are worth more than $20. To me, you're worth more than $20. And some of you probably will go, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me, which is probably true. Which is why most of you need therapy too. Alright. I know. Hey man, I'm a big fan of therapy. Good service. Contest use checksums to verify that people aren't just making up numbers for your IDs. Oh, checksum. I got you. Right. That's like where you'll have like 3 different numbers. So you'll have like, and all 3 numbers will add up to the same number. So it's like a puzzle within your thing. So it makes it very, very difficult to just come up with a fake number. Because even if you come up with a fake number, it's going to fail a separate test or something like that. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. It's like having a false gate in a lock, because even if you can pick some of the lock, because there's a false gate, some of the pieces are going to get stuck unless you have the exact right key. I got it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Security systems. Checks. Balances. Huh. I knew the concept, just not the word. Is there any good Prime deals today? Oh, is Amazon Prime Day today? Amazon Prime. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I can get apparently a free Dash Pass with Amazon Prime. That's cool. Dude, I can get a pet bed for a pet. I can get a pill organizer for $20. Instead of $22.99, it's $20.69. I would show you Amazon Prime on my actual disc or on stream, but I can't do that because if I do that, you'll see my address, which is on the page. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, what else is on here? Oh my god, there's books, there's music. Where's the recommended for you? Then I have a For You page of like where they look at all of my previous purchases and go like, hey, by the way, we're Amazon. We know everything about you. There's a dot here, but this guy didn't spawn in. That's weird. Don't support Prime Day? I barely ever buy anything. The last time I bought something on Prime Day was a pair of shoes that I wore for 2 years. I find also Prime Day, the deals suck. Almost everything I would actually want is not on sale, or oftentimes they'll like, stuff I will want that will be on sale will actually just be marked up on the day. So they'll be like, it's 40% off, but you're actually only saving like 5% because they marked it up, then put it on 40% off. Hmm. Yeah, it's like you just look and it's a bunch of garbage. It's a bunch of schlock.
It's time for you to
Bunch of
finally
trash.
get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, I'm logged in. So where's my for me? Where's my recommended?
It looks as though many travelers have used this campsite to pass the night over the years.
It's a sale. I mean, yeah. Yeah, they're just lying to you to convince you to buy products. I have honey to price check markups. Honey, you say? Sorry, I slipped and hit my head fairly recently. I've never heard of this honey product. Maybe I should start talking about it and describe, or maybe you could start talking about it and describe it to me, you know, and give me the details about it. I've never heard of this. It's very strange. Anyway, what do they got? You can buy laptops, security cameras, Sonic toothbrushes. Oh my god. Fire TV devices. I don't know what all this garbage is. Batteries. You know, I do like batteries.
Massive tracks in the mud lead to a dark.
What do I actually want if I was to buy anything on Amazon Prime Day? Same here. I've also never had honey work on a single website I've ever gone on. Saw the commercial? I assume it's probably fine. It'll probably give you some deals every once in a while if you buy enough stuff. I don't purchase a lot of things. I'm a very bad consumer. I purchase very few things because consumerism is bad. Just kidding. Because I'm just, I don't know, I'm just lazy for the most part, and I only like certain things.
Big ones. There are definitely some unpleasant things living. This is the Sahuagin.
Yeah, I just don't really buy a whole lot of products in general, so I think I'm just a fairly bad consumer with that regard. It is un-American. I'm not really, like, I just don't purchase a lot of things. Like, new possessions, you're smart with your finances? No, I wouldn't say that. I'm just apathetic. I definitely would not say I'm smart with my finances. I just, like I said, have a high degree of apathy. I need to be really driven to actually buy something new. I also don't mind, like, repeating content and repeating things. Like, MMORPGs, even when you look at, like, the exploitative nature of some video games, you know, you look at, like, you know, how many things you can buy in DDO and all these other video games, because I'm not driven towards the material possessions, so, like, I don't need to go and buy, like, $80 worth of skins in an online game. MMORPGs are relatively cheap for the amount of entertainment you get, considering the fact that you can, you know, a sub is like $15 a month, which sounds expensive, except it ends up not being that expensive comparatively to a lot of other businesses, because as somebody who has played, like, if you're trying to get out there and play, like, brand new video games that come out, it's like, oh man, I'm going to play the new Call of Duty, I'm going to play the new whatever. You're spending $70 or whatever every month or so to play a new video game. I am okay waiting 3 or 4 years for the actual price to come down. I'm okay, like, not really getting things, like, day of release. And as I said, I'm just not really driven by, like, you know, new products. I also resist change very heavily, and change is something you need when it comes to, like, buying new products. So it's like, oh, I could get, like, a new bed, a new frame for my bed. The problem is, I like the frame that I have on my bed currently. And if I got a new frame for my bed, that would be new. It would be a change. And I don't want to change. Come here. Oh my god, how did that happen? Oh my god, please attack. Dude, my spells aren't working. What's happening, please? Oh no, video game. Crap. Jiminy Christmas. Here we go. So your privilege ready to be 25% off? Yep. Like, admittedly, I have all the DDO expansions day when they come out because SSG gives them to me. Because they find it in their, that it goes well in their business interest to give me a free copy of the expansion, and I find it goes well in my business interest to accept a free copy of the expansions. Jesus Christ, the lag. Please, my spells. I just need to kill this monster. Help. Assist. Call the Coast Guard. Oh no, this room is laggy. Okay, resurrect yourself, bud. There we go. Which DDO points were cheaper? The thing about DDO points is that because you can earn them just through general play, they're really not that expensive compared to other purchases. $80 skin and a kitty mount. Well, yeah, but I also just bought that with DDO points that I earned from playtime. Again, remember, I play this game all day, so for me it's not that big of a purchase. On other games, I don't really make huge purchases. Yeah, plus I like to cook at home a lot. You know, make my own food, produce my own what have you. So I don't really like... Not that I don't like to go out to eat. Trust me, I love it when people cook food for me. If I had to guess, it's probably like my biggest expense is probably just like food expenses. Because it's nice when you don't have to cook stuff, because cooking sucks. But I also like... I don't order in. I like try to never order in as often as possible. Because it's like you spend so much money when you order in. It's crazy. I know there are people here that work for like Uber and DoorDash. It's, you know, it's a job and people do it. I have nothing against the job, but like when you want to order a meal, it's like $15 and it comes out to like $33 with the delivery fee and the service fee and the tip, and they mark up the product because you're buying it through the app. So instead of it being like $12 for the meal, it's actually charged $15 through the app, and then you whatever. All of that combined, I just don't like it that much. So I usually try to be like, okay, I'm either gonna physically go get it, so I will go get it from the store myself, or alternatively, I will, you know, just cook something here on my own. Those are the honey stuff on Discord? Wait, what did you post? Oh, about honey? Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
The passageway splits here, with forks leading.
Oh, when I said I didn't know what honey was, by the way, that was a joke, which is why I started with, hey, I just hit my head and I can't remember anything. What are you saying, honey? It reminds me of this, like, old Michael Reeves video where he gets to his ad portion and he's doing an ad for honey. And he's like, he's like, hey, today's video is sponsored by honey. He's like, what's honey? Asked the person with early onset Alzheimer's. And then he starts laughing and he's like, I can't put that in the video. He's like, please, honey, let me put that joke in the video. And then he keeps going because obviously they let him put the joke in the video. This is kind of funny. It's like, honey is like Raid Shadow Legends. It's like such something that everybody's heard of at some point. If you spend any time watching content online, you've seen these products before. Or NordVPN, or I'm trying to think of other ubiquitous online sponsored products. No, because Internet Historian has a sponsor, Cinematic Universe. Speaking of food, how's my blood pressure journey going? It's going very good. My blood pressure is down, which is nice. Yeah, I've had I have a blood pressure checker, and I check my blood pressure every day to make sure I'm doing well. The only thing that raises my blood pressure usually is just caffeine, but I like caffeine. I don't want to change it. Again, remember when I said I don't really like change? I'm sure I probably could, like, go on a caffeine-free diet, but I don't want it. Proud of you. Thank you. Yeah, it's been like kind of hard. I just had to change up a bunch of behaviors. Also, going outside helps tremendously. Just getting physical exercise, holy moly, that was probably the biggest thing. Like, I made some dietary changes, not too many, but I'd made a few. So I cut out, you know, a lot more. As somebody who ends up working like 10, 12 hours a day, I would cut corners when eating sometimes and, like, you know, just make some frozen food or whatever it was. And so cutting most, if not all of that out has helped. But also just getting outside, getting physical exercise. And that helped me with my blood pressure journey. So my last blood pressure I took was... Actually, I sent a picture to my mom so I can check. I don't remember off the top of my head. It was on my phone here. Let's see here. Do this. Those guys are dead. Blood pressure. 123/82. Yeah. It was kind of shocking how fast my blood pressure started to change by just walking around. It's true. Even something as simple as like just getting 30 minutes of walking into your day is totally different. It makes complete sense why I never ran into these problems before, because I used to like work on my feet all
I just looked to
day.
see how much a double steak burrito with queso would cost me with Uber Eats. $36 US. I'm convinced you'd have to missing half of your brain cells to pay that much money for a fast food burrito.
Nope, you don't need to be... Actually, it's the opposite. You need all of them. You need them all working. You need all your neurons firing. Because the reason why a lot of these services work is because, you know, they charge you, these delivery prices, and they know that you're going to pay them because the reason why you're looking at that in your app is because you're hungry, right? And people are really bad at making good decisions when they're hungry, right? If I'm not hungry or not that hungry, I can easily convince myself to like go just make a salad. I have this like awesome salad mix that I got. It's got like spinach and kale and some of the stuff. I got some cherry tomatoes. I got some cucumber. And I can make myself a delicious salad. But if I'm already hungry, it's very hard for me to convince myself that I should go walk away and go make myself a salad, because my brain is like, yeah, but the food though, delicious, tasty food. What if I just like ordered something? Because now I'm feeling lazy and I don't wanna do something else. Even the delivery $5, yeah. If you have one of those services, I said if I was somebody who made more money from live streaming, like what a lot of live streamers will do, is I would just get like, the Uber Eats Pass or the DoorDash Dasher Club thing and just do that instead and probably use those services more often. But I don't. I have to, the nature of being a DDO live streamer is I got to be a little bit more frugal, so yeah. So I do avoid that. With DoorDash, and I kid you not, one Snapple. Oh yeah. And a meal prep service. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I used to do not HelloFresh, because that's the American one, but there's a Good Food, which is the Canadian one, where they send you like, they send you the food packs, and then you just make it yourself. It's a very good product. I like it for what it is. The main issue I had with it is just, I found sometimes with my inconsistent schedule, I just wouldn't eat all of the food, and you like really feel the pain for every meal you don't eat, and I don't like it, because I just don't like throwing away food, also the money. True, yeah. I like using apps to order anything, if I can. Because I can get exactly what I want. Because like when you're ordering food somewhere, sometimes you just like, you want to ask questions, but you feel like there's like this line or there's this pressure behind you where like, can I do this? Or like, you're thinking about what it is you want to get out of like a service or from a meal. And so you don't know how to actually ask the questions. But if you look on the app, it just has all the information there for you, exactly what you want. Like Jenny Craig. Oh, those food things? No, they're not usually sodium packed. They're usually not too bad, actually. I can't speak towards Blue Apron. I can only speak to Good Food. But yeah, no, the meals were pretty good. I got to try some stuff I never would normally try. They're like, yeah, and you can keep the recipe cards. You don't have to go to the grocery store. I'm like, the reason I like these services is because I didn't have to go to the grocery store. I said, they're more expensive, but the upside is you're getting much better food than, like, the alternative. It is, like, slightly cheaper than going to a restaurant, though. It's not a lot cheaper. It's, like, slightly cheaper. It's more expensive than fast food. It's way more expensive than, like, frozen food. And it's way more expensive than buying it yourself. So, as long as you're okay with the cost, It's not too bad, but you have to be, like I said, okay with the cost. But they're generally, like, again, I've only had good food the Canadian service, but I had a really good experience with it, and I don't have a lot of bad things to say. Not having to leave the house, and that's the benefit, is also there's no waste either, which I also like. Most of the meals taste good because of copious amounts of butter and heavy cream. Again, I can't speak to the other ones. Or missing half your shit. I will say that did happen on more than one occasion where you would get something and you're missing like a piece that you needed. But then you just like improvise. But yeah, like I said, I did like the benefits of all showing up and having all this food, which was nice. Make them cheaper, but I'm probably missing something. No, you're not. You literally can. The thing that you're missing is you had to go to the store to buy the food, which is already some amount of time. And then also, you had to get the proper amount of ingredients, and you have to use all the ingredients. The benefit of those services is like, have you ever bought a spice at the store? You buy some spices, and you get a quantity of spice that is more than what you need. Or let's say you're like, oh, I need onions for a recipe. So you buy onions. But you can buy like one onion, but even still, sometimes you don't even need a whole onion. Or you need like 2 onions, so you buy like a bag of onions. But then now you have way too many onions. You should have like 20 of them. What are you gonna do? You're gonna use 20 onions? Maybe. If you're like somebody who's cooking constantly and using all your food. But the benefit of these meal services is they deliver everything to you in the exact quantities. So there's like never any wasted food. There's never any like excess. Applied your own cooking? Oh yeah. Plus you can also learn from it too. Like I said, I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying that there are reasons to why these people use these services. Obviously, the best solution is cooking your own food. Wisdom 14 augment? Damn. Enjoy cooking in their domicile? Yeah, I don't really like cooking that much. I have some good cookbooks that I've read through though. I've gotten some recipes from. Yeah, the problem I had is almost every recipe turns into, here are some spices in a marinade. Here is either a protein or a vegetable thing. Rub the spices on the vegetable or the protein or whatever. Put in the oven for a certain amount of time. Make a salad. And then take it out of the oven and put the thing on the plate and put the salad on the plate. Bonus is to positive? No, you find lots of non-positive bonuses. It's not bad, but not as much variety as you would think. They give you like lots of different varieties. Something I learned, I'd never had halloumi before, the cheese. And learning how delicious and amazing the cheese is. That was so good. That was a lesson I did not know.
The High Priestess has just arrived at the fortress's main entrance. You found her primary target at last.
So good things about it. Yeah, it's just like got a high. It doesn't really melt basically. So because the cheese doesn't melt, you can actually like cook it, and so you can like pan sear the cheese, and it's so good. It's so delicious. Definitely a good recommendation. Thanks, Tyrannical Dad. My night is going very well. I'm doing great. I'm about to finish off all of Saltmarsh. Then I'm going to begin the adventures of Peter Pipega as he goes to explore Baldur's Gate 2. Very exciting. We're talking about cheese, which I love talking about cheese. Which is always a good time. I'm having a surprising amount of fun playing solo guided caster ranger. Yeah, I don't know if it's Australian. I am too lazy to Google it. Cheese manicotti for dinner? Manicotti. Halloumi. Halloumi is Cyprus. That makes sense. It's like Middle Eastern. Halloumi is a registered trademark owned by the government of Cyprus. was Mediterranean. I mean, it is Mediterranean.
It must be somewhere below. There's a gaping hole.
They're very close. The Mediterranean is connected to the middle of the East. Okay, where's Cyprus on the map? Cyprus. I don't know where this country is. Why not? Isn't it huge? Oh, they have 1 million people. Okay. There's as many people in Cyprus as there is in my city. Well. It is an island country located in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. That's like pretty close to the middle of the East. That's pretty close. Below Greece, yeah. Any stuffed crust pizza? Yeah. Yeah, it's always the battle against the sodium. I know talking about eating habits and like making sure you're not killing yourself with food is a boring topic, but hey man, I'm in my 30s now. It's an important topic for me. As boring as that is. Cyprus is a neat place to visit for the weather. Probably. I can believe that. As somebody who lives in Ottawa, where it's always humid and hot every day, it's not a great place to visit for the weather here, so I can see that. Yeah, great cheese. Very tasty and delicious. Salt-free pizza, only $29.99. I don't think they could ever do a salt-free pizza. They probably could. They'd probably just sell you nothing. Because there's got to be salt in the bread, for sure. And then you get, like, pepperonis or something. That's got salt in it. And then you got other toppings that are all salty. Again, another issue is, like, I can tell that I put too much salt in my body. Like, one example is, what do you call it? Oh, there's a chest here. I would do delicious food. Here we go. Delicious pizza. And a very good pizza, if you want to have one, is putting feta on your pizza. Because feta is really salty. And it doesn't entirely melt. It's just kind of crumbly. And it just goes on top and adds a bunch of, like, delicious, salty goodness to your food. Again, it kills you very quick. But man, is it tasty.
One to the west and one to the south. The door opens to reveal a powerful wizard folklore.
Miller's Pizza. It's pizza for like $11. Mm-hmm. It's still pretty inexpensive, I'm gonna be honest. Although the prices have changed a lot in a lot of pizza places, but pizza is still pretty good. I've come to appreciate the fact that they at least have a distinctive flavor profile. Doesn't sound like I'm saying a good thing, but it is. It is a good thing. Do I have to kill all these to go through this door? No, I don't. Nice. Because I didn't want to. So we only have 2 mainstream pizza places, Domino's and Pizza Hut. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, why would it be expensive, though? Domino's and Pizza Hut are very inexpensive, generally. That, and also, Pizza Hut sucks. Okay, at least Domino's has some character, but Pizza Hut's main character profile is the fact that it's bad. I guess that's good enough for some people. And I guess if you have no alternatives for your fast food pizza.
This ship seems to have sunk very
The first cost Domino's areas gives you food poisoning? Yeah, that's obviously an issue. There are very few restaurants that I've gotten food poisoning from, and the ones that I have, I haven't gone back to. It's not entirely true. I went back to one restaurant that gave me food poisoning. But that's because it was a surprise and I didn't know we were going there. It had already been set up, and they're like, yeah, we're going here. And I was like, oh, I got food poisoning from some of the food here. I don't really want to go here. And they were like, well, everyone's already there. Reservation's already made, so it's time to go. And I was like, well, you got it. That's what we're doing. Sounds good. But you've never seen one? Yeah, it also makes sense. I mean, I'm not really a food snob in any respect. I don't think so. I will kind of just eat whatever. Like, in terms of, like, I can mentally grade something and know that whether something is better or worse than something else. But I also have, like, a shitty memory. So I don't remember every piece of food I've ever had. So in most cases, the thing that tastes really good is usually the thing that I'm eating. I'm relatively easy to please when it comes to food. Get poisoned again? No, I didn't. Okay, so it was at a restaurant. I'm going to just throw them under the bus. It's at this restaurant called Lone Star. And Lone Star is a Canadian restaurant that is Tex-Mex. So it's a Tex-Mex restaurant, obviously, because it's called Lone Star. And they had this, like, promotion where they had this Nashville hot chicken. And I was like, oh, that sounds good. I've never been to Nashville and had their hot chicken. But I've been to America, where I've had I went to a restaurant. Actually went with Nobob, noted Dungeons & Dragons Online content designer. And we went to this place that was like, that guy knew where to go. He just, like, knew the places. You know what I mean? And we went into this, like, alleyway, and then there was an unmarked door, and you go through the door in this alleyway in Boston, and you take a staircase that goes, like, down, like, probably, like, 12, 13 feet or something, and then you enter out into a building where it looks like you're just in the middle of some bar in, like, Louisiana. I don't know how they did it, but it was so bright and colorful, and they had all this... Anyway, it was a beautiful place, and they had this hot chicken, and I couldn't eat all of it. It was so hot, I felt like I was, like, dying. I couldn't eat the whole plate. But it was also really tasty, so you wanted to eat more, but then you also felt physical pain. Great product. Anyway, so I'm at Lone Star, and they're like, yeah, we got this hot chicken deal, and I'm like, oh, sounds good. This is gonna be great. So, because it's like Tex-Mex, it can't be that bad. Anyway, so they bring over everything, and I was like, all right, sounds good. So they have your stuff already with, like, the oil on it, because for people that don't know how they do Nashville hot chicken, is unlike, they don't really use a sauce. You deep fry the chicken, but then you also use a bit of the frying oil and mix it with the spice mixture, and then you pour the oil over top of the chicken, which then helps it actually penetrate into it and basically, like, really concentrates the spice. And so they had that. And I am not like some high tolerance spice guy, okay? I'm not out here as a champion who can eat any amount of spice. As I said, I got defeated by Nashville hot chicken. It was impossible to eat. It was very hard. They bring over and I eat a bite of the chicken, and immediately I'm like, this is, like, not spicy at all. And then I, like, they had, like, extra oil on the side in case I needed more on it. And I was like, this is weird. And I can see it's got color. It's got spices in it. And I, like, dip my finger and I taste it. And I'm like, this isn't spicy either. I'm like, there's literally not a hint of spice. Nothing. Which, again, is not that it wasn't tasty, but I ordered hot chicken. The chicken should be hot. It was tasty, so I could eat the food. Anyway, I tell the waitress, I'm like, hey, my chicken is, like, literally not spicy at all. And she's like, that's impossible. It's a hot chicken. They made it. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm like, I'm not a spice guy. I'm like, I'm not telling you that I'm the spice god over here who's like, oh, it's not actually spicy. I'm really like, no, it's not spicy. She's like, no, it should be spicy. And so I took the little dish that they gave me of, like, the spice, like, oil, and I really just, like, chugged a bunch of it. I was like, nothing. It's not spicy at all. I'm like, this is, like, it's flavorful, but there's no spice. Anyway, they ended up, like, just not believing me, and I had a bad experience because I didn't get my spicy chicken. It was tasty. The food was tasty. It was really tasty. It just wasn't hot chicken. If I wanted just regular tasty chicken, I would have just ordered, like, chicken and waffles or something. And had a good time. But no, I ordered spicy chicken. I didn't get it. I was very disappointed. Screw you, Lone Star. Ruining my spicy chicken experience. What a bunch of garbage. Went to the saloon. I believe that is the location, although I'll have to look it up. This.
Spice God streamer destroys restaurant staff over non-spicy hot chicken.
I believe it was near Davis Square. I'm trying to look at pictures of this restaurant. I'm pretty sure that's where we were. It might have been this place. I think it was. I believe so. The location on the map, it looks like it's the right place. You live there? There you go. Anyway, it was good stuff. Just raised restaurant staff for non-spicy hot chicken. Yeah, maybe I should take this clip and put it on the internet. My name is the most painful 12 hours of your life. Yeah, I have no intention of doing that. Also, hold on, but you're missing the most important part. Okay, it's also like $45. It's not just the fact that you have to like get this chip. It's also like $40. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's not like you just buy the one chip and you're like, cool, that's awesome. It's expensive. And then you poison yourself with it. It might be $10 in the States. Look, I'm a Canadian, okay? Give me a break. It's like way more expensive for us because they have to ship it across the border.
A grateful Queen Othokin says that the lizard folk are willing to ally with Saltmarsh. But first, she asks 2 favors of you.
I know, Omega lol Canadians.
And rescue the captured
There's also, so wait, so if you can see that place from your house, then there's also the, in that same place, we went to, it was like this, I think it was like this Mexican place that did like burritos. And they had a line when we went there that went basically around the entire block. It was a very fast moving line though. And the food was so good. The food was delicious. But there was nowhere to sit in the restaurant or even nearby, so we had to like walk to a neighboring park and then basically sit on the ground to be able to actually eat the food. But it was really delicious. Anna's owns. Yeah. That was a good time. I had a really, really good time. Man, that's where you live? Sick. That means I've been there. Who knows? Maybe next time I'm in the area, I'll come down. We'll go get some food. Could be a good time. Because you might be like, and some of you guys might be like, wait a minute. You're going to go meet somebody who chats with you on the live stream. Doesn't that mean you're like basically 100% chance going to get murdered? Yeah. And then we get in the news. I'll get to be in one of those true crime stories where like, you know, it's like, you know, a talentless, unimportant live streamer went down to Boston and to meet a single fan. But what he didn't know is that was the best day of the fan's life and the worst day of his. And then I'm like, get brutally murdered. That's sick. What a great story. Have a cute date? Exactly. That'd be nice. Take lots of pictures.
Ambassadors from 3 different tribes await within this cavern. The Bullywugs, the Troglodytes.
I don't think I have any social skills here. Listen. Listen. Listen, I could be the one to get murdered. True! Me talking about this could be the murder cover-up. Where I'm specifically referencing it, so that way people think that it would be Ipsum that murders me, but then I go, but he's like, haha, very funny, and then I'm just like, hey, yo, what up? Instant murder. Just like instantaneous. Like, we meet it somewhere public, and then it's just instantaneous murder. No waiting. And he's like, oh, I knew this could happen. Streamer cars set on fire? Yeah. That shit's crazy. Very fortunate. I haven't had like a very negative interaction. A2 streamy. Like I said, the worst that I've gotten, I think, in terms of like negative interactions off stream, is people sending me messages on the computer. I've been very fortunate. I haven't had somebody like show up at my door out of nowhere, or like threaten to murder me. That's not true. I have also had people threaten me before, but that was a different problem. And you know what? I could totally go for some waffles. I should make some waffles. Sounds good. I find that I don't use the waffle maker as often as I probably should, mostly because it is kind of a pain in the ass to clean. It just makes a huge mess everywhere. Now, you could make the argument that it actually doesn't make a huge mess. The reason why it makes a huge mess is because I'm not good at using it, because I don't practice, and so therefore every time I use it, I make a huge mess. And it's my fault. But, you know, I'd like to absolve myself of responsibility in the situation, so yeah. Gonna do Baldur's Gate. Yeah, but I gotta finish Saltmarsh. You can't stop doing an expansion pack halfway through. That's absurd. I also like that I'm passively healing all the little lizard men, getting all their health filled. Are you telling me that, Canicus, you would stop in the middle of an expansion and just go do something else? Oh, it's got to be all or one. You got to do it all. This is the last quest, by the way. And then we're moving over to Baldur's Gate, but yeah. You gotta do it all, man. You gotta do it all. Plus, also, I'm about to hit level 32. Which is exciting! I'm very excited.
Hastily erected fortifications surround a low entrance to the hillside. This is the little folks' new lair.
Anyway, before I go, if I do end up returning back to Boston, we'll do a prediction on the live stream about whether I murder Ipsum or Ipsum murders me. How does that sound? And you guys can bet on it, and then we'll see what happens from there. Because you guys won't really know. You'll have your own you'll have your own possibilities, but you won't really know outside of that. I can't cast it. Wait, you're teleport locked? Why am I dimensional anchored in Isle of Dread or in Saltmarsh? What? Our famous pizza pies. If I lived there. Double murder suicide. That's true. That is another option. Third Gamba, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Come back. It's like, Shrim, are you okay? Are you alive? It's like, yeah, guys, I'm alive. It's like, what happened? Well, I have bad news. Bad news, what is it? I started playing EVE Online. No! I know. Also, what's up, Fate Spinner? 52. Boom. Bam. 32. Level cap. There we go. It's done. No more soloing. No more challenge. None of this crap. We're done. Oh, so that's how you level up all the way up to level cap by yourself without playing with another human being. You don't have to play with other players. You can always play by yourself. Don't ever forget that. That's the lesson here of today's video. Not the fact that it's much easier and faster to level up with other people by using the grouping panel to just like join other people's parties and then actually gain XP much quicker than if you played by yourself. No, just do it alone. If you have another thing you'd like to see me solo guided playthrough, please post a comment on this video. If you post a comment on any other video in the entire series, I'm going to ignore them entirely. It has to be only the last one to prove that you watched all the way to the end. So that's all I have. Thank you for watching. Enjoy your day. And you should go to the saloon if you live in Boston. The saloon, the restaurant, and get their hot chicken. It's a good idea. And now we hit